Good morning. Welcome to day 3 of the 38th Annual MPCA Conference. I'm glad that you stuck with us over these past couple days through some great sessions. And we have some more great sessions today, 3 of them of which are eligible for AICP CM credits. We will be sharing the information for you to apply for those or to log those credits if you are an AICP member. We also have a Citizen Planner recognition ceremony at 12 o'clock. We hope that you all join us to celebrate the great work of citizen planners around the state. Before we get started with today's session, I'm going to put up 2 quick polls we've done the past few days to get a sense of who's joining us today. So let me do that. Okay, so the first one is which region of the state are you from or are you representing today? Okay, this is interesting. Each day we've had a different region that was most heavily represented. On Monday it was Southern Maryland, yesterday it was Western Maryland, and today it's the Baltimore-Washington metro region. Okay, so we'll move on to our second poll. And this one we want to get a sense of your role in planning. So I am attending today in the following role as a local planning board or commission member, local government staff, state government staff, nonprofit, or other. If you're having trouble answering the polls, please take it out of full screen. Okay, today looks like a dead heat between planning board or commission members and local government staff. Okay, so now I'm going to turn it over for our first session of the day, diversity metrics, which will be presented by Mark Brennan, the author and managing partner of iDare LLC. Let me hide this poll and I will stop. Okay, it is all you, Mark.
Good morning. A saying in the public administration field is you measure what you treasure. If we value diversity, equity, and inclusion, we should measure them. It's become more clear in recent years that strong disparities continue to exist and grow in American society between groups that have held power for many decades and those that are vulnerable and marginalized. We can distinguish among diversity and many other terms. We measure differences among demographic groups, discover why the differences exist, whether they're significant and harmful, and try to remedy, eliminate, ameliorate, or reduce them. Discrimination is a harm. It produces lack of diversity. Collecting and analyzing the distribution of data that represents human beings are important parts of metrics. We often use the standard federal categories for race and ethnicity. But if we do that, we lose some distinctions, such as that between all other whites and Arab Americans who are classified as white under federal guidelines. We also won't disaggregate the many different national origins of Asian Americans, which is a long-term desire of the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. Diversity has many definitions. There's some debate about whether it primarily includes traditionally discriminated against groups and protected classes such as African Americans, Hispanics, people with disabilities, and women, or is much broader. Dimensions of diversity may include, but not be limited to age, ethnicity, gender, physical abilities and disabilities, race, sexual orientation and gender identity, educational background, geographic location, income, marital status, military veteran status, parental status, religious beliefs, and others. A danger in defining diversity very broadly is that it may be defined almost out of existence if it includes everything. This is a classic route to failure of many diversity initiatives, and may help explain why so many of them fail. It may be better to focus narrowly, accomplish a good task, and then move on to the next good task. An example of a poor element to include in diversity work is thinking styles. And I'm not making this up. What is the need for this work in Maryland? Professor Gary Orfield has said that Maryland has become an extremely diverse state without any plan for successfully managing its diversity. This pattern of deepening racial and economic stratification means that the state and its communities need a plan to ensure an equitable future, one that includes stable housing and school integration policies. Diversity metrics puts concern for equity and the reduction of inequalities in services and benefits on planning and policy agendas, where it currently is not considered enough. Metrics are a way of measuring of size and frequency. Dr. Megan Latshaw, associate scientist at Johns Hopkins and the lead author of a recent study of Baltimore transit, has said, making holistic safety and equity data easily available would go a long way towards integrating public health into transit planning processes. In a perfect world, good metrics wouldn't just be easy to find. Agencies would be required to reference them anytime they built something new and face real consequences if they decided to spend millions for a lack of a good purpose. In diversity and inclusion, metrics could include the following. In employment, these programs should be able to show real statistical increases in numbers and percents of recruitment, applications, hiring, retention, training, and promotion of people from traditionally discriminated underrepresented groups. These increases should be greater than the natural demographic growth in the organization's service and hiring area. With qualitative measures, employee climate surveys should show questions with perceptions of diversity, welcomeness, trust, and fairness. Employee focus groups should show a similar improvement. On a more psychological level, social distancing scales show increased social distance and decreased prejudicial thinking. Performance in diversity efforts should be measured by social equity and opportunity, quantity, quality, timeliness, cost, etc., the same as any other criteria we use. Most of these are measured using ratio measures, one factor over another, something by something else like miles per hour. Here are some takeaways. The current emphasis on diversity and equity will probably continue. For example, the Biden administration has ordered all federal agencies to review equity impact assessment of their activities. You can do this, moving away from amorphous and aspirational goals to actual measurement and accomplishment. Which groups you decide to focus on depends on your organization's views and those of your constituents. One of the first tasks in diversity metrics is deciding this. As we've seen in the results of the 2020 census, the demographics of the US are changing, with rapid growth among Hispanics and Asian Americans. Meanwhile, pre-existing disparities continue to exist toward African Americans. Other groups who claim our attention include national origin groups, new immigrants, refugees, including those from Afghanistan, people with disabilities, women, low-income people, and people with low literacy, a group we rarely hear about, but which exists in substantial numbers. There is often overlap among these groups called intersectionality. Progress is very uneven, and the pandemic has exacerbated some of these disparities, especially in health, education, and jobs. Bill Gates has said, every dimension of inequity, rich versus poor, inner city schools versus suburban ones, black versus whites, has exacerbated every dimension of inequity. One of the key concepts for diversity metrics is called the equity lens. This refers to a metaphorical pair of glasses and ensures that people ask who will benefit. It is applied throughout the planning and development cycle to ensure that a proposal is developed, implemented, and evaluated by taking proper account of equity, avoiding making things worse for vulnerable and marginalized communities, and making things better where possible. The purpose of this lens is to be deliberately inclusive as an organization makes decisions. It introduces a set of questions into the decision-making process that helps us focus on equity. It is explicit in drawing attention to the inclusion of marginalized people. Questions typically asked include the following: what decision is being made? What is the history behind the matter to be decided on? What are the existing disparities among demographic groups? What is the history of investment and resource allocation? What beliefs, values, and assumptions guide how the topic is being considered? What assumptions have my organization made about the needs, wants, and desires of vulnerable and marginalized people in our service area? Has implicit bias been avoided? How are we collecting data on race, ethnicity, native language, and other diversity categories? Does looking at these matters cause us to add groups we have not previously considered enough? Who is at the decision-making table? What informs their thinking? Who is most affected? How can they be included better? What structures, if any, can be added to hear more from voices we don't normally hear enough from? Government service providers must be deeply involved in communities of color and other traditionally discriminated against groups and make sure residents are at the forefront of the change they want to see. This assumes that government officials know the changes they want and that those changes are good and justified. We want to know what the likely impact is on each demographic subgroup. Does the policy or program or decision improve, worsen, or make no change to existing disparities? Do these decisions produce any intentional benefits or unintended consequences for the groups? Are there cumulative impacts over time and space due to multiple projects over time and space? What are the barriers to more equitable outcomes? Are there alternative ways to accomplish the basic task and mission without adversely affecting vulnerable, marginalized, and traditionally discriminated against groups? Based on the responses to these kinds of questions, what are the possible revisions to the policy, program, or decision that could address inequity and promote equity? An example of using an equity lens is thinking about your usual methods of reaching people. For example, people with disabilities and low-income people are less likely to use and own digital devices. So that as we convert everything to reaching people over the internet, are we automatically leaving some people out? It's important to focus because you can't do everything, as you know. It's important to know where your organization stands in terms of these demographics. How many of each category are there? Will you concentrate on employment or services or both? You need to know the composition of your service area. Aggregated race data can obscure health and other disparities among subgroups. Disaggregating race and ethnicity data can help identify disparities among subpopulations and highlight the importance of partnering with communities to develop culturally responsive outreach teams, tailored interventions, and campaigns to more effectively address disparities. An important part of obtaining these metrics is consulting with stakeholders, customers, and clients. It's useful to ask people, what is the most important to you? Although in the planning and public administration fields, we often think of the specific services our organizations provide, the public usually thinks more broadly in terms of the government. Can we break out of our silos and communicate with other government agencies to share and provide services? It's also a good idea to benchmark with the best in the field. Where do you stand in terms of past recommendations in diversity and civil rights, for example, in environmental justice? What discrimination complaints and lawsuits have been filed? How are investments made? How are resource commitments ended. For example, there have been allegations that the Red Line project in Baltimore was canceled when it should not have been, that it would have benefited the African American community. Governor Hogan canceled the light rail extension that would have connected historically redlined areas across East and West Baltimore, diverting over $700 million in state funds to road widening projects in the predominantly white surrounding counties and forcing Maryland DOT to return nearly $1 billion in federal grants. Benefits from diversity ought to be measurable. These measures could include better relationships among staff members, fewer grievances, improved labor relations, and reduction of news graffiti and hate incidents. Other metrics could include gaining improvements in productivity, innovation and creativity, improving job satisfaction, career development over time, retention, decrease in pay disparities, making the organization one of the best places to work and becoming an employer of choice. It's a good idea to know what isn't using metrics. For example, issuing statements about your commitment to equity and Black Lives Matter isn't measuring anything. Unfortunately, studies are beginning to show that many organizations that issued good-sounding statements have not followed through. Don't get me wrong, these statements are good, but they are empty without follow-through. For example, I often look at corporations that receive diversity awards. About 80% of the time, these organizations that receive diversity awards have very undiverse executive teams. So when you look down to see who you employ and sideways to see who you serve, also look up to see who is leading your organization. Metrics show where you are, where you're going, and how well you're getting there. Diversity should be measured with the same kind of scrutiny that business operations have commonly received. Another major way to measure progress is over time. For example, African Americans hired per year. Diversity metrics can include fulfillment of quantitative measures in an affirmative action plan. Each study, review, and plan by a government agency or recipient of federal financial assistance should include the following elements: a clear description of what is planned, an analysis of the impact on all populations, including minority and low-income ones, an analysis of available alternatives, the documented inclusion of people of color and low-income populations in the study and decision-making process, an implementation plan to address concerns identified in the equity analysis. In planning, where public hearings and input are especially important, it's key to find out who's participating in your process. Can limited English proficient people participate? Are hearings held in physically accessible locations? Can people with disabilities participate? Do the hours permit working people to attend? If almost everything is done over the internet, how do people with no or poor internet connections or computers participate? A major issue with planning is what we build on existing infrastructure. That infrastructure may be very old and may have been built with assumptions that today are seen as unequal and inequitable. Examples include Black neighborhoods without sidewalks or sewers, or constructed near chicken or hog waste ponds or town dumps, or divided by freeways. Other examples include single-family zoning on large lots, which leads toward residents who make more money. There may be rules that seem neutral on their face, such as limits on the number of cars or people per bedroom, but which have adverse effects on people of color, especially immigrants. Another example is funding clean power generation by additional charges on utility bills. This is a regressive system because lower income households pay a larger share of their income for utilities than their wealthier counterparts. There are many types of infrastructure, not including housing, education, transportation, healthcare, etc. The dimensions vary, such as spatial, over time, and through communication. Housing, education, and transportation act to keep people separated, hence to join people together, the various forms of infrastructure have to work together. An example is the problems experienced with distance learning in K-12 schools during the pandemic shutdown. Because of the digital divide, many low-income people and people of color don't have good internet. Schools were caught flat-footed. There was also a failure of imagination, as educators didn't realize that young people already use their cell phones for learning and games. This gets to the issue of the essential need for good problem identification. The question is not, how do we replace in-school classes with computers, but rather, how do we educate children? So for diversity metrics, an inventory of resources and means is essential. You often don't have to invent solutions from nothing. You and your clients and customers already have resources in place. In the case of pandemic distance learning, the cell phone in your pocket. When was the last time you saw a teenager without a cell phone? So do we plan and build as if we're starting fresh, or do we try to correct old wrongs, or both? Sometimes limits on growth can harm opportunities for social and economic mobility. Sometimes what seems like a good solution to one set of problems creates others, such as tolling roads, lanes, bridges, and tunnels to pay for infrastructure. These often have regressive economic effects on low-income people. So that introduces another diversity criterion, the financial status of people in your service area. Can these negative effects be worked around through, for example, waivers, exemptions, and discounts? Where can this kind of information be gathered? It often exists in various forms in databases, such as in census data. Public schools have racial, ethnic, disability, and limited English proficiency data for students. Programs such as school lunches, SNAP, LIHEAP, Section 8 housing vouchers, WIC, TANF, paratransit use, all have data that can be used as proxy measures. These are measures that don't precisely measure what we're looking for, but represent it, sometimes very closely. Churches can be excellent sources for diversity data. America is still heavily segregated on Sunday morning. The American Community Survey contains a wealth of data. The pandemic, while a terrible public health crisis, provides the opportunity for new approaches to meeting equity needs. How can metrics be reported to be most successful and useful? I suggest visual displays of quantitative information. The world expert on this is Edward Tufte, who has written 4 excellent, well-illustrated books on the subject and offers seminars. I see a lot of graphs and often have a hard time figuring out what the heck they're trying to tell me. Today, we often see dashboards with key indicators with colors used to show progress at a glance. A major issue in metrics is outputs versus outcomes. Outputs are how many widgets we've produced, how many meetings held, for example. Outcomes are what really results from your efforts. All of the focus shouldn't be on outcomes or outputs, but should include inputs, the measures of resources devoted to these diversity efforts. We assume inputs are correlated with outputs, but as we know, they often are not. Metrics at different points in the process life cycle should help identify practices and efforts that are and are not effective. Metrics are an important part of strategic planning. In that planning, we ask what we should do more of, what we should do less of, what we should start doing, what we should stop doing. Diversity and equity should be major categories in strategic planning rather than an afterthought. We can ask after each major initiative, how does this affect diversity, equity, and inclusiveness? Using metrics early in a process enables us to shortstop the problem in what the military calls left of boom, dealing with an issue before it explodes. Diversity metrics are a continuum when a project is in the planning stage, before the project begins, when it's working, and after it's done. Then, if we're not busy digging ourselves out of a hole, we can hold after-action meetings and discuss what we should have done differently. We need honest, objective feedback. Standards should be developed for comparisons across organizations, geography, and time. One aspect of metrics is determining the risk of vulnerable and marginalized people to being harmed by the proposed project or initiative. A risk factor increases the likelihood that a certain outcome will occur, whereas an indicator helps to assess whether it is occurring. One of the hardest aspects of diversity metrics is the dog that didn't bark. This is based on the famous Sherlock Holmes story, where the key character is Sherlock Holmes not hearing a dog bark. How do we know what's missing? This is where your expertise and experience comes in the most. What is nagging at the back of your mind that doesn't feel right? Who's been left out? Who isn't at the table? Who haven't we heard from? There are some hints on what data isn't useful. Examples of what isn't useful involve, for example, when advocates want to take away somebody else's rights, bearing in mind that there is no right to hurt others or society. Another example is where censorship is a primary tool, where religion and ideology are the primary driving factors, where the speaker has low credibility, where the speaker wants to exclude other speakers, where the speaker shouts down other speakers, where there are threats of violence, where the proposed data are contradicted by experts in the field. All of these criteria make that information from those entities less useful. Here are a few cautions about diversity metrics. Some private corporations don't like to use them because they might be disclosed in litigation. Hopefully, this does not apply to government organizations. Another caution is don't run out and hire a consultant or trainer without doing very careful vetting of their work that they've done in the past. If you feel you must hire a consultant or a trainer, vet that firm and person very carefully. A lot of diversity training is pretty awful and sometimes even harmful. I want to be clear that nothing is gained from naming and blaming white people for centuries of sins. That might make some of us feel better, but it doesn't move toward a solution and better results. Many of us in the civil rights field spend too much time preaching to the converted and not nearly enough time talking with people who aren't inclined to agree with us. Diversity metrics does not mean measuring grievances and inculcating a secular religion of victimhood. The diversity metrics field can be very controversial, as we've seen in debates and anger over the use of alleged critical race theory in public schools. If you put your toe in the diversity pool, I guarantee you will not be able to avoid sharks and piranhas. But the work is worth doing, and you'll leave the world a better place than you found it. So thank you for your attention, and I hope we have some time to take some questions, and feel free to let me know if I can ever be of help.
Thank you, Mark. We do have a few questions, but I encourage the audience to submit some more if they have them. I will get started. So a lot of these questions are related back to planning departments and planning commissions, as that's who our primary audience is, as you saw earlier with the poll, and who this conference is for. So how can a planning department use diversity metrics to develop both internal and external organizational objectives?
Well, I'm a big believer in the strategic planning process and integrating the diversity effort into that strategic planning process. It also is helpful that since many organizations today have chief diversity officers or a person who handles diversity to be at the table with the other major functions of an organization to ensure that those efforts are included right from the beginning.
Thank you. So this is a comparable question, but I guess it's very specific to planning commissions. How can planning commissions use metrics to guide their decision making if they want to promote equity?
Well, I'm a believer in the dashboard concept, that kind of in a feedback loop, that as you do these factors that I've described in terms of seeking, the data and considering it and measuring it and using that to address the decisions that are being made. So I feel that there's no substitute for actually talking to real people. You might call them constituents, clients, customers, the people who live in your area, and working with actual people and actual groups, including advocacy groups, and finding out what their views are. Many times people don't know what your organization does. The same thing happens to me as happens to everyone else. I live in Montgomery County. I'm probably not as aware of what my planning commission does as I should in regard to my own neighborhood. So there needs to be two-way communication between the people and the planning commission, not just a top-down approach.
Thank you, Mark. This next question is something that we run into a lot when, the Maryland Department of Planning provides a lot of data. A lot of it comes down to this interpretation piece, and you can see the data, you can analyze the data, but how does it compare? What is it telling us about it? So the question is, are there metric guidelines that local governments can access to help them start the process evaluating diversity, right? Like are there considerations of what is considered you're being successful, you're not being successful? Yeah, you look at the data, but what does it mean?
Well, you put your finger on one of the most difficult issues. For example, I was recently asked by a book publisher for some examples of books on diversity metrics, and there are very, very few. I have written a paper on diversity metrics, and to my surprise, it's the most asked for thing I have ever written. I get requests for it literally from all over the world. It turns out that there actually are very, very few guidelines on diversity metrics. And so often we have to back chain from doing what I mentioned of benchmarking of who is the best in the field to figure out what they did to accomplish things. We know, oddly enough, in the diversity field, we know a lot more about failure than we know about success. And one of the things we know about failure in diversity is that there's a lack of metrics. So the short answer is there are very few guidelines in terms of equity and diversity metrics, and that's just an unfortunate reality, but it's one that I'm trying to work on more.
Thank you, Mark. I have a follow-up question to that. I mean, when it comes to interpreting metrics, or what are you considering is acceptable, or what you're looking for in your community, it's very context-driven. It's very locally defined in many respects. With the lack of specific guidelines, are there, when looking at these metrics or data, are there questions that a local community should ask itself to help develop its own context or develop its own, like, this is what we want to get to? Like, what are the questions they should ask themselves?
Well, I think one of the major questions is to ask what has happened in the past, and how has that created the present situation on the ground. And of course, as we've been discussing, there's no substitute for working with actual people to see, what those disparities and what those inequities are. A good colleague of mine, Robert Garcia, out in Los Angeles, always did very intensive mapping and historical studies to show where the problems were. So one of the first things that he would always ask is, what are the community concerns, but what do things actually look like on the ground? For example, a number of years ago, I was addressing a conference in Detroit and was taken on a tour of some of the neighborhoods in Detroit that had been suffering from Detroit's bankruptcy. And as a person who spent decades working in this field, I should have known, what the neighborhood looked like already. But it was quite shocking to actually see. So there's no substitute for actually getting on the ground and seeing what's actually happening and talking to actual people.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, this next question, you brought up this concept, and we know this is in the news a lot, and I want to honor people's questions. We all see it in the news a lot, so I'll just ask it. The first, there was the question is, thank you for your perspective. And do you think that critical race theory being taught in schools is needed? And what, if anything, can municipalities learn from that model or that discussion? Again, I know this is a tricky question.
It is. A critical race theory actually, grows out of some law school scholars. It actually is kind of an elevated theoretical concept. It's not what K-12 public schools actually do. One example comes very recently, comes out of California, where the California legislature mandated a multi-ethnic, multicultural educational curriculum to be added to the K-12 public schools in California. And it went through a very controversial process. And finally, they belatedly took input from many, many different groups and changed the recommendations that were coming out. So the argument in favor is that it's good to teach American history. The question is, what is American history? Interpretations change every generation, and there are as many interpretations as there are American historians who study it. I do have a criticism of critical race theory. And my major criticism is that it looks at everything through the single keyhole of race. And while race is extremely important in American society and American history, there is much more to American history and American society than race. There are things like geography, culture, religion, environment, many other ways of looking at issues besides race. So it may have some value, but there are many, many other values. So I am not much of an enthusiast, and I certainly would not recommend that a very sophisticated concept like critical race theory be used in K-12 schools without a great deal of thought and many other perspectives going into the process.
Thank you. You talked earlier about vetting a consultant. For many jurisdictions that don't have the internal capacity to analyze and use diversity metrics in their planning and do want to go towards a consultant, what resources or contacts, where should a jurisdiction that's looking to vet potential consultants go?
Well, of course, Like everything else we do today, one of the first places to start is Dr. Google. Um, if you do, if you dare to do a search on the internet for diversity consultants and trainers, you will get thousands and thousands. I would suggest trying to keep things local, and working with people who are more nearby, like nearby universities and colleges. But when you do reach out to some of these trainers and consultants, uh, it would be useful to talk to other jurisdictions and other government agencies to see what their experience has been. Um, I always suggest checking references very, very carefully. And if a diversity or equity consultant uses a lot of language like exploitation, unearned privilege, oppression, white supremacy, then those consultants and trainers are not going to be, very helpful to you, because a trainer in this field, if they don't do things well, can actually make people more angry and more disaffected. And there actually have been a number of studies showing that diversity training can make things worse. So I would check references, check with other jurisdictions to see who they've used, and make some telephone calls to find out what the person's previous work has been. And you can even bring them in, for a meeting with a focus group or a management team to get a feel for what kind of language they use, and listen for code language, and listen to your own emotions. If the person is making people angry and disaffected, then that is going to close off their ability to learn.
Thank you. Next question, do you have suggestions on how to get institutions of higher education to partner with local governments to evaluate and promote diversity?
Well, the partnership, I think, is probably easier than the actual work of evaluation. Many higher education institutions, including Maryland's excellent and extensive state college and university system, are eager to partner with government agencies. Evaluation, things that require actual work, they're going to want some funding to do that. I have done work with Morgan State, for example, a historically Black college and university. I have found them very eager to work with other entities. Now they're a smaller institution. I like working with HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities, because I know from the get-go that they are going to be interested in civil rights and equity and diversity. But a very large institution that also has done excellent work and is eager to partner is the Johns Hopkins University system. They have some terrific people, and they also like to work with government agencies. So the eagerness, I think you will find that the eagerness from higher education institutions is there.
Great, thank you. Let's see. Is your presentation available in written format to reread?
It is, and I'll be happy to provide it to anyone who wants it, or to you, and you can distribute it. And also, I have a paper on diversity metrics, which is broader than and I'll be happy to provide that paper also.
Yeah, please send those to me, Mark, and I can send them out to those who register for the conference. Plus, everybody that we will be putting all the recordings of these sessions once we've done some post editing. So sometime in the next couple of weeks, that they will also be available. All right, here's one that goes back to a session that we had yesterday. Yesterday, Dennis Superzinski addressed engaging in a livable Frederick County comprehensive planning process. Have you been involved in any of these types of continuous improvement efforts to more effectively evolve diversity thinking?
I have been dating all the way back to when Al Gore was vice president and was trying to, the re-engineering idea. I worked with the Office for Civil Rights of the U.S. Department of Education on re-engineering, which was a continuous improvement process. The continuous improvement process is actually used by Japanese car manufacturers, especially Toyota. And one of the aspects of their manufacturing process, which I think would not find a lot of acceptance in the United States, is that the lowest worker on the Toyota assembly line, if he or she sees something wrong, can call a halt to the assembly line and stop the process until that problem is fixed. Now, that's almost unimaginable in the United States. In the United States, we tend not to listen very well to lower level employees, and people who dare to point out problems often don't get listened to enough. But I think it's an interesting idea. I worked with some secretaries of transportation, and one of them, Norm Mineta, was a remarkable person in that he would talk to every single person equally in that headquarters building down at LaFont Plaza in Washington, D.C. And so he was exemplifying that Toyota principle of quality control and continuous improvement by speaking to everyone.
Thank you. Okay, this one's a long one, so if I have to read it to you twice, let me know. I have noticed that one of the measures of diversity in planning seems to really be a measure of public participation, public participation, not just the number of participants, but rather more the groups of people participating. Can we boil down diversity in the planning process to simply ensure the broadest public participation possible? Again, not pure numbers, but more on getting groups that have historically been disenfranchised.
Well, public participation, your questioner has put his or her finger on a really important issue, and I'm glad they raised that phrase. A public participation is necessary, but not sufficient. To try to do these efforts without good public participation is to invite hitting a very large nail, not quite on the head. There are people who are experts in public participation. They don't necessarily do equity and diversity, but some of them are really terrific at what they do. There's a lot of materials available. For example, the Federal Highway Administration has a 300-page manual on public participation, and I dare anybody to actually try to implement all 300 pages. So it is necessary, it is useful, it is essential, but we have to go beyond public participation. We also have to listen carefully to what people say, and we have to make sure and not carry on what we call in the field charades. In other words, when we get this input from the public, we have to actually do something about that input and not walk away and say, well, we've held 13 outreach meetings, now we're going to go ahead and do what we were going to do in the first place. We see this a lot in the planning and project field, where planners come up, say, with 3 alternatives and then go to the community and brief out the 3 alternatives. But I would say, well, maybe you want to talk to the community before developing the alternatives. You may discover that the community, wants something else altogether. Thank
you, Mark. Good thing to keep in mind. you talked earlier about proxy measures for diversity that may be available, for free and reduced lunch, and other examples that you gave. I know you said earlier there aren't any existing guidelines for necessarily how to interpret diversity metrics, but are there guidelines on how to use those proxy metrics?
There aren't many guidelines involving proxy measures. For example, school lunch statistics, school lunch programs are based on the low income level of the student. So if you have a public school in your area that has a very high percent of students in the school lunch program, then that's going to mean that there's a high percent of people who are of low income. Similarly, limited English proficiency. School districts have statistics on how many students speak a home or native language other than English. And the students tend to speak English better than their parents do. So that's a case of a proxy measure where the proxy measure, the number of limited English or percent of limited English proficient students, is actually going to look rosier than the actual population. So it helps in those situations to have actual statistics, which you could get, say, through the census, and you can compare them with your proxy measure. So, I mean, if a proxy measure, comes to 80% of the actual measure that we would like, I would say that's a terrific proxy measure. A proxy measure might only be an indicator of where to look more closely.
Thank you, Mark. We have a couple questions left, in addition to a couple statements that they would love to have your paper. So don't forget that. I'll bother you.
Will do.
What do you see as the difference between diversity and equity?
Well, diversity, it's a term with many different meanings. We frequently refer to DEI programs, diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. So diversity today frequently means a program or initiative, whereas equity is more of a concept of treating people fairly. Diversity also today is used mostly to address the needs and concerns of underrepresentation of vulnerable, marginalized, and traditionally discriminated groups. Whereas equity, if it means fairness, applies more broadly. But this field is very amorphous in terms of terms. For example, we talk about inequity as well as equity. And when we talk about inequity, we usually are referring to disparities in regard to a dominant or predominant population compared to vulnerable, marginalized, and traditionally discriminated against people.
Great, thank you. Are there any funding sources available for equity studies and training that you're aware of?
On the federal level, there are some sources. For example, President Biden has issued a whole bunch of executive orders, 8 or more, as many as 12, on these kinds of equity topics. And so various federal agencies are making some funds available. Federal agencies are themselves looking inward at what they are doing, and they are also adjusting their funding priorities, including some of these criteria in their funding priorities. So that's one major source. Another major source is major foundations, especially in the area of health, equity, and diversity. There are good funding sources. For example, the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and the Kaiser Foundation are funding some of these studies. And then there are some through universities. But I would say the major sources at this point are going to be federal government agencies and foundations. So all state agencies have a relationship to a federal agency. Everybody in the state government business has a relationship to a federal agency. So I would say contact your federal government people and ask them this question. Say, we are interested in working more in this area of diversity metrics, and we would like to know if you have some funds available for us to do this. Go ahead and put them on the spot. The Biden administration has said it believes in doing this stuff, and so they should provide some money. There is also some money in the proposal stage in the big infrastructure bill that the Biden administration is proposing and very badly wants to get through the House and Senate so the president can sign it. And if that comes to fruition, it is being renegotiated as we speak. There will also be some money in that very, very large bill.
Thank you. So the next one, have you heard of any lawsuits where a public organization was sued for not engaging the public adequately?
Yes, it does happen. From the federal point of view, there is no absolute requirement for public participation, but 2 years ago, in the controversies over pipelines being built in the Midwest, there were lawsuits that were successfully won by the plaintiffs who were opposing the building of pipelines, that the U.S. Corps of Engineers did not sufficiently receive input from the public in terms of the studies that it was doing in terms of whether it would give permits for these pipelines. There is a federal executive order concerning consultation with Indian tribes, of whom there are over 500 in the United States, many of which are federally recognized. And so in regard to Indian tribes, there are actual requirements for consultation and lawsuits that have been won. So it does happen sometimes that lawsuits are brought by plaintiffs alleging lack of adequate public participation, but there are relatively few legal requirements for public participation.
Thank you. Okay, and one last question or request. You already kind of addressed this. It gets back to the topic that's in the news so much recently. And again, you defined critical race theory earlier, but is there any? The question is to ask you to define it again, I guess, or if you have anything else to say about it. I know you talked about it as one theory of viewing American history through the lens of race, and if there's anything else you would like to say about it.
Right. Well, like so many things in academia, it's interesting and possibly useful to experts. We have yet to see what positive results using that critical race theory lens will produce. That's one reason why I reframe the issue as using an equity lens and looking at the much broader list of groups locally and statewide, because while race is extremely important in the United States and has produced a lot of ill effects, there also have been positive things that have been done in the United States to redress issues involving race, including things like the various federal and state agencies and state attorney's office, involving efforts to address complaints and lawsuits. There are a number of cities and counties around the country that are addressing the issue of reparations using as many different definitions of reparations as there are entities looking at the issue. So we have a kind of a balancing that would be useful to go on. We have, many disparities, some of which have gotten worse during the pandemic, but we also have many successes as well. So if there's going to be an approach based on American history and sociology and political science and race relations, I think we need to look at all of these factors, that there have been successes as well as failures. And if we concentrate solely on the failures, then we're going to miss the success factors. And so I always advocate looking at success factors as well as failures.
Thank you, Mark. Well, a couple more questions came in, but we have reached our deadline. I'm gonna ensure that those folks can send you their questions directly, and you can respond.
Absolutely. Anyone who would like to feel free to share my email address. I'll try to address as many questions as come in.
Well, thank you, Mark. And I see that Kevin joined for he'll be next. Kevin, we'll be on at 10:15, so you can turn your camera off.
Well, let me. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, but we're live in the other session, so well, I'll see you soon. Well, thank you, Mark. I know people are interested in your report and the transcript of this, and I will make sure that any of the additional questions come your way. You've given us a lot to chew on this morning, and we know that this is, as you said, an amorphous area, but a very important area, and that's something we all need to consider as we go about our work. So thank you so much, and we hope you can join us for some of the other sessions, but we really appreciate you taking the time this morning.
Great. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity to speak with you. Take care. Bye-bye.
And for the rest of the attendees, we will be starting at again at 10:15, which one of our AICP credit earning sessions. It's got a very long name that Kevin will explain, Sandbagging the Flood, and we're looking forward to that. So thank you very much. Hello and welcome back. We are now ready to start our second session of the day, sandbagging the flood. Sorry. This session is available for one CM credit from the American Institute of Certified Planners. I would like to welcome Kevin Wagner, who is the Community Assistance Program Manager for the Maryland Department of Planning. But more importantly, for this audience, he is a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals for the City of Frostburg. So I'm going to send it to Kevin.
All right, this is where I always get mixed up, so hopefully I get the correct window here.
And Kevin, I'm going to ask you to turn off your camera for the presentation portion, just so it'll help with you make your presentation bigger. And then when we get to the questions, you can turn it back on.
Okay. Let me, I'm going to need you to help guide me and make sure I can see this.
Sure.
This GoToWebinar always throws me off compared to the other ones that we use.
I'll turn off your camera.
I will.
All right. Now you want to make it full screen, like a presentation, no slide mode. Yep. There you go.
Are we good? Okay.
We are good. Thank you, Kevin.
Sorry about that. Each one of these systems is slightly different, and I just don't have a whole lot of experience with this particular one. But anyway, thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, I guess. Sorry. One correction to what Joe said. I do not work for the Department of Planning. I work for Maryland Department of the Environment. That's my day job. And I'll get into that in a little bit. But
my apologies, Kevin. I wrote down MPE, but I just I've been saying the Maryland Department of Planning too much the past couple of days. It's my apologies.
But anyway, appreciate the introduction. And it is a long title, but wanted to make it a little snappy and really make it relevant to the work that you all do, our citizen planners out there. So with that, again, my name is Kevin Wagner, and I provide community assistance basically on the National Flood Insurance Program. I've been with the department for over 21 years now and worked in the private sector for 3 years prior to that. But really, I'm involved in almost anything flood related. I get all kinds of calls. I am not a first responder or emergency management personnel, but we work with them regularly. But anything related to mapping, construction, regulations, floodplain management, insurance grants, I mean, I'm somehow involved. So I go by the hashtag MDFloodGuy on LinkedIn. But as Joe said, I am also a volunteer like you on the City of Frostburg's Board of Zoning Appeals. So we have a great team of people, and actually we have a meeting next week. We need to hear something about an Airbnb, which many of you are probably involved with. But and even before I could actually volunteer, I had to get approval through the State Ethics Commission, being a state employee, just to make sure everything was kosher. All right, so let's just go over some general stuff here first in the beginning, and then we'll get into it. And it's probably going to feel like you're, drinking from a fire hose, but don't worry, I'm not trying to make any of you an expert. I'm just trying to hit some highlights here. But please call me anytime you have questions. That's what I'm here for. We'll make sure my information is out there, but you can reach me through my government email, kevin.wagner@maryland.gov, and also call me and I'll get you that information later. But anyway, common causes of flooding in Maryland. Probably no surprise to any of you, but stormwater urban flooding is definitely getting a lot of attention these days. But we still have the high tides, the coastal storms, the nor'easters. In fact, we had one kind of blowing through here just last evening and stuff, infecting probably many of you today. But king tides, this thing called nuisance flooding, which many of you might be involved in some kind of a nuisance flood plan. Of course, sea level rise and land subsides and how that impacts our shorelines. Riverine and flash flooding, extreme precipitation, these very intense storms. But I also like this other category, which really affects us a lot, water main breaks and sewer backup. Urban flooding, and this is actually a picture from Baltimore City, somebody sitting on their car there at an intersection. And this is becoming just more prevalent throughout the state. We're seeing this more often. These are in areas that are really not designated as quote unquote flood plains, But those of us that are in the business say that everyone is in a floodplain. It's just a matter of what level of risk you're at. So our systems, our sewer systems, stormwater management combined, if they are, they just can't handle these intense rainstorms, and we end up with this. Nuisance flooding, on the other hand, has been defined by our colleagues at Department of Natural Resources and Department of Planning as high tide flooding that causes a public inconvenience. So it's really all kinds of flood-related stuff happening along our shorelines, but it's really related to the tidal communities. And I mentioned water main breaks. So these definitely happen. They can impact properties. They do cause flooding. And we'll talk more about some of the insurance implications related to that later. So what I hope today is just to kind of give you a general overview of the National Flood Insurance Program. It's going to feel really heavy in that regard. And when we talk about the NFIP, we kind of put it in 3 different pots. The knowing your risk, the maps and data, reducing your risk through floodplain management and regulations and ordinances and mitigation actions, and then insuring your risk through flood insurance. And the NFIP is no longer the only insurer in town. There is private insurance, but this presentation will focus only on the NFIP program. So I don't know really much of anything about private flood insurance. And I'm definitely going to shoehorn some floodplain variances in there because it's just related to the work that I do with the Department of the Environment. So a little background on the NFIP, or National Flood Insurance Program. It was created by the National Flood Insurance Act of 1968. Hurricane Betsy happened in '65, and that was kind of like the final straw almost. You know, it really kind of necessitated this need for a floodplain management program, because really up to that point, we have been just kind of responsive as a country. We have severe flooding, and then our response is to build structures or barriers to prevent that flooding. So there was a growing need for some kind of a floodplain management program, and then the National Flood Insurance Program was born. It was originally under the Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, and was later transferred to the Federal Emergency Management Agency when they were created. And I forget the date, I should know this, but it's either 72-ish or 75, something like that. But participation, they say, is voluntary, but really it used to be you had to be a part of the program in order to be eligible for flood insurance. But like I said, there is private insurance out there. The benefits of participation in the program go well beyond flood insurance. It's also tied to FEMA grants and loans, disaster assistance, but we most commonly hear about it when people are required to carry flood insurance as a condition of their loan. So anytime a structure is in a high-risk area, they are required to carry flood insurance as a condition of that loan. So in order for this to work, it has to be a partnership between FEMA and the community. And what do I mean by community? And what I'm talking about is really any local government that has land use authority. So we have a whole bunch of them in Maryland, 147 in fact at the moment. So all 23 counties in Baltimore City, as well as 123 municipalities. So some of our municipalities don't have mapped floodplain. However, they still want to join the program so that flood insurance is available to folks within their community. And we'll get into some of the specifics about insurance later on, but essentially it's available to really anybody. It doesn't matter if you're in or out of a high-risk flood hazard area. So you all, the community, has a big stake in this. You are adopting and enforcing floodplain management regulations, and those regulations are based on maps and associated studies. And you use those for the development review process and issue what we call floodplain permits. So it might be lumped together in your traditional building permits or permits, but really floodplain permits are unique. They have some special conditions and requirements tied to them. So that's why we call them floodplain permits. But there's a lot of other things that the community is involved with. This doesn't even begin to scratch the surface, so no need to tell you all this, but you work with FEMA, you work with the states, submitting technical information, etc. Our role, so our agency is a regulatory agency to protect Maryland's air, water, and land resources. But within our Water and Science Administration, we have a strong floodplain management and stormwater management role. And that is where our state coordinating office for the National Flood Insurance Program is housed. So we provide technical assistance on all kinds of things related to the National Flood Insurance Program. So we're here as a resource, we're here as a go-between to help you, to keep you in compliance with FEMA so that disaster assistance and insurance continues to flow. We are also a partner with FEMA on mapping updates throughout the state. So we've been working from one end of the state to the other to digitize and modernize the flood insurance rate maps. We call them DFIRMs, or digital flood insurance rate maps. And as part of that process, they are updating engineering analysis, studies, the base flood elevations that go along with that. And we have just a wealth of data tied to that. In addition, in the Water and Science Administration, we have the Waterway Construction Division, and they do regulate activity in the 100-year non-tidal floodplain, not the coastal or tidal areas, just non-tidal. So that is a state-regulated waterway and does require an additional permit in addition to whatever you get locally, that local floodplain permit. All right, so what do the policy makeups look like right now in Maryland? So we're sitting at about 65,000 policies. V-zone are these coastal areas, so think, Ocean City, you got velocity zones of coastal wave action. So there's 82 of those, and that number has really dropped a lot. And then we have 17,000 in what we collectively say A-zone. So what's surprising there is that the other almost 40 or so thousand policies are in kind of lower risk areas, which is good because low risk doesn't necessarily mean no risk. Anywhere it can rain, it can flood is what we like to say. But these insurance policies are providing over $16 billion in coverage out there. You can read on about the claims and premiums and all that kind of stuff. But I feel really good about the work that all of our Maryland communities are doing, what Maryland is doing. So a lot of good work is being done out there. So again, key components of the NFIP, and I'm just going to try to step through these as quickly as I possibly can, but I really want to give you a good foundation because even before you get to variances and reviewing them, you really got to understand the data and the regulations and also insurance impacts. So let's talk about maps and data. So as I said earlier, when we talk about this information, we're really talking about two products, the flood insurance rate map, which is now digital, you can access through GIS. FEMA doesn't really print anything paper anymore. You access this on their website and it's all available as a PDF to download, but really the data is available in the GIS format. But there's this companion document called a flood insurance study that goes into a lot more detail. So what we always tell our local governments, local communities, the floodplain managers and administrators that help to administer this program, you start with the map, to see if your project site is in or out. And if it's in, go to the flood insurance study for more details. It'll give you a more precise base flood elevation and information. But there could be community identified flood risk. You might have historic high water marks. You might, be in sync with the 2050 and 2100 sea level rise projections that might create another. So, the idea is that you're using this as the foundation for your regulations, for development review, and also to keep your community more resilient. But let's be clear, the flood insurance rate map has limitations. It only maps the 1% and 0.2% annual chance flood, affectionately known as the 100-year and 500-year floodplain. It doesn't mean that if there's a flood of that magnitude is going to occur every 100 or 500 years. It's just a recurrence interval. Floods do not follow map boundaries. It floods all the time outside of the FEMA floodplain line, but these maps are used for the insurance and development review process. It's not to say that the community can't go beyond that. This is just the national standard. So in the mapping side, hopefully base flood elevation is not a new term to you, but if it is, essentially we're just talking about the depth of the flooding during that 1% annual chance flood or 100-year event. The special flood hazard area is just the horizontal extents of where that flood is going to occur. So those are just two common terms that you might hear me mention throughout the presentation. So as far as flood risk zones, the ones we are most interested in are these ones flagged in red here, these high risk areas, the A zones, the V zones in coastal areas. These are where mandatory purchase requirements for flood insurance and where the regulatory requirements come into play. So I thought I'd just give you some quick examples of these different zones. And an A zone is like similar to any other flood zone. It's this blue blob. But traditionally, A zones did not have any elevations tied to them. I can say now with great pride that nearly all of our A zones in Maryland have model-backed engineering analysis, so we do have cross sections, we do have more information. Here's an AE zone that might be familiar to you. There in Ego Alley in Annapolis, but this is a tidal area, and you can see here that it's really small text, but there are static elevations in this particular area. It's AE5, so that whole area is at a base flood elevation of 5. Here's a riverine area that might also look familiar in Ellicott City. Again, the blue shaded area is that 1% annual chance flood, and you'll see the squiggly lines that provide the base flood elevation. Hard to see here, but it looks like on the low end, it's like 127, and then it goes on up to 130 something as you go up the street. So there's a big grade change, as you probably know. But the orange area is that 0.2% or 500-year flood. We don't traditionally have any regulatory requirements there unless you're doing some kind of a critical and essential facility. Floodways are in these AE zones, and they are areas where the water is deeper and moves faster. So most riverine systems have a floodway, but some do not. And if you do have a floodway, there are special considerations, extra steps, and we're really trying to avoid any kind of development in the floodway if at all possible. In the coastal areas, here's a VE zone. This happens to be Princess Royale on Coastal Highway. The family and I vacation there a lot, but this just gets you a sense of, how does that look like on a VE zone? So you got a VE zone elevation 14, 11, they just change. And it really depends on how that wave is interacting with the land. So that's why there's these breaks and differences in elevation. But you can see that there's a very steady vertical line there along the ocean front where you have a blue area, a shaded area, high risk, and then it goes to nothing. And that's because of the dune system. The dune system provides some level of protection there, but it's something that we still have to kind of be conscious of, because if that dune system goes away, structures are still impacted. So the town of Ocean City has some really good floodplain management standards in place. This is just a schematic about the floodway. If you remember, in riverine systems, I talk about that deeper, faster water, and it's kind of a modeled area. So what they do is they fill in the fringes in the model, and when they get a 1-foot surcharge, that's when they'll draw a line on either side and call that the floodway. So we really want to avoid that floodway. Here's again what it looks like, an example from Charles County. The other thing with coastal areas is this thing called a coastal A zone. So this is something that's more recent, I'll say within the last 5 years or so, has been added to the FEMA maps. And it's kind of like your traditional AE zones and tidal areas, but the difference is you have this thing called a limit of moderate wave action on a map. So here's an example in Charles County, and it's a black line with black flags pointing in the direction of the wave action. So essentially from the black line to the next white line is what we call the coastal A zone. And usually in AE zones, you can build a residential structure elevated on a block foundation or a concrete foundation. But in coastal A zones, it has to be elevated on piers, pilings, or posts with an open foundation. So this will be kind of a gradual change we're going to start to see in our waterfront and coastal communities throughout the state. So where the heck do I get all this information? You're blasting me with a ton of stuff here. Don't worry, there's all kinds of websites and resources out there. One that we've had for probably over 15 years now is mdfloodmaps.net. So you can go there and type in your address, and on the left, you can turn on and off all these different layers. Just a ton of information. You can download the models and other things. This happens to be an area in Southwest Baltimore along Frederick Avenue. We've done a lot of work there. But again, that blue shaded area is the high risk. And then the orange is that 0.2% or 500-year, a lower risk. We call it a moderate risk. And you can download PDFs. So we encourage our local floodplain managers to do this as part of their evaluation process. FEMA also has a great website, the Map Service Center, where you can go and access all this information. You get the firms, you can get changes. If people pay to challenge FEMA maps, the letter of map changes, you can download copies of those as well. But they also put up all the historic products going back to the early beginnings of the program in the community and in the state. So you can still find maps going back to the 70s there, and it's kind of interesting to see the evolution of not only the map, but the technology that was used to create the map. And similarly, you can create a firm-ed, which is a little snapshot of the map, just like you can through our MD Flood Map site, and you can download that as well. And there's a variety of ways and tools you could do it. And they have a great National Flood Hazard Layer viewer that looks very similar to Maryland's site, and just a ton of different ways to interact with it. It just depends on what you're comfortable with, what system you want to use. But I use the Maryland site all the time. Other thing I wanted to mention is that even though we have all this great information from FEMA, there are lots of other sources of flood risk data out there. There is this thing out called the CoSmart Climate Ready Action Boundary, the CS CRAB. And this is related to state-funded type of projects that are in tidal and coastal areas. So we are actually taking it a step further than the FEMA mapping, that we might be going higher and farther out. And I'll get into a graphic in that in a second. And then there's this other thing that you might have heard about called flood factor, and realtor.com uses it, I think Redfin and Stately, but they're using future sort of projections. And that's the thing about the FEMA mapping. FEMA does not look into the future. They don't look at sea level rise. They just look at what was in the model, what was in the watershed based on land use conditions then, and then historic information, but they don't look in the future on FEMA. So for the CRAB, what we've done is we take the FEMA elevation, we add 3 feet to it, and then we go out horizontally 3 feet. And we've done this for a couple of reasons. First of all, we're always pushing higher standards, and I'm going to talk about freeboard in a second, but usually we encourage communities in that FEMA floodplain to go build higher, to go 2 feet. Okay, great. But then on the other side of that line, in theory, a structure could build, on the ground, of course, following all other proper building codes and requirements. It just didn't make sense to us. Why didn't we have some kind of a transitional area? So we started having a lot of discussions about this, and we settled on a 3-foot vertical because it fell in line with other initiatives the state was looking at. It fell in line with a federal executive order that was out there under the Obama administration. And just made a lot of sense. So what we did again is added 3 feet and extended that out. But in the CRAB, we kind of give you 3 different versions of it, based on depths of flooding. If it's greater than 2 feet, between 1 and 2, or less than 1. So that's what the different colors mean in the upper right corner there. The other one that I mentioned earlier was flood factor. And again, this is kind of looking into the future. They're using a variety of research methods and models. It is free. It's put out by the First Street Foundation, but it's really interesting. You can go to realtor.com. They were, I think, the first ones that I remember started using this. So Realtor is not only showing you a map of the property, but they're also letting you turn on flood factor to get a flood profile, and they rate it from 1 to 10 based on how risky it is, 10 being the most. And they also provide you the FEMA information, which is kind of interesting. So this is kind of what it looks like, for an example, in Annapolis, if you were to go to Realtor. And you can get kind of the flood risk information for both FEMA and flood factor. So from a FEMA perspective, this is a coastal VE zone, which is a very vulnerable coastal high hazard area. And then flood factor is saying it's a 9 out of 10. So again, it's high risk. But then the clever thing they did is they also kind of linked it to, they partnered obviously with somebody, and you can purchase flood insurance actually through this application as well. And I think it's underwritten by Wright Insurance, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so that was a lot on the mapping side. So we're going to jump around the circle here, and we're going to talk about floodplain management and mitigation actions. So what do I mean by that? Okay, so the codes, the standards, the regulations, this is where the rubber meets the road. And in FEMA land, we are talking about Title 44. It's the emergency management title. And I cited the subchapters here, but we've essentially taken that information and created a model floodplain management ordinance. So we're taking existing state laws. Remember, I talked about how the state regulates activity in a non-tidal floodplain. So we're incorporating that into our model ordinance. We're incorporating the minimum requirements found in CFR. We're adding higher standards to it. And then we have this model ordinance that we're making available, and that nearly all communities are adopting. Sometimes they're making tweaks to it, but essentially almost verbatim. And one of the key things that we put in there is, remember we talked about freeboard or building higher. So we have a 2-foot freeboard in the model. Some communities have a little bit less than that. Some have actually gone more, like St. Mary's County, I think, is our first one that had a community-wide 3-foot freeboard. But there's also building codes and other things out there that coincide with floodplain management requirements. So these things are really lining up well with the International Building Code and International Residential Code, if you're familiar with that stuff. So the Maryland Model Floodplain Management Ordinance, it's a hefty document. We'll get some people saying, wow, do I have to adopt this whole thing, all 40 some pages? And, you know, again, because it ties into so many different things. And for some communities, there are lesser versions. It really just depends on what type of floodplain is mapped in your community. Do you have coastal areas? Do you have tidal floodplain, or is it non-tidal? Do you not have any floodplain at all? You know, that just kind of helps figure out next steps as far as what ordinance you need to adopt, what version of the model ordinance. But again, it includes all the Nfip requirements, the Code of Maryland regulations, and we also have a bunch of higher regulatory standards in there. I think I have a summary of those in a second. But the key is that with these regulations, we're basically reviewing development, and it's a very broad definition. I mean, it's much more than just building or structures. It's placement of manufactured homes. It's mining, dredging, filling, grading, paving, excavation, drilling operations, or storage of equipment or materials. So development is a very broad definition in the world of floodplain management, and people get surprised sometimes when, you know, they just want to place some dirt in the floodplain and they don't think that they should have to get a permit for that. But it can negatively affect adjacent properties. So it just has to be looked at, has to be reviewed. Obviously, there's different levels of review depending upon what you're proposing, but that's essentially what, you know, the federal regulation, what the definition is all about. Another key provision that's very common, you'll hear a lot about this, is this 50% rule, and that's related to substantial improvement and damage. So if a structure undergoes 50% in improvements based on its pre-damage or pre-improved condition, then it might have to meet the full requirements of the code, which might mean elevation. So for example, if I have a $100,000 structure and I'm proposing a $51,000 renovation project, guess what? It's now substantial improvement, and you may have to meet the full requirements of the code. It just, there's some nuances to it with horizontal additions and things like that, but generally that's what it means. The other thing it's kind of interesting is historic structures. So if there's any preservationists out there, you know, historic structures sometimes get special exception, but we have to be careful because it is defined and it has to meet the actual definition. We can't just say, well, it's old, it's a historic structure. It really has to be on a state or local designated list if you're a certified local government. And if so, you know, there could be some exemptions for it. But one thing that won't be exempt is any increase in insurance requirements. So even though you may be exempt from some code requirements, it's still a good idea to try to do as much as you can from a floodplain management perspective. And in the ordinance, we handle historic structures in two ways, where they can be authorized by a variance, and the city of Annapolis does that because they like to have the ability to take a look at these structures and offer some additional recommendations on the floodplain management side of things. Or most communities go by the definition method, just the strict definition as it is in the code, and then that's how they handle them. So just understand there's kind of those two nuances with historic structures. But here's a list of higher standards that we have in our model ordinance. Again, I talked about the freeboard. We call that a flood protection elevation when it's above the BFE, 2 feet above the base flood elevation. We have flood protection setbacks. We add higher freeboard for critical and essential facilities. For certain types of enclosures below the flood elevation, there might be a declaration of land restriction that goes with the deed. But we also have some prohibitions in here. We don't like putting manufactured homes in a floodway or a V zone, and avoiding those critical and essential facilities in these very vulnerable coastal areas as well. Just a picture of freeboard and what that means as far as insurance savings. So the graphic on the left, if it was 4 feet below, you're paying almost $5,000 a year. And these rates are probably underestimating. I think these were, gosh, probably good 5 years ago. It was based on the rating at the time, but so you'll probably have to add more. But then the one in the middle is the base flood at BFE. If you build the structure at BFE, so you can see it's elevated. It's not quite as high as we would like it to be, but it's okay, and you get about a $2,000 per year premium. And if you're 3 feet above the BFE, you're looking at less than $500 a year. Beyond that, it's a diminishing return on the insurance side, but still it's more resilient in the long run. But there might be other things to think about, like height restrictions and things like that. So I just threw a couple examples in here just to show you. You probably see these all the time and don't even realize it, but here's just an example from Chrisfield, elevated on a block foundation, and you can see the little things in the bottom. Those are called flood openings, and we'll talk about those in a second. And then here's one in Calvert County in a VE zone, just a beautiful house right on the bay. And you can see the bay in the background, but it's an open foundation. So this one's built on I guess, piles or concrete piers. So what else could you do to reduce your risk? Using flood damage resistant materials is a great one. And we'll talk about a couple of examples, but flood openings in enclosures, these are areas that are fully enclosed below the flood elevation. We really want water to be able to come in and go out. Backflow prevention valves on your sewer systems is great. Elevating the HVAC and utilities, just like in the picture here. Anchoring fuel tanks, oil tanks, propane tanks, and for oil tanks, extending the vent pipe above the flood protection elevation. So it's great that it's anchored, but if that vent isn't extended above and the water can still get in, it's really all for naught. But let's not forget about accessory structures. They too need to be anchored down and have flood openings. And there's this clever little acronym here, FRED, floodproof, relocate, elevate, demolish. But really, flood insurance could be a great mitigation measure. It helps people recover faster. It just gives them a tool that they might not necessarily have if they didn't have flood insurance. For resistant materials, don't use things like drywall. Don't use insulation, fiberglass insulation. Instead, use things like cement board or sprayed polyurethane foam insulation. But also think about your fasteners. Stainless steel and hot dip galvanized are better. Again, flood openings reduce the hydrostatic pressure on the walls. There's a minimum prescriptive requirement that the bottom has to be within 12 inches of grade. You need to have at least 1 square inch of net open area for every square foot of enclosure, or you can use an engineered flood opening option that might require less flood openings. But again, it's got to be engineered. It's got to have documentation. We're putting those on at least 2 different walls. So finally, this guy's been babbling for like a half an hour here about all this stuff. We're finally getting to floodplain variances, but I can't stress enough how important it is to understand the mapping and the regulations even before you get to the variance. So what is a variance? I probably don't need to tell you, but it's a grant of relief from the strict application of the regulations, and that comes right out of the model ordinance. We're getting variance requests from all over the state, so it's not just one community. It's you know, Western Maryland, it's Central Maryland, it's our cities, it's our coastal communities, it's our Atlantic coastal communities as well. So it's just one end of the state from the other, and they're for all kinds of things. They're for, unfortunately, we've been getting a few lately that are after the fact, like people have been caught doing something without a permit or something like that, or something was missed during the permit process and we have to go back and kind of document it, because FEMA does go back and audit the communities. But some are related to fill, some are for allowing storage below the flood protection elevation. So, you know, there's just a variety of reasons why people want them, but you just have to be careful with them. And we're going to talk about a couple considerations here. So in the model ordinance, we have basically 4 subsections where we talk about the general information, application process, considerations for the variance, and limitations. But this 7.3 and 7.4 are just really important. And, you know, I'll talk about this in a second, but, you know, our office gets asked to comment on these things, and we were getting information all over the place. It was not really consistent. So we developed a tool to try to assist communities, and I'll share that with you. But in section 7.1, it's just, you can attach conditions. FEMA's been clamping down on accessory structures. They don't want these large accessory buildings built on the ground that are, you know, below the flood elevation. So they're limiting them to 600 square feet. So not all communities have adopted this update yet, but we're getting there. And the other key statement in the general section is that the cost of federal flood insurance will be commensurate with the increased risk, with rates up to $25 per $100 of insurance coverage. So this is a statement we ask that you include on any kind of write-up, and as well as keeping a justification for all the actions. In section 0.2, we talk about the application process. So the application needs to be submitted to the floodplain administrator. So your community actually has a designated floodplain administrator, whether or not you know about it. And if you don't know about it, let me know and I'll make sure that you get that information. But the ordinance actually goes into the details of what this application is supposed to say and what it's supposed to include. But again, we were getting stuff all over the place. So we developed a tool to try to keep things more consistent. And then this last bullet here about if the application for historic structure will not preclude the structure's continued eligibility. So you remember we talked historic structures earlier. There's that different pathway that they can do, either the variance method or the definition method. But if they do a variance, you just want to make sure that if you approve that variance, it's not going to affect their continued eligibility as being called a historic structure. Section 7.3 is just a bunch of good stuff about considerations for a variance. You know, what danger to life and property? Are there alternatives? What is the relationship to the comprehensive plan and also the local hazard mitigation plan? Can you access the property in times of flood for passenger vehicles and emergency vehicles? Will that variance negatively affect that? And will the cost of providing government services during and after the flood condition change? I mean, if we give you this variance, is it going to cost us more, you know, to protect you? And then the last one here is comments provided from our office. So we always write a letter to document everything and try to help keep things consistent, because there is staff turnover pretty frequently. And then section 7.4, limitations for granting variances. A lot of this is probably related to any other kind of variance, but showing a good and sufficient cause. There's some kind of an exceptional hardship that's based on the property, not based on an inconvenience to you or increased cost. And then your variance will not increase flood heights. And it's the minimum necessary to afford relief. So this is just a snapshot of that. But again, we came up with this application for our local government partners to consider using to help streamline it a little bit, make sure that what they collect, what they get from the applicant is everything that we need, everything they need to properly review the variance request. And I think so section 4 here is resources. So we list different resources, and there's a great one that FEMA has about variances in the National Flood Insurance Program. So keep in mind, just because this publication is out, it doesn't supersede any local requirements. It's just a guidance document. The section 5 in this application we have is okay, use this checklist here to make sure you got everything. Did you give us a copy of the permit application? Do you have a site map? Did you include architectural drawings? Do you have an elevation certificate? So on and so forth. So that was that in a nutshell, and I'm going to speed through the last section here related to flood insurance. It's probably the most important section because really all of our decisions probably have some kind of an insurance implication. And you remember earlier on, I showed you a picture of the water main break. That is actually an insurable loss because of this definition, because 2 or more properties were impacted. So you had the city property and a private property. There's also certain acreage, depending on if there's only one property involved. But essentially, the insurance definition is pretty broad. So if you have flood insurance and there's some kind of a surface water, it would be a coverable loss. The important thing with insurance is always check with your agent, and we get it. Some agents are more up to speed on all the constant changes that come with this stuff than others, but work with your agent first and then follow up from there. But insurance can cover building or contents or both. It's available to homeowners, business owners, and renters. Usually homeowners insurance does not cover flood damage. And here's another common myth. You can purchase flood insurance even if the structure is outside a high-risk area. So just because it's not in a map floodplain doesn't mean you can't purchase flood insurance. But most of the time it comes into play when people are required to do so, if they're getting a federally backed loan through a VA or FHA or FDIC insured loan. Insurance is basically sold by write your own companies. So usually the people that you have your homeowner's insurance policy or business insurance with, they probably write flood insurance. Some don't. Some will direct you to FEMA's direct servicing agent, but essentially on the residential side, you cap out at $250,000 coverage on building and 100 for contents. Non-residential, you cap out at $500,000 for both building and contents. But there's a lot of elements that go into it: the elevations, the flood zone, the occupancy type, when it was built, the coverage limit, what deductible you have. But when you buy it, usually it takes 30 days to go into effect. There are some exceptions. If you're buying or closing on a property, you can get it a little quicker. But there's also fees and surcharges and things that are added in there. But a preferred risk policy, which is a policy in a lower risk area, can be purchased for as little as $325 a year. It's just important to read the policy, know what's covered, and know what isn't. Oftentimes, an elevation certificate can really help with this rate, and your local government staff are really familiar with this form, but it helps to ensure compliance with the regulations, make sure it's elevated properly, make sure you have proper flood openings. But we can also use this for flood insurance rating and also map changes. On the non-residential building side, there's this thing called a floodproofing certificate. So if you're going to try to get some kind of a credit for floodproofing a building, you have to have this form signed by a licensed professional. Here's an example of one that was elevated. It had proper flood openings and when it was permitted, but then somewhere along the way, somebody closed them up and put these locks on there and these doors. So now this is an enclosure, even at the ground level is basically how it would be rated now instead of at the top of that stone wall. Another common one is subgrade crawl spaces. So from the outside, it looks innocent, but when you take the panel off, you go below grade. And the B word is a dirty word in the Nfip world. So when you're below ground on all 4 sides, that's considered a basement. It doesn't matter if you can stand up in it or not. Insurance rates really start to increase once that difference in grade from the outside and inside is more than 2 feet. There's a flood insurance manual that goes into the details of all this stuff, and we talked about where some of the higher rates are, but really the agent is supposed to use whatever method results in the lower rate for folks. If I have a whole lot of time left to talk about the community rating system. So the Nfip is kind of the JV team. When you're a community in the Nfip, I consider that the JV team, and then the community rating system is a varsity team. So these are a handful of communities in our state that go above and beyond. They've gone through a process. So they earn points, and for every 500 points they earn, there could be up to a 5% reduction in flood insurance. And there's just a lot of things you can get points for. But right now we have 16 participating communities. Laurel will actually join as a Class 7 early next year. We have a bunch of communities that are in the process of joining. So here's the list of our 16, our Sweet 16, I guess we'll call them. But all of them are doing a great job. They have great programs, a lot of outreach and communication, higher standards that they've adopted and things like that. But I mean, really, all of our communities throughout the state are doing a good job. It's just they haven't gone through the application process of getting into CRS. So it can be quite a lift on the front end. The other thing that's coming that's really important, you might have heard about Risk Rating 2.0, and I'm just going to touch on this, but forget everything I just said about flood insurance rating. FEMA's not using the maps anymore. They're not necessarily going to use elevations. They're using a variety of other methods like distance to coast, river class, flood type, ground elevations, first floor height, construction type. We are still learning about this and how it's going to affect communities, but we're told that Maryland is actually going to fare pretty well. Of the 65,000 policies that we have, 61% are actually going to see an immediate decrease based on this new rating. Now there are different pots here. The 36% are going to see a $0 to $10 increase per month, and then the $10 to $20 per month increase. Well, there's 2%, and then 1% are going to see more than $20 a month. So the idea is to make this more equitable, so that when you're closer to a flood source or in deeper water, you're paying a higher rate than somebody who's maybe on the fringe of the floodplain and farther away. But again, a lot of factors go into it on the building side. And one of the neat things here, I think, is the mitigation discounts. So remember I showed you the picture of pier piling or post-construction? So that's going to immediately result in a lower rate. Doesn't matter if you're in a floodplain or not, as well as flood openings and elevation of machinery and equipment. Residential flood proofing doesn't apply in Maryland because we don't have any basement exceptions here, but certainly non-residential flood proofing and that associated certificate that I mentioned would apply. Prior claims are going to go into the mix. They're going to be a rolling 10-year, 20-year window. And then what I highlighted in red, why I put this in here, is I just talked about the community rating system. So those communities used to be the discount was only in the high risk areas, but now it's going to be throughout the whole community. It doesn't matter if they're in the floodplain or not. So this big mixing bowl is really important. There's a lot of components to it, but again, it's the variances, and sandbagging the flood just goes well beyond just the maps and data and information. It's all got to kind of work in harmony with one another. So here are some final thoughts or recommendations for you. Rely on your staff expertise internally. Your community has a floodplain administrator or manager, however you refer to them as, and they are a wealth of knowledge. They've taken a lot of training. And if you don't know that person, you need to know, let us know, and we'll get that to you. But read the regulations and the associated definitions. I've really focused a lot more on definitions these days than regulations, because it really can kind of help steer you one way or the other. And like I kind of kicked this off, we're of the opinion that there's a difference between a building permit and a floodplain permit. You know, floodplain permits are a little bit unique. They might have other requirements tied to them, but there's also a difference between a traditional variance and a floodplain variance, because if you allow a floodplain variance to be approved, what are the insurance implications? What are the risks to that structure? What are the risks to the occupants and also future property owners? And consider the insurance implications. In that publication I showed earlier about variances from FEMA, ensure that these things are applied consistently throughout the community. And then I have to do a shameless plug. I'm part of the Maryland Association of Floodplain and Stormwater Managers. So next week, is it next week? Oh my gosh. November 3rd through 4th, we're having our annual conference. It will be a virtual format just like this one. $75 for 2 days, over 25 technical presentations. You can earn 6 CECs if you're a CFM and 6 CMs if you're an AICP. So if any of you are on and you're interested, I'd encourage you to do that. It's just a great conference. So with that, that is all I have.
Thanks, Kevin. And why don't you keep it on that last slide in case people want to write down your contact information. You can turn on your camera, and we do have some questions.
All right, can you still see my side, Joe? It's just
We can.
I need
You
to
probably
make
still
it
want to put it back in the
back in,
slide.
okay, presenter road. Okay, I'll do that.
There you go. Yeah, you can just keep that up. Perfect. All right. Here, we have some questions. All right. Okay, this one's very specific. Could you demonstrate the correct pronunciation of, and I'll spell the word since I don't know how to pronounce it either, Thalweg?
Oh, Thalweg.
Right. There you go.
So
that was that. Yeah, go ahead. That's the first part of the question. I have some more, but go ahead.
I'm probably not the best person to answer that either, but as I understand it, it's the portion of a channel where the main flow goes. It's kind of like if you were to cut a cross section, where's kind of the bottom of that channel, and then you map it up and downstream, you can kind of map that Thalweg, that center line, if you will. But it's not necessarily the center of the stream channel all the time. It just depends on the dynamics of the stream.
Great, thank you. The second part of this question: have you worked at all with the CBOS Chesapeake Bay Observation System, which I am, the person who submitted this, most familiar with from sampling seagrasses? Do they also help mitigate flooding and erosion?
Ooh, that's a great question. So I am not familiar with that organization. I think I've heard of them before. But as a mitigation method, that's very interesting. You know, seagrasses. We hear a lot about other shoreline sort of projects and beach replenishment and dune creation and oyster bars and things like that. But I haven't seen or heard about any research related to that. Our Maryland Department of Natural Resources has just been doing some tremendous work on the restoration side. So I'd probably have to defer to them for, you know, those kinds of questions. But yeah, I'd like to know that myself.
Well, thank you. The questioner also said that in regards to your first response, that you are 100% correct. No one can agree on the pronunciation of Thalweg. So, in their experience. All right, next question. Are you starting to see lawsuits when property owners or developers are told they cannot build in the floodplain areas or areas now considered vulnerable? And is it considered a taking?
Yeah, I have not heard or seen of any lawsuits yet. And I haven't heard of a community, unless it's a really extreme situation where the land has just been lost to the water. And there are some in our lower shore that are struggling with that right now. And some of these properties have actually, they fall into tax sale. So they kind of fall under the ownership of the respective county. Now there's a lot of case law out there about takings. I'm not a lawyer. I don't pretend to be one either. But the Association of State Wetland, wrong organization, Association of State Floodplain Managers, it does have a lot of white papers on case law. You know, if the community is implementing the requirements of their ordinance, I don't see or know how that would be considered a taking unless it's something that is beyond a FEMA requirement. It goes beyond what those minimum requirements are. So we do have some communities that are very restrictive in what they allow in floodplains, and some might prohibit it. And that would probably be a good question for that particular community and their respective county or city solicitors.
Thank you. Do you have any suggestions how the local planning commission can advocate for increased discussion of floodplain management in their community?
Boy, really good question. I love that. I would first, you know, reach out to your local floodplain manager. I mean, I think you're going to find that there's a lot of good people that we have out there that are passionate about their work, and they want to. It's a balancing act. You know, you get the one side of economic development and development in general, but also the other side that we know there's a risk, and how can we balance those two things together? So I think I would probably start internally with a soft approach and kind of build your team. Chances are you might have some great allies within your community, but also I would say that the citizens are an excellent resource. I can give you a variety of examples of how citizens groups have said, you know what, we're concerned about the flooding, the increased flooding. We want our government to do something about it, and having that collective voice really carries a lot of weight. We've had some success stories on the Eastern Shore and other places where communities have done just that. And they have stronger voices than what they think. And when you have a collective voice like that, it really does carry a lot of weight when things start to change.
Great. Okay. There seems to be a lot of guidance on advocating increased freeboard along coastal areas, but is there direction on increased freeboard associated with riverine flooding?
Yeah, definitely. So right now, the products that we have for that CS CRAB, that climate ready action boundary, is only for tidal and coastal areas, but data is under development right now for riverine areas. So we are adding 3 feet to that FEMA elevation, and then again, extending it out horizontally. So it's a little tricky because you're dealing with cross sections and HECRAS studies and things like that, and it gets beyond me. I'm not an engineer, but there's a more rigid process, I'll say, that they have to go through to make sure that what they do is done in a consistent way, but also something that they can defend and say, this is the methodology behind it. So it's coming for the riverine side for sure. But the state, through the Coast Smart Council, unfortunately, they haven't quite reached into the riverine or non-tidal realm yet. Whether that comes down the road, I don't know. It could. We've certainly had some discussions about that. I'm one of the technical advisors in the group, but we're just not quite there yet. You know, for the state funding and aspect, the focus is on the tidal and coastal areas.
Thank you. So you talked a lot about the model floodplain ordinance. Since your publication of that ordinance, have you seen any modifications or creative new ideas in local ordinances that aren't reflected in the model you created?
That's a good question too. I think one that I probably didn't mention is, remember we talked about substantial improvement and damage, that 50% rule. So traditionally, it's based on each permit application. So one permit comes in for a particular property, you know, today, okay, we look at it, we look at the cost, and then they can come back 5 years later, we look at it again, and they're usually independent of each other. And the concern is like, well, over time, they would have easily crossed into substantial improvement. So is there something we can do? And some communities have. Some communities adopted what's called a cumulative substantial improvement provision, where they track things over a period of time, whether it be the life of the structure or a 5-year period or a 6-year period. So that's one that immediately kind of sticks out in my mind that communities have done. The freeboard is another one. Some communities like Baltimore City have actually adopted regulations where they are regulating the 500-year floodplain, the 0.2% floodplain. So I suspect more communities are going to start doing that. The challenge is, like, what elevation do I use? And we can work through all that stuff. But it's just really awesome that they were among the first that I'm aware of in our state that said, you know what, we have a risk and we want to figure out a way to protect the structures within this area. So I guess there's 2 examples that I'll stop with for right now.
Okay, we have 2 questions left, which is perfect for the amount of time we have left. One is a compliment first. Excellent presentation, very thorough and articulate. Makes the topic interesting and easy to navigate. Also, they love your energy. But the question, what source of data is used and depended upon for flooding and sea level rise, and how frequently is it updated?
Okay, so if you're talking about FEMA related products, again, FEMA doesn't look at sea level rise or future conditions. They only look at the topography, the land use conditions that went into at the time that assessment was done, when that modeling was done. They also look at gauge data, you know, historic gauge data over time, but they don't look at future conditions or sea level rise. So that needs to be picked up somewhere else. But the point I was trying to make earlier is that the community could be empowered, recognizing that we have these changing conditions, and also recognizing that there are limitations with the FEMA mapping, that you could go beyond that. You could say, well, we know what the elevation is going to be based on 2100 sea level rise projections. So we could actually adopt a standard that says we're going to regulate the 2100 line or elevation 8.2 or whatever it is. So that is certainly something a community can do as long as it's listed in their code.
Okay, thank you. And last question, how is MDE and the state addressing the increased flooding and frequency due to climate change?
Boy, that's another great question. And I will just say, I'll start by saying we just had an internal reorganization. I am now part of a new program name called the Stormwater Dam Safety and Flood Management Program. It is a high priority for our managers, for our director, for our secretary, flooding, for dam safety, for stormwater management. We're hearing about this all the time. And it's trying to figure out the right path forward. Some of the things that we're working on right now is just looking at how we can revise standards. And we need to look at the science and the data. So there's a technical process called Atlas 14 that looks at precipitation data. So that's just one example. But each one of our programs throughout the department has been challenged to really kind of do an internal evaluation and make sure that what they're doing is accounting for these kinds of changes and these more frequent flooding and events that we're doing. So thank you for that question. It's really good.
All right, well, thank you, Kevin. That is from the MPCA, from myself, from the audience. It's a very informative session. You have a lot of resources listed on your presentation, so I'm eager to get it out, send it out to, and
Yes,
important
please do.
links. I'm eager to send it out to those who attended, and hopefully they can share it with others in their communities. And also thank you for your work in the Frostburg community,
Yeah.
not just with the state. So you're officially, you are both, you are also a member of the MPCA, so that was great.
That's right.
It was great to have, I'm not just an expert, I'm a member.
I
Great
don't
to
know
have
that I consider myself an expert, but I do know enough to be dangerous, really dangerous.
And obviously you can connect folks with experts if they want to get into a really specific area that you were not expert on. So
Definitely.
so Kevin is an excellent resource. Hopefully you were able to write down his information there. I want to let the audience know that we will be back at noon. We really hope you join us for our Citizen Planner Recognition Ceremony at noon. We have some to share some excellent work of citizen planners around the state, and we really hope you can all join us. So we will see you then. Try to get in your lunch when you can. I'm going to do the same myself, and thank you again, Kevin.
All right, thank you. We'll see you.
Welcome. Hello, Joan. You're muted. In the at the top of the control panel, you'll see an orange and white arrow. Below
I think
that,
I just did it.
there you go.
I think I just did it.
You did
Thank
it
you.
perfectly. And
Thank
you're,
you. Well, this is a new one for me.
it is for a lot of folks. So what did you see when I made you the panelist? When I made you a panelist?
I saw what I'm seeing now, which is on the right side of my screen, a listing of people's names.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only new thing. Well, I did see a share webcam function, which I clicked. So I have this, it's called a control panel. It's up on my right side of my screen.
That's what we call it. I think, yeah. So that's where you can turn your camera on and off. For now, do you mind turning your camera off? You can still
I'm
talk.
happy to turn my camera off. I just want to make sure it was gonna work.
It does work. So just,
Excellent.
yeah, there you go.
Okay, so I guess I know how to do this now. Do you want me to mute myself now?
Go ahead. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be a little bit tricky to do what we're trying to do, but that's okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to mute now.
You're welcome.
Is Jules Dunham Howie also online?
I haven't seen, I'm looking at the J's right now. I don't see her. I'm trying to go through my full list of people. I don't see her yet.
Okay, I'll give her a call.
All right. Is this Kimberly speaking?
Yes.
Hey, welcome, Kimberly. It's fine. Nice to hear your voice. We've emailed so much. And Mr. Johnson, Luke Johnson, I made you a panelist. Are you there? Jeremy Luke Johnson, if you are, could you turn on your unmute? It's underneath the orange and white arrow. Let us know.
How are you doing?
Is this Mayor Benton?
This is. How are you doing, sir?
I'm great. I'm glad you could join us. Do you
Let me
mind?
try that.
Your
I'm gonna
audio
try it
works.
right
You
now.
mind turn on your camera? Yeah. There you go.
Right.
All right.
Can
It sounds like your work. Yep, you turned it off. So I'm gonna introduce the topic, have a little spiel, and then you were the fourth of four. Were you planning on reading off the names of the SFMAC, or would you like me to?
you can read them off. I don't know, but can I do one thing? Let's see here. I want to make sure my screen, I can share my PowerPoint.
Let's practice. So here's what I'm going to do. Give me a
Right.
second.
Yeah.
Wrong button. Here we go. I'm going to make you the presenter. You're going to get a message, ask you to share your screen. You can go ahead and practice. There you go.
And you can see that, right?
We can.
Perfect. All right, we're good.
All right, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way that you can make it. I know you have a PDF. Make it full screen. You want to try that? See at the top that I think it's the double arrows, one to the left of that. Oh, you went a little too far. Not. I think it's see the 100% to the right of
Yes.
that two things. I think it's the next thing over. Fit to page. I think that's what you want to do. Fit to page.
Right here?
No, that one. That one. Yep. Click that. Oh, that's not it. Sorry. This is fine. This is perfect.
How about now?
We're still seeing all the tabs and stuff at the top, and I'm not. It's okay.
Try F11.
John,
Function key F11.
John knows.
F11.
Or you might have to hold down the FN key in the bottom row at the same time hitting F11.
There you go.
All right, so function
That gives you more.
F11.
You can also click the three dots all the way to the far right and see if there's a full view. Nope. Okay. This is the best you can do with a browser.
All right.
So it's cutting off at the bottom.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So in other
So what you
words,
can do is click on the
Mr. Coleman and Mr. Griffiths?
click
Yes.
on the right to the right of the plus sign. in the
John
Zoom.
and Joe? Are you there?
Try that. Yeah, there you go. Why don't you just keep with that?
okay.
Give us 1 second. We'll be right with you. We're just trying to work this other one.
All right.
And there was I'm not sure who's speaking. What's the question?
It's Kim Knox. Oh, now you've made Jules the panelist. Okay,
I
good.
saw her and I made her a panelist. Yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Ms. Dunham Howie, welcome. Do you mind trying to turn on your microphone and camera? They're just to test that they work. If you look at your control panel, which is a long vertical gray thing, underneath the orange, there you go. Perfect. Can you speak?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yay.
All right. So for now, if you could turn your camera off and mute, when we get to you, which you're the third of 4, you can turn them back on. Great. Thank you for joining us. And I need to look through some other names, see who else I need to make a panelist. I need to make a quick call to one of the people we're recognizing having difficulty. I'll be right back. Well, welcome back to the 38th Annual Maryland Planning Commissioners Association. Thank you for sitting through our break, and I hope you were able to get some lunch. We are working on getting all of the folks who did the nominating and who are being recognized available in this session. The fact that we were doing this virtually causes some particularly difficult technical issues to get over. So please bear with us if this is a little choppy, but we have time and we want to take the time to make sure we recognize those who have been nominated. We may have to move around the order a little bit, but we were going to go ahead and get started. So a key initiative of the MPCA strategic plan, Bill Butts, the Vice President, mentioned this yesterday, is recognizing the great work of Maryland's citizen planners. The MPCA did this for the first time at the 2019 annual conference in Aberdeen. We also did it last year in this virtual format, which also presented difficulties, but I think every year that this is the best part of the conference. Again, this year we can't meet in person, presenting unique logistical problems for the ceremony. However, we still received some submissions and are happy to share them with you now. The term citizen planner goes beyond official planning boards, although those are vital organizations for community development and planning in Maryland, to include individuals and groups throughout the state dedicated to enhancing quality of life in our communities. Okay, just got a message that may help me organize this. Give me a second. Okay, we'll go ahead and start with the first one. All right, the first one is a nomination of Cynthia Gross. Unfortunately, Cynthia could not join us today, but in her absence, we have Joan Floyd, who will be sharing with you all. Kimberly Knox, the Green Coordinator for the Baltimore City Department of Planning's Baltimore Green Network, submitted this nomination. A little bit about Cynthia. Cynthia is the president of the CARE, or C-A-R-E, Community Association. A lifelong resident of East Baltimore, Ms. Gross also served on the boards of the Charm City Land Trust and Neighborhood Rental Services. Ms. Gross was also a member of the Board of Governors for the Monument McElderry Fayette Revitalization Plan, which was adopted by Baltimore City in 2006. All right. The title of the actual project for which Ms. Gross is getting recognized is the Baltimore City Bill 21-0023, Amendment to the Middle East Urban Renewal Plan, which was signed into law by Baltimore City's Mayor Brandon Scott in July of this year. Right. Passed in 1988, the Middle East Urban Renewal Plan, or URP, covers multiple neighborhoods surrounding the Johns Hopkins University Hospital in East Baltimore. The URP was a key component of the East Baltimore Development Incorporated, or EBDI, plan to develop an 88-acre project in these established neighborhoods. The CARE community, under the leadership of President Cynthia Gross, felt that the URP limited direct engagement of the residents. Over a 4-year period of meetings, the CARE community created a strategy to provide a greater say in how their neighborhood was developed. So when the Urban Renewal Plan came up for renewal in 2021, the CARE community, under President Gross's leadership, successfully advocated to remove CARE from the Middle East Urban Renewal Plan. An alum of the Baltimore Planning Academy for Community Residents, Ms. Gross gained insight into resident planning strategies and leveraged her community network to educate community members on the pros and cons of removing their community from the URP to enhance the community's voice in the future of development. And I, for one, would as a resident of Baltimore, definitely want to celebrate Ms. Gross's great work. But I would also like to turn it over now to Joan Floyd. Joan, would you like to turn your camera on, share a few words, tell us about yourself as well?
Thank you very much. My name is Joan Floyd, and I've known Cynthia Gross for several years, and we have collaborated on quite a few issues. I'm pleased to represent Cynthia Gross today and to accept this award on her behalf. Ms. Gross wishes to thank staff at Baltimore City's Housing and Planning Departments for the many meetings and email responses regarding the Middle East Urban Renewal Plan. She sends a huge thank you to former City Council member Shannon Sneed, who was willing to meet and listen to the crazy claims of her constituents and help them make the necessary changes. And I'm honored that Cynthia feels I was helpful to her by conveying an understanding of the way zoning and planning codes and their language can affect our daily lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Well, we hope that we can share, we will be able to share this recording with Ms. Gross. And one thing I forgot to mention is the MPCA will be sending framed certificates. We'll probably need to follow up on the best mailing addresses for these recognitions, certifications of recognition. So thank you. This is excellent work, and this is when we talk about the vital work of citizen planners. Again, as I mentioned, it means the formal planning commissioners, but also those who are actively engaged in their community. And it's great to see that Ms. Gross is a graduate of Baltimore's Planning Academy. A few years ago, at our, I think it was the Aberdeen conference, we had a presentation on that from Stephanie Smith of the Baltimore City Planning Department. So thank you very much, Joan. Feel free to stay with us. We will move on to the next one, and we'll have everybody put their cameras on at the end, and we can all celebrate together. So thank you. Okay, the next one is supposed to be for Caroline County. We're having a little difficulty here. Kathleen, Director Kathleen Freeman is on, and my colleague John Coleman. John, I know you just sent this to me, but we're trying to work this out. It says, I cannot make you a panelist, but you are able to unmute. John, can you tell me if she's unmuting herself or I am unmuting her?
This is Kathleen. Can you hear me?
Hey! Great. I don't know if you can show your camera. I don't know why we're running into some weird technical difficulties, but.
Yeah, I think it's on my end. So I actually was able to get in on my phone. So I don't think you're going to be able to see me, but.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Great.
But I know you were here to, you submitted a nomination for one of your long-term, I believe it's Planning Commission member. So go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. I do have a few things to say, so I'll be a little bit, hopefully not too long, but just great. So I just want to say we are very happy to recognize John Schmidt for his outstanding service as a citizen planner for Caroline County for slightly over 29 years. Mr. Schmidt was first appointed to the Caroline County Planning Commission in 1992. And as you can imagine, he has made significant contributions in his 29 plus years to land use, growth and development in Caroline County, and all of the projects that we've worked on during that time. And Mr. Schmidt is still serving in his capacity at this time. But not only has Mr. Schmidt been a member of the Caroline County Planning Commission, he has served as the Planning Commission chairman since 2001. He's a native of Caroline County, an engineer by education, and a lifelong farmer. In his nearly 30 years of service as a member of the Planning Commission, he's overseen very significant large county initiatives, including the development of 3 comprehensive land use plans in 2003, 2006, and 2010. And the current comprehensive plan update is going on now. He's also a part of that. While I can't attest to the development of the 2003 and 2006 plans, since they were before my time, Mr. Schmidt has been great in leading numerous citizen meetings and workshops to ensure that the 2010 comprehensive plan reflected the goals and needs of the county residents, as well as meeting the requirements of what was then, I believe, Article 66B. Following the 2010 comprehensive plan, John led the Planning Commission in our first major comprehensive zoning code and map update in 2012. Again, under his leadership and his insistence, numerous public meetings and workshops with presentations, question and answer sessions was undertaken. And this, for Caroline County, was the first comprehensive overhaul of our zoning and zoning code regulations since 1982, and certainly the first one I had ever done. So it was a major task and one that he was a champion of. In fact, our first, I believe Caroline County first adopted zoning in 1967. So from 1967 to 2012, as you can imagine, it was a monumental task. John also is our champion of recognizing the rural aspect of Caroline County and the agricultural-based economy. As such, he has over time spearheaded several initiatives, including the development of regulations to foster home-based businesses as accessory uses to agriculture, small trucking businesses, a new rural revitalization zoning district, an adaptive reuse zoning district, and the development of rural village zoning districts to address the unique ways that our, I think, 14 rural villages are situated. John also recognizes the value of interjurisdictional coordination and has worked very hard over the years with our 10 municipalities to coordinate things such as the septic tiers, the growth area designations, planning for regional wastewater treatment, and watershed planning. And I would say that perhaps what John is most passionate about is agricultural preservation in the county's TDR program, or transferable development rights. In the late 1990s, the county developed a framework for a TDR program to address growth and development and deter rural sprawl. However, in the mid-2000s and under John's insistence and leadership, the county overhauled the program to designate specific growth areas and regulations. The success of these efforts is gradually coming to fruition. In the middle of all this, we had an economic recession. Prior to that, however, and after the initial adoption of the new program, many TDR rights were purchased and used and happily, in some cases, extinguished. So major subdivisions, as a result, in rural areas throughout the county can really no longer take place, and rather growth is directed towards targeted growth areas and municipalities. So that's something that I know John is very proud of, and as a planning department, we're very proud of that. So staff to the Planning Commission, I wholeheartedly and sincerely recognize the challenges that citizen volunteers face when they are asked to make this level of impactful decisions for the county and for individual landowners. As a Planning Commission member, they hear everything from a single owner rezoning request from a property and have to weigh that with the goals of the comprehensive plan and the legal parameters, to establishing zoning and planning for the entire county. So it's a lot of work that the citizen planners put into this to make things successful. I know John, he couldn't attend today to hear this, so I'm glad to hear that it'll be recorded. We'll definitely make sure that he gets to see that. But I can only express so much how grateful we are to him for his many years of valuable service to Caroline County. And I appreciate the opportunity to recognize him for his time and efforts. So I thank the Maryland Planning Commissioners Association also for the opportunity to recognize our long-term chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. That is a Mr. Schmidt is deserving. I don't know if you were on yesterday, but we were talking about we're developing a mentorship program. So he sounds like he might be an excellent candidate for a mentor of other citizen planners. So thank you very much. And yes, this will be recorded, and we will be sharing. We will be sending the frame certificates to all those we are recognizing. So thank you very much. I hope you can stay on for the rest of this as well. I did want to give a chance for, he was running a little late, but he's here now, President Danny Winborn, to share a few words. Danny, you want to turn your camera on, and I want to see what bow tie you have on today, and your audio. Yeah, it's another bow tie. I knew it. It sounds like you might be muted though, Danny. You're still muted. Underneath the orange arrow.
There we go. All right, I'm unmuted by the organizer. Yes. I have about 50 bow ties, so this could go on for a long time. Well, listen, thank you everybody for being here. I'm so sorry I was late. I'm still kind of doing real work, but this is so important, and I'm so happy that we are also recognizing citizen planners and professionals. It really is important for the work that we do, but it's also important to recognize good work and good people. So John Smith, hopefully he'll see this later. Congratulations. Thank you for all you do. And as Joe said, we'd love to have you as a mentor. So I want to welcome everybody to the 38th annual conference for the Maryland Planning Commissioners Association. And I'm happy that you all are taking time out of your busy schedules to be with us. And Joe, without further ado, I'll let you continue with the recognitions, okay?
All right. Thank you, Danny.
Sure.
Okay, our next citizen planner we'd like to recognize is also from the city of Baltimore and also nominated by Kimberly Knox from the Baltimore City Department of Planning. For this recognition, we'd like to recognize Jules Dunham-Howie, who is the director of the Upton Westside Community Development Corporation. She is also board member of the Maryland Black Caucus Foundation, a member of the National Minority Community Reinvestment Corporation, a member of the board of directors for the Historic Marble Hill Community Association, president of the Maryland Black Caucus Foundation, co-chair of the Community Reinvestment Act CRA Baltimore, and owns JULS Enterprise, an organizational consulting firm. That is one busy schedule. Ms. Dunham-Howie, would you like to turn on your camera and microphone? I'm gonna keep reading about you, but I'd like everybody to be able to, there you go, welcome. So why is Ms. Dunham-Howie being recognized? In 2020-2021, Ms. Dunham-Howie has been instrumental in providing support for the successful launch of the redevelopment of 38 historic row homes on the 800 block of Edmonston, and the 800 block of Harlem Street in the Upton neighborhoods with the developer Upton Renaissance LLC. The project is called the Upton Gateway. Sales started in 2021, and 15 of the homes are already sold, with 10 having yet to be remodeled. All of the homes are being built with granite countertops, appliance packages, and other key amenities. Ms. Dunham-Howie worked to ensure that potential homeowners could get $80,000 in incentives to help reduce the cost of the homes and provide instant intergenerational wealth for the home buyers. Thanks to these sales, the average sale price in the Upton neighborhoods are already increasing. This project and similar projects that Ms. Dunham-Howie, as a true citizen planner, has shepherded are all part of the historic Upton 2026 master plan, which was created by a committee of residents and subject matter experts led by Ms. Dunham-Howie. The master plan was approved by the Baltimore City Department of Planning in 2018. And I have the link here, which I'm going to drop into the chat for everybody if they'd like to look at that plan. But Ms. Dunham-Howie, I'd like to turn it over to you. We'd love to hear about your work and anything you'd like to share with the audience.
Well, first of all, I would just like to say good afternoon to the Maryland Planning Commissioners Association. I actually am thrilled to be with you for the occasion of your 38th annual conference. That is indeed a long history. And where would we be without the planners? We wouldn't be very far because there are so many nuggets that are missed if you don't have a planning mind. And you can just get down the road and realize, oh, we forgot to think about this infrastructure issue or that infrastructure issue. And it's because the planner wasn't at the table. So we understand the importance of planning. We understand the importance of having people with a planning mind in the process from the beginning. But I'm just delighted to be with you. I'm honored for the nomination from Kim Knox and the Greening Network, the Baltimore City Planning Department. And, you know, we have worked to create what I think is a unique partnership between community and municipality. And being able to actually shape and create a blueprint for development that is directly informed by the people. And so I work in partnership with my co-laborer, Wanda Best, who's the executive director of the Upton Planning Committee. And as we worked on the master plan for our community, we were intentional in saying we have to have an implementation vehicle to bring forth this plan, and thus was created the UPC Westside CDC, which I'm the director of. And so we're excited about this project to bring online 38 new houses in Baltimore City that, believe it or not, they wanted to raise. They wanted to take those houses down. They didn't think that there was a value. But I'm from New York proper, born in Manhattan, and these are beautiful 3,000 square feet brownstones, and you just don't get those anymore. And so when, you know, we were in community, it was how do we come from a place of preservation? How can we preserve this beautiful housing stock, revitalize it, and be able to bring back community with new home ownership? And so that's what this partnership is all about. And it actually has dollars coming from the state DHCD, from Baltimore City DHCD, our planning partners with the planning department, helping us to actually conceptualize. And really we're working on 41 lots of open green space that are right around these 38 houses to also be able to beautify, because we recognize in bringing in new homeowners into a community, you don't want to look out and see blight. You don't want to look and actually see dilapidated lots. So we've actually been working with the Greening Network to put together a plan to be able to revitalize 6 lots right around them. And we've also done something that's also creative, which is we call it the Black Beauty Project. We partnered with 3 local artisans who are right from our community, and they actually have created beautiful window murals that go up on all of the boarded up homes, because these homes are being done in phases. And like I said, we didn't want people to look out of their beautifully reconstructed home and actually see this ugly looking house that has to be revitalized. So we actually put up art, and it is gorgeous artwork. And so I encourage you to check it out. You can go to our website, which is upccdc.org, and look for the Black Beauty Project, and you'll actually be able to see a profile of the local artists and some of their artwork that's actually hanging on those homes even right now. So we are committed in the Upton community to being a community that is all about having an appreciation for planning, an appreciation for revitalization, and an appreciation for development without displacement. And that's why we've garnered almost $80,000 to ensure that people who only make $190,000 or can qualify for $190,000 can actually get a home that's worth $259,000. And that to us is significant, because it means that people who are current renters in our community will now become homeowners in our community. And it's all through our partnerships with the planning department, with DHCD, and with community. And so I'm honored to be here today. I thank you for taking time to recognize the work we're doing in Upton and West Baltimore. And I do look forward to you all being able to see the final product of our work.
That is great. That really shows you the power of citizen planning that it can have, and the impact it can have on the community. I know the President Winborn would like to make a few comments.
Ms. Dunham Howie, you are a dynamo. This is so amazing. I'm excited. I'm actually from Baltimore City. I grew up in West Baltimore on Dukeland Street. I don't know if you know where that is, but I grew up in a little row house. I have 8 brothers and sisters, so 11 people grew up in this little tiny house, but we loved it. My mother still lives there. She's 96 years old. She'll be 97 in November. She still lives there. She's aging in place of my sister and brother who care for her daily, and my niece and my great niece. But what you are doing is absolutely amazing. You are, I want to say hidden gem, but no, you're not a hidden gem. You are a shining gem. And oh my goodness, I've got to come see this. I've got to come see this.
Please, well, we will work to make sure that happens. I'm excited. I know exactly where Dukeland is. It's beautiful.
So thank you so much. I'm so glad that you were recognized. This is exactly why I do what I do, and you do what you do, and Joe does what he does. And we are just so excited that you're being recognized. This is an amazing project. I understand, if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but there are about 16 to 17,000 abandoned homes in Baltimore, and you are changing that just one row at a time. And that's all it takes. It takes someone just starting to get this moving, and you've done fantastic. Thank you so much, and congratulations on being recognized.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna follow up. We're gonna talk later, okay?
Looking forward to it. Looking forward.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Danny. You have a way with words. I'm glad you're here to help me out. I hope you can stick around, Ms. Dunham-Howie. We're going to move on to the next one, but then we're going to have everybody turn their cameras back on at the end, and
Okay.
you know, then I'll be able to clip out a screenshot later on that we can post of everybody.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Next, I'm going to move to Mayor Mike Benton of North Beach. I'm going to make him Mayor Benton. I'm making you the presenter. I know we practiced this earlier. Hopefully, it goes smoothly again. But before he gets started,
Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, I muted myself for some reason. I don't know why I did that. I probably should do that more often. This is a group recognition of the North Beach's Stormwater and Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee. Some of them are here today, and I'm going to encourage them after Mayor Benton's address to share their screens with us and share a few words. But I hope I have all. I know I'm going to butcher some names here, but I'm going to say the names that I have for the committee, and they are Jay Lovelace, Gary Koopman, Donald Bowen, or Donnie Bowen, as I think I saw, Maryland Department of Planning Zone, Sarah Lipkin-Soulars, and here's where I'm going to run into trouble. Elena Van Oudenaren. I know that's wrong, but I think Elena's on, so she can correct me. Dave Damaluji, and Luke Johnson. I also think Luke is on. But I'm going to turn it over to the mayor, and he can tell us more.
Fantastic. Did my screen appear the way we had it appear earlier?
Keep muting myself. Yes, it's showing.
All right, fantastic. So thank you so much for having all of us. I'm so excited that a lot of the committee members are all on the call right now. You know, it's a privilege to be asked to present to the Maryland planning community. And I want to thank you, Joe. Thanks, Sarah, for the invitation. But really, it's an honor to be able to recognize such an amazing committee. This group will not, you know, what I'm about to show you with our town is not everything that they're doing. I mean, it's amazing what they're bringing to the table, and but it's just fun that we're able to recognize them. So thank you so much for that time. So a little bit about our town. Our town, to Chesapeake Beach, or excuse me, next to Chesapeake Beach, North Beach. As you can see on my screen, there's two photos I want to stand out. One is 1949, one is 2018. And you know, our town, we have about 2,000 residents. In our peak season, which is summertime, which is about 135 days, we have between 75 and 100,000 guests that come to our town in that area you see right there on the camera or right on the screen. We're known as the Jewel of the Chesapeake. We're between 30 minutes to an hour away from Annapolis, DC, and Baltimore. And you know, we're going through a renaissance. We have a lot of changes going on our town. All of it, for the most part, are positive, but we are facing something that a lot of towns are facing along the coastline. And as you can see in this photo, the pier is in the same location, but you can see the loss of sand along the waterfront. And it's a battle. The road that you see in the middle is 5th Street, so we have water coming into our town flood-wise, plus we have tidal, and I'm going to show you some photos now. This is tidal flooding. This first one right here, with my cursor's on, Bay Avenue, if we come back up here, is actually right here. Or better yet, you can see it right here. And as you can see, the tidal is out of control sometimes. It's a perfect storm, the moon, the wind, but multiple locations in our town are vulnerable to the tidal flooding, including roadways, our storm drains, and residential and commercial properties, as you can see here. It's just not one location, it's multiple locations. As we move into the second photo, again, We'll continue with the theme of title. These are backyards along Atlantic Avenue, Annapolis Avenue, 9th Street, 7th Street. As you can see, our residential properties are being affected. As we move on. Now, this is storm water flooding. See, our town sits at the bottom of the hill, basically. We have 40 plus acres that drains into our town. We're seeing larger and longer amounts of water. So we're battling the bay. We're battling the storm water or the rain. We have non-tidal wetlands on one side of us, and we have another municipality called Chesapeake Beach on the other side of us. So as you see these photos, realize that we're in a constant battle trying to come up with solutions that are going to help us, not only short term, and I'm going to lay it out here what the committee has done, but also long term. This is occurrence that, if it continues, is going to continue to erode our fabric of our town. And that's why in 2019, we made some changes. So throughout the years, we've made some substantial investments in our town when it comes to flooding. 2015, we built a living shoreline. 2017, we did an earth dike berm. Last year, 2020, we had a raising of the roads, but before then, we've committed a lot of money to this already, and we're going to continue to do what we have to do to make this happen. But last year, this is an 8-foot pipe that you see right here. As you can see, it was clogged. That's how much room, and then after the clean out. That was a commitment that we partnered with Calvert County to make that happen. As we continue to go down, one of our largest improvements, which completed last year, was Maryland 261. This whole road was raised to improve the tidal flushing, but also to help with some of our tidal surges. We received $20,000 that we're going to put towards the 9th Street pump station that you're going to see in a minute. We're up against what every small coastal town is facing right now. That's climate change. There's no longer debate what is tidal, what is coastal or climate change. The debate is what do we have to do, both short-term and long-term, to make sure that we're protecting our residents, our properties, our visitors, our guests from being negatively impacted by this. And we understand that. We're working on implementing short-term, but also long-term. And the only way to address this, we had to partner. And that's really where the flood committee came from 2019 when we stood it up. But recently we partnered with Maryland Department of Natural Resources, University of Maryland, Maryland Department of Planning. Also, we've had huge support from Senator Michael Jackson, Delegate Mark Fisher, Calvert County. But what we're here today is to celebrate the volunteer energy of our residents and our flood committee. You know, when it's one person leading the charge, sometimes that's easier than having a committee working together on the same focus. And that's what's so amazing about our Stormwater and Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee, is that they're working together as a team. And it's an impressive team, and you're going to see. So we established the Stormwater and Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee in 2019 with a resolution. And you can see our mission statement. The whole committee is comprised of town staff and residents that work together on a monthly basis to address our current situation, but also look 5, 10, 15, 30 years down the road. What do we have to do now? They meet every month. If you want to check out the agenda and minutes and so forth, you can just go to our town website. But what they did was they decided, based off of what we've been going through, and this is not new. This has been happening for 100+ years. But these guys have stood up and said, listen, we want to do this. We want to get involved. We want to take back our town to protect it. And that's why they're all volunteers on this committee, and I can't thank them enough. So here's some of the things that they have done so far. They drafted the town application for, and it subsequently was awarded a $112,000 grant from DNR to fund development of a flood action framework. 2 phases. Phase 1 is establishing how the DNR is going to work with municipalities. But phase 2 is where the rubber meets the road. That's where we're going to put the plan together. And if they've not done anything else, just this alone is going to show huge dividends to our town. And here's why. You can't get funding unless you get a plan. What they have done is tackled that part. The RFP is out currently, and we're looking to get started shortly. We have the funding for the plan, but we're not quite there yet. We're waiting for the information to come back. So here's who our committee comprises of. We have all walks of life on our committee. As you can see by some of the description here, we have a world-class engineer, we have speech writers, we have EPA. I mean, you name it, we cover every facet. But what's more important, what I cannot stress to everybody on here, is how they're coming together as one group, and they're attacking this systematically, that I think we're going to see more results. Even though we've had some great results in the past, I think you're going to see that compounding because of this committee, because now they're focused. They're focusing the town in the direction we need to focus on. And here's some of the items that they've been focusing on. We're facing heavier and more frequent flooding because of climate change. You saw our beach area. You saw the flooding. You saw the streets. Sometimes that gets 2-3 feet deep. It is affecting our infrastructure, but also it's running pollutants into the Chesapeake Bay that we all love. We are the jewel of the Chesapeake. So short-term solutions they worked on. Worked with the Department of Public Works on plans for pump upgrade. So our Department of Public Works works hand in hand with this committee. Now, remember, we're a small town. We have 2,000 residents. We have a director, Donnie Bone, who's on here right now, and then he has 3 staff members to handle everything. So he's partnered with this committee to work on upgrades to these pump stations. That's a short-term solution. Here's a long-term solution. So phase 1, as I said earlier, was to build a framework with the University of Maryland Environmental Finance Committee on how to work with communities. We're into phase 2 now. So what we're looking to do is we have an RFP out that the committee drafted, work with DPW, work with our town staff. It's on the street right now. We've already had a pre-bid meeting. Now what we're doing is we're going to select the engineering company that we're going to work with the grant money that we received, directly related back to the flood committee. As I said earlier, you can't get the funding unless you have the plan. This committee put the plan. They've worked hard. They put it together. They worked on the RFP, and they're making it happen. So when the plan is complete, we will then be able to take that plan and go to all our state and federal legislators out there and ask for the funding to help us. Because as you can see by the photos, we need help. This committee is leading the way. It is absolutely amazing that I'm able to come here today and recognize them, because really they do everything behind the curtains. They meet, the minutes are out there, it's open to the public, but what they're doing is they're getting their hands dirty. They're going to other towns, they're meeting with other towns, they're meeting with other leaders, they're walking our town, they're doing what it takes to make it happen. And I'm telling you, as a mayor, it's never been easier to address the 2,000 residents about what are you doing about flooding? We have a committee, and here's what they've done so far, and here's what they're going to do in the direction they're moving in. I can't thank them enough. And as a small town, and I think Rising Sun was on here earlier. I didn't see the mayor though. I'll get on him. But as a small town, we depend on this kind of community engagement. It's needed. It's not going to get done unless we have this type of community engagement. Our staff is working hand in hand with them, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart for the hard work that they put into this, because it wasn't for them and our hardworking staff, our residents would not start seeing the fruit of their labor. So that's my presentation. Do you have any questions, or are we waiting for the end? But if you have any questions, this PowerPoint will be available. You can reach out to Donnie or Lauren, and they can help you with answer any questions you might have outside of the presentation today. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Benton. And we have a few members of your committee who are available to show their cameras, I believe. So I'm going to ask them to. Alana, Gary, Luke, and Sarah, you are all panelists. So please, if you are in front of a camera, we would love you to for you to click. There's one, Alana. I'm sorry, I know I butchered your last name, and I want you to correct me here in a second. To the buttons below the orange and white arrow, you'll see the camera. All right, there's Luke, Gary, and Sarah.
There's Sarah.
Sarah. All right, I know Gary's on.
That's our engineer. He's got to be on here. I know he can figure it out.
Engineer. Gary, if you're having trouble, you can try to click the microphone and talk to us so we can hear you. Maybe we could walk you through.
We're not going to let him live this down.
Is Gary a shy one?
I don't think so. Not based on my dealings with them. I don't think any of these guys are shy. So,
well, Alana, Luke, Sarah, would you like to share any words? We'd love to hear from you.
First of all, you didn't butcher my name as bad as you think. It's Ilana Van Oudnarn, and happy to be a member of this incredible team to preserve the town and to forward thinking, which is what we all need to do. It's not about today. It's about, the legacy, what we're leaving. Anyway, thank you.
I sent Gary a webcam request. Hopefully he sees that. Luke or Sarah? Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I was just gonna add, as a state liaison member, I've been impressed with how well this group functions, how consistently they are, as the mayor said, on it and taking it on head on, and they are so proud of the work, and they should be, because they work hard, and this, as we all know, is an extra effort on top of everyone's day job, their real life, their families, and it has just been a pleasure to see how much has gotten done and where this group has really taken the resiliency of the town. So I've been happy to be a member, but they work 3 times as hard as I ever have on this group. So I'm just honored to be here. Thank you.
I do want to say one thing now that Sarah's on here. We cannot thank her enough, because she has plugged in ever since we started this, and she has supported us and has been at the meetings and contributes and give us great information. So Sarah, we cannot thank you enough for what you're doing.
Hey Joe, can I comment? Absolutely. I just want to say this is exciting. This is so exciting, and Mayor Benton, you really have your energy is, and you the words that you used was volunteer energy, but there's a lot of energy in you too, and I'm glad that this partnership is wonderful. I mean, we have to make sure that others around the state know about what's going on. I actually was on the North Beach virtual planning commission call a couple of years ago or something like that, and I was invited to come to North Beach. I haven't been there yet, but I'm coming now.
Not that far. Not that far.
Yeah. So, but what you all are doing is amazing, and one of the things that we hear about climate change. Climate change is not a future issue; it is a current issue, and I'm so excited that you all are actually doing something about it. And as for Sarah, Sarah is my heart. She has been such a gem for the Planning Commission, the Maryland Planning Commissioners Association. She always tries to stay in the background, but she does so much work. She's like a duck, you see it's all calm at the top, but the feet are moving at the bottom. Sarah's something else. Yeah, I'm putting her on the spot. Yeah, I love Sarah. She's amazing. But your energy, your team's energy is so exciting, and it just does my heart proud to see the great things that are going on in Maryland. You hear about New York, you hear about Los Angeles, you hear about Texas, but there's some great things going on in Maryland. We are leading the way, and what you all are doing is leading the way, and we've got to get the word out all the great things you're doing to preserve your town. I think Miss Alana just talked about preservation and legacy, and what you all are doing is amazing. So congratulations to you all, and just keep it up. And if there's anything we can do, let us know, okay?
Thank you.
Sure.
Go ahead, Luke. Oh, I just heard you. Now you're muted. Yeah, I just unmuted you. You're good.
Hey, I just wanted to thank you and compliment Mike on a great presentation that encapsulated our work. I've actually been a member of the SFMAC since January. I found out about it as through my participation in the Watershed Stewards Academy through the University of Maryland Extension School, and that really opened my eyes to the importance of dealing with the stormwater that seems to do nothing but increase as the years go by. So I feel very glad and lucky to be working with all of these good individuals in my town.
Great. Well, yeah, this is excellent. And I know Sarah's been talking about this project for a long time, and I know all the work you all have put into it. Well, now I'd like to invite everybody back on to turn their camera back on. So that would be Jules, Joan, Gary, if you're there, we'd love to have your camera turned on. Kimberly, you should join too. I know you're trying to be in the background, Kimberly, but you did a lot to contribute to these recognitions, so don't think you can hide. And if you're there, Gary, I'm going to, let's see, I'm going to change the presenter to me and then I'm going to not show my screen. There we go. All right. There's Kimberly. All right, Danny, I'm going to have to say that you and I should probably turn our cameras off because we're not getting recognized here. So I'm going to do that, and I'd like you to do that too. Who are we missing? Anybody? Let me see here. All right, let me double check. We got Gary. You there? All right. Well, no Gary. Well, you can't see me, but I'd say you all should give each other a round of applause. Put those hands high. I want this to be an image that we can put there. Yeah, we want to see them. All right. Well, we mean it. This is why the MPCA does its work. The MPCA are made up of members that, again, we all have our own jobs, but then we commit to our communities in various ways, be it on a formal board or be it providing insight and providing energy, maybe most importantly of all, and leadership on a very vital, important local planning effort. So thank you all. I will be trying to track down proper addresses to mail you your certificates. We'll also be doing a write-up in our newsletter, the November newsletter. Our October one's going out this week, so it's a little too quick. But we will be doing that in November, so you all be recognized. And if I have some links to plans and other things, I might be tracking you down as well to send out to those who attended, make sure they can follow up and read and learn more on their own. So again, thank you for all your work. MPCA thanks you, and thank you for those who nominated folks, because we need somebody to make that recognition, that first step. So, any last words?
Thank you.
You're
Just
welcome.
thank you all. This was amazing. Thank you so much. You have made our annual conference much better. It's wonderful to see all the great things that are going on in Maryland. Thank you so much.
Well, yes, thank you very much. Since I still have the audience, I'm going to tell them one thing about the Maryland Department of Planning and Work. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to go about your day as well. But I wanted our next actual real session starts at 1:30, which is about climate change. I know there's a lot of discussion of climate change in this session and throughout this conference. So we have a presentation by our partner APA Maryland on a planner's role in climate change. But I wanted to share another project that the Maryland Department is working on. That's not till 1:30. Real briefly. Let's see. Change presenter to. Oh no, I'm already the presenter. Okay, so a project we're working on in the Maryland Department of Planning, we're partnering with the Department of Commerce. It's the Compatible Use Website and Handbook Development project. A report, a an economic impact study done by the Department of Commerce in fiscal year 2016 found $57 billion impact of the military community, military industry in Maryland. It makes sense. We are, we neighbor the nation's capital. We have a lot of installations and a lot of your communities. So we're working to develop a website handbook to ensure that there's compatible use between military installations and their neighboring communities. That there's mutually beneficial development, supporting the military industry, which is very important to preserve in Maryland, but also supporting the community development and growth needs of Maryland's communities. So right now we have a survey out. It's open from October 19th to December. Well, it opened up last week and it's open until December 17th. I'm just going to leave this up on the screen for a little while before I in between our break. We definitely encourage you to take the survey. I'm going to go ahead and I need to find the best place for the link, but I'm going to drop the link in and send a message to the audience. So I'm going to leave this up for a while. We encourage you to check out the website. And again, we will be back at 1:30 for our next session. And we appreciate everybody's time. Thank you from the MPCA. Hey, Greg, you there? You hear me?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
I do. Thank you. I just sent you an email about your 5th poll question.
Yep, that's cool.
You can just read it, or if you have time to add it, feel free to add it. Yeah, I tried and tried, but I couldn't figure out how to. It just wouldn't let me save that poll question no matter what I did. But I got the other ones, but just not that one.
I really appreciate all your work on this. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. You're welcome.
So is the other session still going on?
Not right now. No, we're in a break.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So
right now, they can hear us, but I'm okay with people hearing us.
Okay.
Just so you know that people can hear us.
Okay. And should when do you want to test to see us bringing it up, or we're just going to wait for the time?
We can try now. Let me go make you another panel. John had a comment about my idea. Hey, John, you there? You want to join us? Talk about the idea? I'm going to make you the panelist, Greg. Oh, Greg, do you know anything about you don't happen to know the number for the AICP credits, do you?
I do not know personally. Olivia, I think gave them. I think she sent them in an email, but I don't have.
Okay, I'll go look. She may have.
Thank you.
You can test out your system while I'm looking for that from Olivia. Dato. No, I don't have the numbers from her. You really don't need the numbers.
Yeah.
If you have the name of the, people that are AICP know how to do this.
Absolutely.
You just, okay, I see your screen. You just need the name, and you can go in and search for it by name and find it.
And so, how do I go about sharing my screen?
You mean your presentation? You are sharing your screen now.
Okay, gotcha.
The actual present. There you go.
All right.
And then just
slideshow. My camera's not on, right? So that I'll be able to see.
You're not going to have your camera on during your presentation, correct? Perfect. You're good. So just do that again. I'll introduce you, and then just do what you just did once I send it back to you.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to go back to the hold screen I had.
I'm just going to minimize.
Sure. Hey, Greg, if you're there still, John does kind of a good point in his most recent email.
Okay.
Because you're not going to be able to see the responses that if you have that your number 5 question.
Right.
You're not going to be able to see. I'd have to read them to you.
Okay.
If you're okay with receiving them later, it would work. But it's just the limitation of this system that you're not going to be able to see those.
Gotcha.
So if you still want to ask it, go ahead, and then I can I'm going to send it to you later. But it's up to you.
I think. Well, let's just yeah. When I get to that one, I'm just going to say we're going to pass on this right now so we can get through the rest of the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for that limitation. Thank you for working.
Not a problem. Once again, thank you for you working with me through all this.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We've talked. There's been a lot of talk about climate change over the past 2 days, so this is a good one.
Cool.
This is a good one to kind of tie up, or at least address a lot of those questions and other issues that came up.
I'm hoping we get a great dialogue, because we all of us as planners really have to take this thing on.
All right. Well, I'll see you soon.
All right. Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome back to the 38th Annual MPCA Conference. We're done with our break and ready to move on to this session that is put together by our partners and sponsors, APA Maryland chapter. So we thank them for the years of support. The MPCA thanks them for their years of support of the organization, and we look forward to a long and continued productive partnership with APA Maryland. So I would like to introduce Greg Bowen, who is the Executive Director of the American Chestnut Land Trust. I also want to point out that this session is available for 1.5 AICP CM credits. Just look for the title, A Planner's Role in Addressing Climate Change when seeking to log your credits. So now I'm going to turn it over to Greg. Greg, you are muted, so you know. Now you're.
Okay.
There you go.
So, all right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm happy to have the opportunity to speak today on a topic that's certainly dear to my heart, and it's certainly been in the media for this past year. I have over 40 years in planning, from residential subdivisions to land preservation, from permits to demolitions, from comprehensive plans to zoning violations. When concern turned toward protecting the bay, I oversaw the preparation of Calvert County's water resources element, and then the first watershed implementation plan for the county. I spent 4 years as a planning consultant, writing rural plans for other counties, running a beginning farmer program and Maryland Land Link website for Southern Maryland Ag Development Commission. I wrote 2 research papers on sustainable agriculture for the Harry Hughes Center for Agroecology. And the last 6 years, I've served as the executive director of the American Chestnut Land Trust. With respect to climate change, I will be discussing cities, towns, and rural areas. But based on my work experience, my focus will be in rural areas. So this is the outline that I'll be covering, and I just won't be able to see my screen. And we'll bring up each one of these items as we go through the presentation, and I'll go through the relevant points. But I want to start with poll number 1, just to have a sense of who's on the call today.
Okay, the poll's up, and it is: what is your interest in this topic as a professional planner, as a planning commission member, as an elected official, as an interested citizen? Please select 1. If you're having trouble answering the poll, please take it out of full screen. Okay, we'll close, and then I will share the results. All right, so we have a close race with professional planners and planning commissioner, but we do have some elected officials and interested citizens on the presentation.
Thank you very much. That helps. Okay, so moving on then to the first topic, climate change and the Chesapeake Bay watershed. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says, "Today, no nation can find lasting security without addressing the climate crisis. We face all kinds of threats in our line of work, but few of them truly deserve to be called existential. climate crisis does, he said, adding that climate change is making the world more unsafe and we need to act. This has been the year when the general public began to see the most vivid examples of climate change. And a New York Times article said it. June was the hottest on record. The temperature reached 116 degrees in cooler Portland, Oregon. And at one point, it reached 121 degrees in British Columbia, Canada. Researchers concluded that those levels of heat would have been virtually impossible without climate change. There have been many warning signs, including the one in Paris, California in 2018. 90% of the homes were destroyed by fire. As many of you know, California has had more and more fires, it seems like, every year. Certainly, since the turn of the century, the acres of fire burned per year has just escalated. And even those whose homes were not burned in paradise, many of them learned that their insurance policies would not be renewed. One firefighter recently said that it used to be we were fighting up to 100,000 acre fires. Now it is 1 million acre fires. So what happens when residents can no longer get insurance? The insurance industry was one of the first to accept the reality of climate change, and it has made pragmatic decisions about who would get insurance and at what costs. And we were going to see this become a big issue in the next few years. Weather events clearly are getting worse. And since 1980, the number of extreme weather events has increased fourfold, and the annual cost of such events has increased fivefold. And then looking down to number 2, the number of hurricanes and the cost of hurricanes has increased 11-fold. So back to the issue of insurance. The East Coast has not been spared. It's been almost 5 years since Hurricane Matthew flooded this small town in the coastal plain of North Carolina, but somehow the damage keeps getting worse. The storm submerged Main Street in 4 feet of water, destroyed the town hall, police and fire departments, and flooded almost a quarter of its homes. After 2 weeks underwater, the roads buckled. The school and grocery store shut and then didn't reopen. When Hurricane Florence submerged the same ground 2 years later, in 2018, there was little left to destroy. With respect to the bay, we have begun to see some major improvements in water quality as we've tightened up on the release of nutrients into the bay. But we're already seeing the impacts of climate change in the Mid-Atlantic region, such as sea level rise, which is affecting waterfront communities like Annapolis, Dorchester, and Norfolk, Virginia. And any of us who have properties along the water have seen it ourselves as we look decade to decade. And landscapes that have been here for thousands of years are now changing rapidly, such as a ghost forest of Maryland's Blackwater National Refuge, which is turning into marsh, while the marsh is turning into shallow water areas and releasing carbon into the atmosphere. Climate change is beginning to reverse the progress made in cleaning up the bay. More sediment, more nitrogen, and phosphorus. So to look into the impact on the bay as a whole, I went to the Chesapeake Bay program to see what information they had. They report that that over the past century, the waters have risen about 1 foot in the Bay watershed and is predicted to rise another 1.3 to 5.2 feet. So the story we told was about North Carolina, but we will see a number of little towns along the Chesapeake Bay that could really be affected with those kinds of regular sea level rise experiences. And then the warming temperatures. The region northeast temperatures rose almost 2 degrees between 1895 and 2011, and projections indicate warming of between 4.5 to 10 degrees by the 2080s. Warmer air means warmer water means a change in aquatic habitats. And so we've seen a study by the US Geological Survey that found overall almost a 2 degree Fahrenheit increase in air temperatures, but a 2.5 degree increase in stream temperatures in the Bay region. So in terms of extreme weather, between 1958 and 2012, we saw more than a 70% increase in the amount of rainfall measured during heavy precipitation. And I'll tell you, in my own county here in Calvert, we have seen a number of these major storms. Last year actually had a storm of about 9.5 inches in about 14 hours. And then there's ocean acidification. As the amount of carbon dioxide in the air rises, so does the amount in our oceans. And that can affect the seawater that produces carbonic acid, and therefore it can affect the oysters and other shell species. And changes in wildlife. We are seeing that both the abundance and migration patterns of wildlife changing in reaction to the higher temperatures. And we'll have more on that information as I go on through the slides. As to agriculture, our state legislature has asked the Harry Hughes Center for Agroecology to reach out to farmers throughout the state to learn about how they are impacted by climate change. One scientist with USDA, Dennis Timlin, who's a research soil scientist, he's already done some research, and he predicts based on the higher temperatures and higher carbon dioxide, we'll have more weeds, more diseases, lower food quality, less food production, and higher cost, while we're trying to address more rainfall and higher temperatures. Okay, by this point, have I depressed anyone yet? And are we ready to check out life on Mars? Well, I don't think we're ready for that yet. And I don't really look very good in one of those spacesuits. So I think we really have to do what we can to address issues here. I believe the consequences could be very dire if we do nothing, but I think that as planners, we can address these issues. And that leads us to poll number 2.
Okay, have you noticed an increase in weather-related damage? Please select 1. Not really, heavier rainfall but no damage, or erosion and infrastructure damage. If you're having trouble answering it, please take it out of full screen. Give another second or two. Okay, I'm going to close the poll. Now you can see the results. Overwhelmingly, people have noticed erosion and infrastructure damage. Then some with dropped down to 14% heavier rainfall, no damage, and 11% not really.
As I mentioned before, I live in Southern Maryland, and I was here when Route 4 was built in Calvert County. And of course, I thought it was a very well constructed road, and I could not imagine Route 4 being closed because of flooding. But it's actually been closed twice in 2 locations on Route 4. which is either a failure in stormwater designs or much more rainfall events. I'm inclined to think that it's the latter, which calls us to really think about what infrastructure we put in now and what we need to, what kind of level we need to design for. So we're into the next section now, and this is planners' role in addressing climate change. And for that, I am looking at resources on the APA website. Planning is the only profession, according to the APA website, the only profession working with the intersection of transportation, development, and land use, the sectors most critical to climate mitigation and adaptation. And the APA has developed a climate change policy guide. And in it, it says, climate change is the most consequential worldwide environmental effect that human civilization has had to confront. It is now, it has also been well established that the long-range impacts of that change will have major implications for human civilization and all life on Earth. It goes on to say that the planning community has the obligation and the opportunity to use its planning processes, skills, and knowledge to help reduce the severity of those impacts and help humanity adapt swiftly, intelligently, and equitably to the negative consequences. Because of the cross-cutting nature of climate change, the issues in the guide are addressed in multiple thematic sections. And as a result, you just can't read this like a book. It's better just to look for the specific issues that you're trying to address. And that's kind of what I've done in preparing this. I've taken a look specifically at 11 of the recommendations that are in this policy guide, but I hope that you take a look at this sometime following the presentation today. And it begins with federal policy. We have, of course, planners at all levels, including at the federal level, and they're not the decision makers, but they are the ones who are often preparing planning documents for approval at the federal level. And so there are a number of specific recommendations there, beginning with advocate for strong national climate leadership, a clean energy economy, advocating for development of a sustainable federal transportation agenda, and advocate for state climate change plans, policies, and programs and projects. So that's what happens at the federal level. What about the state? Well, likewise, the state planners have their role in this process. State governments should develop and implement plans to address climate change and its impacts and put measures in place to adequately fund the transition to net zero use of carbon energy by 2050, including a carbon fee and/or regulations. States should also use climate as a lens through which all other state actions ensure that they are doing everything possible to reduce the impacts of climate change. So then it picks on these 4 items here that need to be done to coordinate with the counties to see that these plans are put into place. And I'll have to say that the state of Maryland is looking good at the level in terms of greenhouse gas reduction. This is the 2030 GR plan, and there's an annual report that states how we are doing with that. And out of 41 out of 50 states have also grown their economies while reducing the emissions. And according to the World Resources Institute, Maryland is #1, leading in terms of reducing the energy-related CO2 emissions while growing their economy by 17.7%. The new goal for reduction is 40% of the second bullet that you see there, from 2006 levels 2030 levels. But beyond that, there are many other policy guides that are being recommended in the guide. These policies apply to all levels of planning and should be used to help formulate position statements, legislative recommendations, and other policy-based actions, and to recommend program funding at the federal and state levels. So we begin with a livable built environment in harmony with nature, resilient economies, interwoven equity, healthy communities, and responsible regionalism. And so under livable built environment, a logical place to start for planners, particularly those who are associated with inspections departments, is through the building codes. We need to mandate for much better energy codes than we have in place now. And the interesting thing about net zero carbon buildings is that in the long term, they more than save the costs associated with achieving that level. They are super savers. When you look at the cost of maintaining a building, cost of heating and cooling usually vastly outstrips all other costs. And if you can make them net zero, then you're operating and working in a building that has very little annual costs associated with it. So it's something that can be done. It's something that makes economic sense, but it's something that a lot of people don't do at the beginning because there is more upfront cost. How are we going to overcome that? Well, part of it is we need to continue to ratchet up the standards because these buildings are going to be around for a long time. Next is to provide green and complete streets serving multiple functions. And that multiple functions part is so important for allowing for and promoting walking, cycling, and other alternative forms of transportation besides the car. And the green street component is under the realization that you create so much impervious surface when a road is built. You really need to mitigate those costs up front. Otherwise, the impacts on the streams downhill are pretty dramatic. So green and complete streets should be a requirement of development upfront. It is much more costly to create green and complete streets after the fact. Jurisdictions can establish public and private partnerships if necessary, or special taxing districts, or use tax increment financing to facilitate such development. But without green and complete streets up front, it is many more times expensive to do it retroactively. And otherwise, the environment and quality of life suffers. The next one is promote and plan for infill development. So in other words, build on existing sites that are in need of redevelopment or properties adjacent to those sites. And we're going to be getting more into that as we go on, but realize now that we are trying to make up for a lot of carbon releases from the past. And if we keep creating developments that add to the acreage of or miles of road that need to be maintained and are driven on, we're just compounding the difficulty that we'll face in trying to achieve the reductions. So we need to look first for redevelopment on sites, or just looking for existing sites, adjacent sites to develop on. Then, and I'm working through these pretty fast, and we may have a number of questions on it afterwards, but I want to get through some of the details, and then we'll have more time for discussion later. So the next piece is accessible space, accessible public facilities and spaces. providing equitable distribution of and access to public facilities and spaces as a feature of climate change adaptation strategies is very important. For instance, the preservation, expansion, and improvements of open spaces in coastal and riparian zones can be used as flood storage during storm events and function as recreation spaces during dry times. Any connections and improvements to these public spaces should be designed to accommodate all people so that all spaces can be shared, accessed, and enjoyed equally. Now, I've been fortunate in being part of this project that I want to share you as an example, because when I was working in the planning office, the American Chestnut Land Trust was being formed, and their original mission called for providing public access to the lands that they purchased. And so they started building trails from the beginning, and eventually came the concept of connecting to a nearby town. And this required a lot of coordination because obviously the land trust wasn't going to be able to own all the land. So we started with the church, we worked with the county, we worked with the state, or let me say they did because I was working for the county at the time. And finally, after about 10 years, they were able to build a 6.5 mile trail from the center of Prince Frederick to a bay overlook. And then since then, they've been expanding their trail system. So they're up to 22 miles of public access trails. And these are over those very spaces that are mentioned in that advisory of lands that are in coastal and riparian zones that can be used for flood storage during storm events and so forth. I'll be coming back to this example lately because it serves more than one purpose. This is the north set of trails that are at ACLT, and you see on the left the Prince Frederick to Bale trailhead at the church, and you see the network of trails that take you through and adjacent to a number of communities of all incomes. Plus, there are a couple of trailheads with anybody within the region can visit so that they can have access to the trails. And last year was a great example. COVID sent a lot of folks out to nature, and 69,000 people, I believe, were on our trails last year. And we were very grateful for all of our partners for pulling that off. Next, we have the objectives of harmony with nature. The natural environment encompasses all living and non-living things occurring naturally on Earth. Ecosystems are natural communities formed by the interaction of plants, animals, microbes living with air, water, and soil non-living. These interactions create many benefits to the natural environment, such as nutrient cycling, carbon sequestration, storage, erosion protection, and pollination, to name a few. These benefits are referred to as ecosystem services. Now, business leaders often ask to see the return on investment. And up until this point, we've really not been able to document numerically what those ecosystem services are valued at. But thank goodness, over the last 10 years or so, economists have joined in and actually put prices on the true ecological value of natural lands. And this should be a major consideration for planners when taking a look at the areas that they are planning, as to what resources may be lost depending on how the development occurs. One of the principals in Maryland is Dr. Elliott Campbell out of the Maryland Department of Natural Resources. And he provided slides to the Calvert County Environmental Commission that he gave us permission to use. And I think they're an excellent resource where he shows where the information came from to generate the models, and also the systems that were valued: air quality improvement, carbon sequestration, groundwater recharge, nutrient uptake, wildlife habitat, biodiversity, and stormwater mitigation. And I'm going to go through these rather quickly just to point out that how they were priced. For example, this is the nutrient uptake, and they use best management practices, and the price on the nutrient trading markets. We came up with 8.36 pounds per nitrogen and phosphorus on a per acre basis. And the same thing with stormwater abatement ecosystem services. We all know that if the stormwater systems that are in place are not adequate, you have to go back and retrofit. And those retrofits can be very expensive. And so you see on the slide how that was calculated. And so there's a dollar figure per 1,000 liters of water. The next is pollution service, air pollution removal. And obviously trees can do a great job at that. And that's one of the reasons why we want to have trees in and around cities for cleaning up pollutants there, but it also plays a major role out in rural areas as well. And has for people who, particularly people who have difficult breathing, this is, forests can be a lifesaver. So that's factored in. Next is groundwater recharge. And we need to get water back into the aquifers. If we have all hard surfaces, all the water runs off and the aquifers become depleted. And so there's an ecosystem value for that. And it averages out to 35 cents per 1,000 gallons of water per acre. But the one that surprises me that has the highest eco price, and that is the biodiversity and wildlife habitat. And working with Ducks Unlimited and Habitat Banking, et cetera, annualized over 15 years, they determined that it was over $1,000 per acre of natural land. And carbon sequestration, and that's, of course, the big discussion around the world as to how we can sequester more carbon. And trees uptake a lot of carbon, put it down into the roots, and they will do so for up to 200 years. And so most of our forests in Maryland are still at the growth stage. They're not at the old growth forest state. And so you see a lot of carbon sequestration that comes about due to the forests, the many forests that we have in Maryland. It averages about $77 per metric ton of carbon that's sequestered on a per acre basis. So if you haven't used this resource, the Greenprint map, I wanted to show you very quickly. Upper left, they have a user guide, and then they also on the right, they have the where you click on to make use of this resource. And then I've shown where you turn on the boundary layer with the arrow in the middle, the red arrow in the middle, and then you select a location on the map and it will compute it for you. And I've given you an example, and that is property that we just purchased, haven't quite paid for yet, is the GRDC Yale property, which is has frontage on the Chesapeake Bay, and it was actually wedged between two properties that American Chestnut Land Trust owns. And it actually was the only gap in almost 5 miles of lands that have been preserved. And so when you go to the Greenprint map and click on that property, you get the next slide, slide 43, which shows all of the ecosystem values that are associated with this on a per acre basis. So what a great resource. If you If you look now as you're driving down the road and you see a beautiful landscape, it's not just an aesthetic. It has real value in the marketplace. And therefore, it's something that you can measure as to whether it's worthy of being preserved or not. The next slide shows the map that Dr. Campbell prepared for the Environmental Commission, showing by colors the economic value per acre of the parcels in Calvert County. I draw a circle around the property, around the area where Parker's Creek is located and has been involved in land preservation, because it shows you that the dark green means that we have over $3,500 per acre in ecosystem values on those properties. But there's many other areas that you see that have lots of value, many areas worthy of preservation. And it works out to be a capital asset of $4 billion, and annualized, it works out to be ecosystem services, $228 million per year just in Calvert County. Okay, so next we're moving to agriculture, and the policy plan says we should support sustainable agricultural practices. And so some will say, well, you know, Maryland is not your biggest agricultural state in the union. Why should we worry that much about it? But I go back to a report by the Federal Reserve a couple of years ago that highly urges that all regions of the country establish regional food systems, because as they point out, all of the upheavals in the world and the risk of impacts due to climate change as well. And what we're seeing is so distressing out there in California, where you've seen a 22-year drought, and there's now more wars over where the water comes out of the Colorado River, because there's just not enough water in the system now to support agriculture and development. And so now they're drawing more water out of the ground, and the ground is actually receding because the aquifers are falling. So we can no longer rely as much as before on our vegetable and fruit basket, the Central Valley of California. Where's the food going to come from? Well, why not plan for our own regional food systems so that we don't have to rely on another part of the country or in other parts of the world, particularly in places in times of war or turbulence of other matters. So I say good news again here is because Maryland, based on my research in a report that you're about to see, is doing more to address environmental issues than perhaps any other state in the union. It helps fund cover crops and requires nutrient management planning so that we also will hopefully have seafood on into the future. We can't pollute our rivers and bays. If we're able to control the level of pollutants, we should be able to have a fishery, shell fishery on into the future. Let's plan for both and do what we can. But this is one where I would say we need to do more at the national level too, to see that all parts of the country are doing nutrient management and taking care of the soils, because in some ways you create an economic disadvantage to a state who does it all right, because the cost to the farmers here may be a little bit more by doing the right thing in terms of managing their lands. So with Joe Tassone and the representatives from the from the American Farmlands Trust, we wrote this report for the Harry Hughes Center for Agroecology, and it gives a number of recommendations for promoting sustainable agriculture and forestry in Maryland, and I recommend that you use that as a resource. Because understand this, planners need to assist farmers in getting access to consumers. We have a global food system now, which makes it harder for a farmer to get their produce in front of the consumers than it does for, say, food that comes out of Mexico. There's a number of reasons for that. Number one, most food establishments are in shopping centers that don't allow farmers markets because it's competition. And a lot of times the places where farmers can best gain access to the consumer is not even zoned to allow farmers markets, or is not allowed by private agreements and shopping centers. So how does a farmer reach out and gain access to the community, to the customer? It's much more difficult. So I have some other recommendations in terms of zoning regulations. We need to continue or initiate on-farm sales, including value-added agritourism, ecotourism uses, other funding sources to keep farmers going. We need to allow and support organizations like Chesapeake's Bounty that aggregate food from throughout the region so that a consumer can come one place and get meats from one farmer, cheese from another, vegetables from another, as well as crabs and fish. And having the full palette of food, you're more likely to see consumers come. And finally, allow for canoe and kayak launches for a fee from farms. This will serve the double benefit of promoting ecotourism for canoes and kayaks, and it'll provide a resource for farms, another income source, with having absolute minimal impact on the waterways themselves. And there's another exciting agreement that has been formed with the American Farmland Federation, the National Farmers Union, and several environmental organizations to try to address the issues of climate change together, both farmers and conservationists, to do the right thing, to be able to produce food and also protect the environment using the right conservation approaches. So I'm real glad to see this partnership, and I'm hoping that that means we will, if these things are implemented, we will have food systems in our country. So next, restore and protect environmentally sensitive areas. The statement there says that encourage and incentivize restoration and protection of environmentally sensitive areas such as wetlands, coastal estuaries, vernal pools, and associated forest habitat, which are critical components of the Earth's ecosystem. To do that, we need to work with landowners and land trusts. This is not a thing that governments can do on their own. They have to work with partners to make it happen. Land trusts have preserved over 60 million acres in the United States. These are things that land trusts know how to do well, and that is to work with private property owners to do the things that are mentioned on this slide. And I'll give you another example here with which I am personally familiar, and that is we have another great tool with Maryland's Rural Legacy Program, because it can be set up to incentivize conservation benefits for landowners and land trusts willing to impose greater stream setbacks or no-cut buffers and so forth, like the easement for this property that we're looking at, the GRDC property. And by the way, the forests that you see here sequester 320,000 tons of carbon and serve as a natural buffer from the town of Prince Frederick to the bay. This is the power of partnerships. All right, so the next topic, and we're getting towards the end of the policy recommendations, but I think these are important ones. Provide and protect a green infrastructure network. Infrastructure features may be natural, such as forests, trail systems, floodplains, wetlands, and buffer areas, or built engineered features such as street trees, rain gardens, green roofs, bioretention, stormwater management areas, and constructed wetlands. Green infrastructure system is a strategically planned and managed network of green open spaces, including parks, greenways, and protected lands. So this can be a powerful tool for counties and states to use, but again, it requires a lot of coordination. Seen here is an example of very nicely designed urban green infrastructure that both adds to the quality of life and does a great job of catching stormwater right at its beginning, and then hopefully feeding it off into swales and retention areas that avoid the runoff making its way at an erosive level into the waterways. But it also is, again, can be a large green space like you see here. The outline is the entire Parkers Creek watershed. And as you can see, half of Prince Frederick flows to Parkers Creek. And within the watershed, over 70% of it is forested, and over probably 70 or 80% of that forest land is preserved land, either by the land trust, by the county, the state, or private property owners, all working together to create a very effective green infrastructure system. And I want to show you an example of how that can work. This was a water quality blitz that ACLT Science Committee held this year. We have a team of scientists from Chesapeake Biological Lab, from Smithsonian Environmental Research Center, and other locations that conducts various scientific projects. But in this one, we were doing a water quality blitz to see what's happening in the ecosystem and how change occurs as water flows through these forested areas. And so I'll go first to where a red arrow pops up, and that is closest to the Prince Frederick Town Center. And some development occurs above that testing location. And you see the nitrogen load there is 0.533 milligrams per liter of nitrogen. It's a relatively low number, and that's to the credit, I think, both of the county and the fact that we don't have any septic systems in this area. It's all handled by a land application sewer system. But then as you go south, as you go to where this arrow is, you see that in the same stream, the nitrogen load is dropped to 0.377 milligrams per liter. And that's what all those tree roots do, and other vegetation in terms of soaking up nitrogen. And I'll give you another example, and this is over where a farm is located. And you see the highest level of nitrogen in the watershed is 1.47, which is over the good rating that we're trying to establish of less than 0.71 milligrams per liter. It's actually double that. But then as you cast your eye down, you will see that the nitrogen level before it reaches the Parkers Creek, and of course then to the bay, has dropped significantly. So in each one of these streams that as approaches the creek, the feeder streams as they approach the creek, we see more and more nitrogen has been removed. Okay, and then the last one that I want to cover is to integrate equity considerations in all forms of action. Interwoven equity. Policy plan calls for us to integrate equity considerations into all forms of climate action. Community engagement alone will not fully address the inequities. Thus, measures to assess current climate conditions, impacts, and burdens, to track progress, and to measure equity outcomes are vital to advancing climate equity. The impacts of climate change will most urgently affect those with the fewest resources, the least financial security, the poorest access to information, and the least ability to influence large-scale decisions. So something that we need to be particularly mindful of. All right, so poll number 3. We can pull that one up.
Okay. Thank you, Greg. Is your community planning for climate change? This one you can check all that apply. The options are: we have addressed it in floodplain regulations, we've addressed it in our building codes, we have begun to study what to do, we have fully addressed it in our comprehensive plan, or not yet, no. Our folks are being a little bit slower to respond to this one, so I'm going to give it a little more time. This one takes a little bit more recollection. Okay, I'll go ahead and close it. Okay, so 41% say not yet or no, but they're on this webinar, so hopefully they'll have some ideas. We have 38% addressing in floodplain regulations. We talked about those in a session earlier today. 34% are starting to study what to do. 21% in building codes, and only 7% fully addressed in our comprehensive plan.
And let me say that is not a surprise, because as I searched the internet to discover examples of good plans, I found that most jurisdictions have not really taken on the issue in total. Seattle, if you're looking for examples, the Seattle area seems to have been one of the earliest areas to take it on. I think I saw a comprehensive plan back in 2014 that began to address it, but I think I've also seen a study that says only 12% of the major cities in the country have really addressed climate change. So I think we've got work to do everywhere, and there's a lot more questions than there are answers, and that's okay. And that's why we all need to be talking to each other about this issue. So let's then go on. Addressing sea level rise, bigger storms, more rainfall, species habitat loss, and disappearing wildlife corridors. So, the Environmental Integrity Project reports this. In 2018, record-setting amount of rainfall drenched the Chesapeake region, including 72 inches in Baltimore, which is 75% more than national average back in the 1940s. The amount of fresh water pouring into the nation's estuary was by far the highest ever recorded. And let me tell you, we've almost matched that number again 2 years after that. What you get out of that often is failed stormwater management devices such as this one. What happened here? What storms, when they break through the devices, often means you've got an issue of enforcement, which may or may not happen. And you also have bleeding sediment out. Every time rain comes through this, it will bleed more sediment out towards the bay. And we've seen, like what I mentioned earlier, we actually see major roads like Route 4, like Maryland 301, which also part of it broke away in one of the storms in the last couple of years. Something that we had never imagined would happen is happening. As planners press hard for updates to stormwater management regulations, I think we need, we're going to have to figure out how to do this, because flooding just doesn't cause property damage. It affects the health of the bay with increased nutrient runoff and pollution as well. You know, Hurricane Ida certainly had a big impact on Louisiana, but nobody suspected so many people would die of floods and roadways as we saw in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York. It was just such a tragedy. So how can we deal with stormwater in a climate-altered world? Well, let me just say, I don't think anybody has a solution. The stormwater management regulations are intended to address big storms of 2.7 inches. And we're seeing so many storms that are 3 to 5 inches, and then occasionally these super storms. So I don't think anybody has the answer, but some researchers out of University of Maryland have begun to take a look. Researchers Pavio Zuckerman and graduate student Emma Gracie, I believe the name's pronounced, examined 2 distinct watersheds that demonstrate the 2 different approaches. One is the more conventional one with the stormwater management ponds, and the other used quite a bit of green infrastructure, and that is with rain gardens and shallow areas for water to eventually seep into, and a lot of forests. And they studied it for several years with the help of Maryland Geological Survey that had the equipment there to do the comparisons. And what they found is that in general, the green infrastructure does a better job of uptake and lesser impact on the watershed, but that in the major storms, both systems failed. So that even with best practices of more conventional and the green infrastructure, both failed. So what are we to do? What it appears to be that we're going to need to be doing is look at this from a watershed standpoint, because we're still viewing so much as happens in terms of stormwater management on a parcel by parcel basis or project by project basis. And to really capture and control some of these bigger storms, we're going to need to come up with ways to handle it at more of a regional or a watershed level. So they're continuing to gather data, and I suspect at some point in time we will see changes in state stormwater management regulations to address it. But you're going to have to spread that water out, and you're going to have to hope that you come up with effective ways to soak it up rather than affecting the bay. So poll number 4, please.
Okay, so this one's a little different than the other ones. Have you hiked or visited the following? Check all that apply. I've hiked on the Appalachian Trail. I've been to the Grand Canyon National Park. I've been to the Yellowstone National Park, and I've been to Yosemite National Park. Give it a few more moments. Okay, share the results. All right, about 2/3 have hiked on the Appalachian Trail. Almost half have been to Grand Canyon. Not as many as at Yellowstone, that's the lowest one. And then about 1/4 have been to Yosemite.
I am impressed. We have a lot of hikers here, with people who get out into large landscapes. And that's the next topic, is large landscapes. So thank you for that. And it sure gives, this is an active group of people who have been active in their life, and that's fantastic. So strategies for large landscape conservation. My conclusion from all what I have read about climate change is that we need a growing global movement to reverse the fragmentation of the Earth's landscapes and restore nature's resilience to address climate change. It's a daunting task, and we have to have a plan. And we're very fortunate that the Nature Conservancy has been studying this issue for well over 10 years. They've brought in over 150 scientists as part of their research to look into lands and measuring lands from a resilience standpoint and a connectivity standpoint, which is needed for species and wildlife. And so this is the team that was assembled by Mark Anderson, who was the chief scientist involved in this project. And they looked at a number of things. First, they looked at abundance crisis, monitoring reports on the loss of native species, down 20%, amphibians down 30%, butterflies 35%, and birds 29%, or 3 billion birds lost since 1970. And also determined over time that nature is moving. Nature is already reacting to climate change. It's moving upslope about 36 feet per decade and moving northward about 11 miles per decade. So these warmer temperatures, it changes the habitat basically for wildlife and for the tree species, which are also marching north, and certainly invasives are marching across the landscape too, in reaction to the changing environment. And that has meant range expansions and contractions. So the critters that we often find in our backyards, like coyotes or raccoons or red fox or skunks, a lot more of them because they can live around humans. Whereas there's so many species as you go down the line, they're losing their range expansions as more land is developed, more habitat areas are destroyed. And so the work they did was they looked at it from the land standpoint, the land properties of geology, soil, elevation, topography, and hydrology, and then microclimates, and then how well the lands were connected. Microclimates, as it turns out, is a very important key in determining the resilience of land related to species, because with all of these different elevation changes and slopes, you have the opportunity for new microclimates where the species may no longer be able to live in one area, but 200 yards from there, the climate has changed. The temperature is different. There's a different level of moisture in the soil, and so therefore they can survive. And then the other part is connectivity, because of course humans have had a major impact in terms of developed lands, roads, agriculture, and energy. And those change wildlife corridors and also change how plant species can move, and if they in fact are able to move. And so they prepared the map that you see here. It's an interactive map, and if you Google the Nature Conservancy Resilience Tool, you will very quickly find it, and you can log on and you can check it out your own area to see how your area ranks in terms of ecosystem resilience. The greener that you see, the better on the map. Brown on the map is the least resilient, and gray is already developed lands. And those colors pop up a lot more as you zoom into, say, the area where you do most of your work. So thinking about landscape conservation, as I was researching it, I think one of the the most significant people who had influenced that was Benton MacKay. He was an American forester, planner, and conservationist. He said he first imagined the Appalachian Trail when sitting on a treetop, Stratton Mountain in Vermont. And the notion of a 1,000-mile footpath in the mountains fired the imaginations of the hikers and outdoorsmen from Maine to Georgia. Inspired by him, they began building the trails and making the connections. And you have a wonderful large landscape that I could see here. A sizable number of our participants have already made use of. So can you imagine a large landscape that you would like to help create? Where would it be? What would it be like? I want you to think about that. Maybe that's part of the question and answer that we come up with later on in this session. So what can planners do for large landscape planning? Well, these are some of my suggestions, and I hope that you can add to them, because I think this is not one of those things that we do need to heal the earth in many places. We need to make more green dots on that map. And how do we do it? I think we have to look large when we're doing it. Advocate for setting aside rural landscapes large enough to serve as an intact ecosystem. Number two, to me, is one of the biggest things. We have to develop measurable benchmarks for water quality and ecosystem health, and then hold ourselves accountable to them. If the numbers don't look good now, 10 years later, if you work hard at it, you can bring those numbers down. But if you don't have measurable benchmarks, how do you know if you've ever made progress? Develop large watershed, large landscape management plans. Create land use plans centered around a goal for achieving good water quality and wildlife conservation, and so on down the line here. But again, this is just one planner's recommendations. We need, as a group of planners in the Bay region, to build on this list. Poll question 5, we're just going to skip on. We may have this discussion at the end of the session about where your favorite place would be and why, but I need to get through my slides in time for us to be able to discuss it. So then my final section is how to avoid a new wave of residential sprawl. As soon as COVID hit, I began worried about, okay, people are going to want to start moving out of the cities now because they're afraid of transmission. And lo and behold, wasn't very long when we started seeing the newspaper articles. This one from Wall Street Journal. People are going to be spreading out in suburbs and ordering in. The economy may never be the same. And then this is from NBC News, talking about the millions of people moving during the pandemic, and most aren't looking back. That's very unfortunate, because it defies an old real estate axiom of location, 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 and the power of proximity. According to William Fulton, the director of the Kinder Institute for Urban Research at Rice University, cities have always seemed to be the most important drivers for both social and economic life in the United States. Even if most people live in the suburbs, most economic innovation occurs in the cities and towns. These are the places that are the prospering ones most these days. Now, I'll have to say that there's been a hit because of COVID, but I'm hoping it's a temporary one. The most critical component is the thing that makes most cities go more than anything else: proximity. In the world of technology, much has been made about the way people bump into each other almost randomly in dense job centers and exchange areas. This idea overlaps with the idea that many millennials, at least the ones driving the economy, prefer the dense social interaction. And I know people now are fearing that, well, pandemics are just going to keep increasing, they're going to go on forever. But when we think of how quickly the COVID vaccines came about, and the scientists that actually created them said the next time it's going to be even faster. And they're even on track to come up with a vaccine that will help end pandemics forever. This 60-minute section, when I saw it, I thought it was profound, and it is pretty exciting to see what the potential is there. And all this is so important because, number one, transportation. It's the one big reason to avoid residential sprawl. Of the 5 major sectors, there's more emissions coming out of transportation than all the others. Rarely can both working adults find a job near home if they live in a suburban rural area, because they lack the job selection that one can find in a city. This according to the same William Fulton. This is a map that shows outbound commutes in Calvert County, where I live. In the suburbs, most adults spend much of their free time driving. And when they get home, they've got to cut the grass. And then do they really have time to do anything else? Right now, Calvert has the dubious distinction of having the longest commute. Public transportation is almost always impractical in rural areas because the trip origins and destinations are so widely dispersed. It would take several different forms of transportation to make one trip each day, and that just simply isn't practical. And look at the national natural area lost from sprawl every year. The human footprint in the continental United States grew by more than 24 million acres just between 2001 and 2017. The losses documented propose a direct threat to the nation's clean air and clean water supplies. National Geographic in a recent article said that through landscape modifications and natural resource use, humans have altered over 75% of the ice-free land on Earth. Long commutes and yard work. You also find that the children need to be driven everywhere. All families are roughly of the same income and often of the same race. Rural subdivisions are a product of the 20th century, and frankly, I think they should go away. The Brookings Institute says it well. They say, separate and unequal, persistent residential segregation is sustaining racial and economic injustice in the United States. They go on to say that well over half of a century since civil rights movement fought for the principles that separate is inherently unequal. Real estate industry practices and local public policies have not been held accountable for making very little progress. And so looking at the rural areas, what happens when a place like this is a 350-acre tract? Fortunately, the green print map has not been changed since this clearing occurred, because when you click on it, it says that it had over $700,000 per year in ecosystem services, which is now gone. And it has gone from at least average resilience where it was to being the least resilient land. And when developed, it'll create a high percentage of impervious surfaces, which will increase water flow in the streams below. Compact development, quality development is what we're going to have if we're ever going to reverse the trends with climate change. In Calvert County, according to the work by Dr. Elliott Campbell, Calvert lost 20% of its ecological services over this period of time, with ag land lost, loss of forests, a major change. What would happen if we'd gone another 20 or 30 years? Would we really have working ecosystems? So, to the way to preserve land and restore ecosystems, help farmers stay viable, develop enhanced easement programs, more green infrastructure, give landowners a choice and show them the real prices that you get for land preservation. tack on the real cost for development, and establish green infrastructure trading programs. So I want to wrap up with a couple of thoughts about the changes that are happening in the country. More people say that they are multiracial. I'm happy to see that all the professional webinars and planning in the environment and land conservation are taking on the issues of race discrimination, equity, fairness, and opportunity. There are also changes in our demographics that give me hope like this, to see so many more people will announce that they are multiracial. The mixing of all sorts of races is really a new force in the 21st century, says Richard Alba, a demographer and professor at City University in New York. We're talking about a big, powerful phenomenon. In a country that's been racked by racial strife since its early beginnings, Americans who embody two or more racial entities are often perceived as being at odds with each other, are seen by some as a symbol of hope for the future of racial harmony. A lot of the multiracial population is in our own region. You're seeing the future of America right now, says Luna of Quakertown, PA. The more immigration, the more people become broad-minded. You'll see more children we won't look that we don't look at a certain way. It gives me hope for the future and even for the present that more and more people are mixing together like my family. And kudos.com gives a lot of credit to the millennial force. It says, when it comes to tackling the challenge of diversity in the workplace, many organizations are turning to their millennial workforce for the insights and understandings they need. It's not just the millennials support the argument, they expect it. Back to global warming. There's a tool now out by Yale University that actually tracks on a county by county basis what percentage of adults believe global warming is happening. For the United States, it has gone way up in the last few years to 72%. In my own county, when I clicked on it, it said it was 69%, which is pretty strong support. So I think even though many of us have worked for a long time and not seen much interest in addressing climate change, we're at a point right now where I think a lot of people are expecting it. And I'm very glad to see Municipal Maryland has really been taking it on. And I love their publication. It's very progressive in terms of let's do it, let's take action now. And one example they showed was these EV police vehicles that are in their town. How cool is that? So I say this is not necessarily a doom and gloom scenario. What we need to do is imagine it first. Imagine large landscapes. Imagine a better world founded on equality, true economy, and ecological responsibility. Imagine the rural lands, the towns and cities we want, and then make it happen. It is in the interest of every human on this earth that we address climate change. The clean energy solutions are there. Planners have the outreach tools to engage the public, to help them understand the consequences of climate change and the solutions. But we have little time to make big changes. The time is to act now. So with that, I am finished and I am ready to take questions, and I will get out of this and turn on my camera.
Thank you, Greg. I want to leave that. You want to maybe leave up your contact information at least for a little while?
Sure. Can you
can
still
also
see
turn on
it?
your camera. Yeah, you might want to make it full screen again though.
Okay. Let me turn on my camera first. I think I need to do that.
You can hit presenter view.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice colorful background you got going on there, Greg. That's going to start from the beginning. You just started it from the beginning.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll take care of it.
Okay. All right. We do have a few questions. So the first one is, and this one goes back to early in the presentation. So is the I think they said geodata, I think they mean the geologic data, is it available through the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration?
Let me see here. Which one do I hit?
Yeah, that'll work. Play from the current, yeah.
Cool. All right, so now, if you could give me the question again.
Sure. Is the geologic data available through NOAA?
The data that the Nature Conservancy was using is available online, and the NOAA data, I didn't. I used resources from it, but I have not been to it myself, so I haven't gone to their website.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any suggestions on how local planning commissions could use the green print tool in their various duties, such as comprehensive planning, review of preliminary subdivisions, and the prioritization of agriculture or conservation easement acquisitions?
Absolutely. You know, when we're preparing a plan, of course, we're supposed to start with an environmental study of the properties. And so I believe it is a good baseline. It would be to take a look at the lands in a jurisdiction and see which ones are ecologically the most important. Now, I mean, other factors are going to come in, where major roadways are and where existing development is located. But at least now we have the ability to look at the ecological value and see how that weighs in other aspects of how we and where we grow.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Somebody asked if I'll just make this let everybody know. Somebody asked if the slides and the recording of the presentation will be available. Yes, I'll send the slides next week. We'll have to do a little post editing to the recording because it's just going to be one big block of recording. So we want to clean it up a little bit. But over the next few weeks, we'll be getting the recordings posted on the MPCA website. All right, next question is, what else can be done to ensure that the federal farm bill benefits local farmers and supports diversity in crops? This is a long one, so hold with us. It doesn't seem efficient to fund mainly crops like corn when we fly in produce from other parts of the world that we can have in the US seasonally. It doesn't seem right to see apples from Italy in my local supermarket. What can be done to change what appears to be an inefficient market that doesn't support our local farms and crop diversity? All right, that's a big question for you, Greg. You got to solve it now.
Yeah, you know, it turns out to be trade agreements are the drivers there. In the 1970s, with the trade agreements that were set up between Mexico and Canada, that had a profound impact on US farmers because it created economic advantages for Mexico to capture a larger percentage of the market than it had before. And so if you look at the economic data going back to 1970s, you see that it took off. And that, of course, took a big hit for all the local vegetable producers throughout the country. On the other hand, when that happened, it made it much better, or created much better markets for the grain producers because we do a super job of growing grain in the country, but that created major disadvantages in Mexico for the corn growers there. So you lost a lot of farms there. So I think we have to look at more factors when we're deciding how we write trade agreements. I think the trade agreement should include environmental standards as well as human rights issues and equity issues when we write these trade agreements.
Thank you. Okay, next question. They start off with great presentation, Greg. Do you have suggestions of support groups or technical assistance that local planning commissions can look to address these climate change planning issues?
Wow, again, I had done some research. I found Seattle is a little bit ahead of the game, so I would check out the jurisdictions, the counties and all in that region of Washington State. I believe Montgomery County has started taking on the issues of climate change, so I would take a look to see what they're doing there. I think, though, that as an organization, American Planning Association and the Maryland chapter, we need to also work together, the members, to run ideas past each other and to try to, because a lot of things are unique, and we have a unique landscape that we're working with, and we have that bay sitting out there that we've got to try to help protect. So maybe some of the best ideas are going to be locally grown.
Well, I will say, Maryland Department of Planning, we review all comprehensive plans as part of a 60-day review, and we have started to notice more frequent mention, if not a full, policy framework for addressing it. We are starting to see in more and more draft comprehensive plans a discussion of climate change, and that's something that we as a department are grappling with, how we can provide that direct comprehensive plan support. You saw earlier that only 7% of respondents said that they had fully addressed it in their comprehensive plan, but I think there's a lot of jurisdictions in this state, and us as a department know that that is one area that it needs to be. So we'll be continuing to look at that. A few very positive comments on your presentation, Greg. Let's see, get to the next question. Have you managed to interest any farmers, or do you know of somebody who's been able to interest any farmers in your area or elsewhere to allow kayak launching from their property?
I haven't, but I don't know that most people know that Calvert County does have the regulations to allow it. So it hasn't been something that's been advertised very well. But I do see a market there. And, the sad thing is it's hard to get public access onto creeks because of the NIMBY approach. But canoes and kayaks have such minimal impact in terms of noise or pollutants that they make good neighbors, and they could make actually good watchdogs. But most of Calvert County's creeks don't have a public access point on them, and so the public misses out on these beautiful waterways, absolutely beautiful waterways. And the cautionary tale is, I don't believe that people will care for a waterway if they don't have access to it. So if we want to protect our waterways, I think either through public funding or private enterprise, we need to make these waterways available to the public.
Great. This one's, I guess, specific to your area, Greg. Has your county begun to embrace the inclusion of climate change in their planning?
I'm so busy in the American Intestinal Land Trust, I have not had a chance to talk to staff about that. But that's a conversation I should have.
Okay. All right, we probably have time for 2 more questions because we do have our next session starting at 3:10. So I'm sorry if I'm not able to get to all these. Do you see any conflicts between encouraging farming and managing nitrogen, phosphorus in waterways? If so, how are some of the what are some of the best ways they can be mitigated, or that it can be mitigated, and to do both?
So number one, we all eat, and we all have an interest in having a regional food system for no other reason than what the Federal Reserve said. Is you never know with climate and insurrections throughout the world that we will have a stable food system. So we need to have food locally sourced. But and so we should expect more nutrients to come off of a farm than say from a yard. So I think there's a lot of farmers doing a very responsible job of utilizing nutrients with minimal impact on the environment. And I think that's all we can hope for. And I love the fact that the state of Maryland is the only one in the country that actually requires nutrient management plans. So we all eat, we all need food, and we shouldn't be counting on the rest of the world to provide it for us. So we need to make this thing compatible. And I believe we can. We have, again, a lot of farmers who do great work.
Okay. And our last question is going to specifically focus on planning commissions per the audience. What can planning commissions do to lessen the effect of politics when making considerations for climate change in their comp plans? Another big question for you, Greg.
Yeah,
you got to solve it.
That's a tough one. And I worked with planning commissions for 32 years, and I know the challenges that planning commissions face. I think that the best way to deal with politics is to have a great citizen participation program, so that ultimately the elected officials know well what the general public wants. And if we have an educated electorate, and if we have a great citizen participation program, then I think we should get a good result.
Well, thank you, Greg. And I want to also thank APA Maryland chapter for organizing this session with Greg. Olivia Vedado, thank you for all your help in communication and lead up to this. I'm sorry we couldn't get to all the questions. I hope you can get down Greg's contact information. I'm sure Greg would be happy to answer them. But this was a very good session that tied together a lot of the concepts that we have been talking about over the past 2 days, everything from equity to climate change to metrics. We had a long discussion about metrics this morning, and just the wide variety of tools and resources that have been shared today. It would take many months just to go through them all, but it's good to know that they're out there, and hopefully some of you all can closely connect and make use of them. So again, thank you so much, Greg. And to the audience, we will be back at 3:10 for a roundtable discussion about engaging citizen planners in government planning exercise. We hope you can join us for the final session of the 38th Annual MPCA Conference. Thank you. Hello, and welcome back. Had a shorter break than usual there. Hello, Victoria. So here we're here for our final session of the 38th Annual Maryland Planning Commissioners Association Conference. We're going to do, for this one, engaging citizen planners in government planning exercises. We're going to do it a little bit differently than you would have noticed from a lot of our other sessions, which were presentation-based. There will be some images and slides that the panel will share, but this is going to be more of a roundtable. This is going to be a roundtable discussion where I'm going to ask questions of those in attendance, and they are going to respond. Let me send. Oh, here comes Sarah. Well, first, let me introduce our panel. Well, I'm the moderator. You all know me. You probably are sick of my voice over 2.5 days. I've been talking a lot, but let me introduce the panel first. I want to introduce Gary Mahler, who came up with the idea of this session in the beginning, and we've been working with him for many months now on this session. So I want to thank Gary. And Gary was a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee for Anne Arundel County that helped develop their new comprehensive plan, which was recently adopted. Next, we also have Kip Reynolds, AICP Division Chief of Community Planning for the Maryland National Capital Park Planning Commission. We have Victoria Olivier, AICP Planning Supervisor for Howard County Planning and Zoning. And we also have Sarah Benton, AICP Planner Coordinator for the Maryland National Capital Park Planning Commission. All right, got all that out of the way. So before we get into the questions, I just wanted to introduce the idea of this final panel discussion. You know, we did those who were joining us earlier, I hope you could, for the citizen planner recognitions, which was an excellent. We always enjoy them. The MPCA always enjoys doing that each year, and you got to. We reiterated the point during that ceremony, that celebration, that citizen planners are at every level, right? Of course, you have the professional planners who are probably citizen planners in their own community in some respect. Then you also have the formal boards and commissions, but then you also have members that, just of a community. It could be an advisory committee like Gary was a part of, or could be people just working and advocating for solid planning in their home communities. And that's the idea of this panel. We're going to talk about specific comprehensive and master planning efforts, but that involve planners at those various levels, particularly focusing on citizen advisory committees. Kind of like if you're around for the celebration earlier, we were talking about the stormwater flood mitigation advisory committee for North Beach. But today we're going to talk about specific to comprehensive plans. So I'm going to go ahead and get us started. Actually, I should give you all a chance to introduce yourselves really briefly, not just me. So Gary, give us a few words about yourself. Oh, Gary, you're muted. It looks like everybody's muted, so I'll just give you a heads up on that. But you should mute when other people are talking, just because we know there's dogs in the background, work trucks in the background, all sorts of things in the background. So go ahead, Gary. It looks like I need to unmute you.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Well, I'd like to thank Joe for the opportunity to be on this panel. I think it's great that this organization is reaching out to citizen planners, volunteers to present today. Apologize up front. I came down for cold yesterday. I've been taking cough drops like candy, so I hope you can hear me. I've been involved in land use issues in the Jessup community of Anne Arundel County for, I guess, going on 30 years. So I've been asked to serve on different committees through the years. Very active in our local community association, the Jessup Improvement Association. And I even served on the other side of the fence when I was appointed to the Planning Commission down in Dewey Beach, Delaware, small town of about a 1 mile long little beach town. And then I was elected to 2 terms as a town commissioner. So I've kind of been on both sides of the fence in terms of land use planning and hopefully I can provide some lessons learned from my experiences in those roles.
Thank you for being here, Gary. Yeah, it's excellent your perspective from on an advisory committee, but also as a planning commissioner, because we have a lot of planning commissioners in the audience. Sarah, would you like to introduce yourself? Are you muted? Give me a. It says I don't know. You're both muted by me. Now you're self-muted, so you can unmute yourself. I don't know why it says muted by organizer. I didn't mute any of you intentionally.
All right. Yep. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Benton. As mentioned, I'm a planner coordinator with the Prince George's County Planning Department and the Community Planning Division in the Long Range Planning section. I'm currently project manager for a sector plan for a small area within Prince George's County, about an area size of about 1,000 acres. My experience, prior experience is in international development planning in Latin America, where I do have experience working with different types of advisory committees and groups on different plans. So happy to be here this afternoon. Thank you.
Great. I'm going to unmute you, Victoria. You should be able to unmute your. No. What's happening here? Now it says self-muted. You can unmute yourself.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Victoria Olivier. I started Howard County in January, so I kind of walked into the HOCO by Design comprehensive plan process midstream. But prior to that, I was working with Joe over at the Department of Planning and as regional planner for Howard County. So kind of would have been reviewing this plan on the other side. But prior to moving to Maryland, I did my professional planning work in Detroit, Michigan, and New Orleans, and excited to join you all today.
Thank you, Victoria. And I think I need to probably unmute. Now you can unmute yourself, Kip. I hope this doesn't continue to happen. Nope, hold on. All right, now it says you're. Try now. There you go.
Okay, I got the green light. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Kip Reynolds. I work in Prince George's County with Sarah. I'm the Community Planning Division Chief. I've been in Maryland for almost over 30 years, so I've worked in different jurisdictions at different sizes and on a variety of projects that have used citizen advisory committees and stakeholders. So happy to be here.
Thanks. And a message to the audience, because it's usually me typing stuff into you, and I'm running or moderating this, so I can't do that. Please submit your questions in the questions tab, and this is available for AICP credits. I don't have the code. I can't put but I'll put the code in at the end. The number if you want to log those credits. All right, so we're going to start with the first question. Let's start at a baseline here. Why did your jurisdiction decide to develop a new comprehensive plan when it did? And for this one, it'll take about a minute each. I'll start off with Victoria.
Okay, so prior to when I joined Howard County, they actually completed a land development regulation assessment. And the recommendation from that was to really lead with a comp plan update and then follow up with a comprehensive rewrite of the zoning. So in addition to the state's, decade requirements to update, they were really thinking about, okay, how at this point do we want to move forward? Is it going to be a full update? And that's really what they decided on. There was kind of this reckoning that there was 2% of land remaining for redevelopment, for development in Howard County, and that this would really need to be a redevelopment focused plan. And so, taking the work that was done on Plan Howard and saying, there were limitations to that plan. It wasn't, we've been calling the ABLs. It wasn't as predictable. It wasn't as equitable, sustainable, and achievable as we would have liked. And so how do we take a future land use map? And then in this case, it really has this kind of idea of emphasis on activity centers. How can we build these kind of nodes of activity and really transform them and have this accompanying policy framework?
Thank you, Victoria. We'll go to Gary next. Same question. Why did your jurisdiction decide to develop a comprehensive plan?
Well, I think Anne Arundel County was pretty straightforward. It was they were trying to be compliant with the requirements for a 10-year plan. So we started out with a general development plan, and now they are starting out working on regional plans, and that is expected to take quite a bit of time. But that's the idea there, is to drill down into more specific community issues and land use planning for much smaller, not just I mean, for example, West County, we're right up against Harrod. So each area, whether it's down in South County where we have large farms, along the peninsula where the water industry is big, or each area has its own specific kind of issues or hot points, and that was going to be discussed at these regional planning sessions, so that's expected to take almost to the next general development plan cycle. But that's the reason the county is doing it, like any county, is just to address changes in the growth patterns, traffic, environmental issues, quality of life, which are all been expressed by our citizens through stakeholder listening sessions as being very important to the community. So
thank you, Gary. And Kip, I thought it's either Kip or Sarah, you're representing the same jurisdiction. I don't know who would like to respond to this question.
Similar to Victoria and Gary, we have a requirement that we look at our general plan every 10 years after the decennial census. But we also have 38 sector plans, so it's a little different for our sector plans. We sort of, we might look if there's been a major change in the demographic, the market, and the construction of the Purple Line is a good example. We had a few areas that didn't have up-to-date sector plans, so we made an effort to focus on those stations along the Purple Line. So similar to the other jurisdictions.
Yeah. And one thing I forgot to this is for the panelists. If at some point you want to show your screen, just let me know and I'll make you the presenter, as you practiced earlier. Okay. And some of you may not have as many things to say about any specific questions, but I'm still going to go around the room. So number 2, why did you decide to develop a citizen advisory group to help guide the process? I think I have Kip and Sarah starting this.
I can take this one. Thanks, Joe. So in Prince George's County, we've taken a slightly different approach in recent years with our different comprehensive plans, both for the comprehensive countywide plan and our comprehensive sector and master plans that are for smaller areas. So we are not using formal citizen advisory committees right now. And so, however, with our plans, we do prepare like a comprehensive public participation program for each of these plans that really outlines clearly the type of engagement and outreach we're going to do with each of our plans. And there's a timeline and everything. It's pretty planned out in detail. We found that there are some newer tools that allow us newer tools these days that allow us to really reach a broad audience in the county, whether it's countywide or in a small area. And I will touch on some of those tools a little bit later. But that is the new approach we're taking. We're really doing a lot, and I can speak from my current project that I'm working on now, doing a lot of stakeholder listening sessions, focus groups, having office hours available to community members to come and speak and ask questions, provide feedback. And I'll touch on some of the tools that we use to sort of engage with the community a little bit later. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Victoria, question to you. Why did Howard decide to develop an advisory committee?
Sure. So I'm going to touch on actually 3 kind of variations on the citizen advisory group. Joe, this is when I was going to show my couple slides, if you don't mind. All right. So we I just wanted to show this slide to put things into context. This is a slide we showed early and often to kind of emphasize and sort of set expectations with the community, that as much as we were really focused on doing community participation, that it really fit within a a broader set of efforts, which was, between the Howard County planning staff and the consultant team we brought on, that while we were getting the community input from a variety of different mechanisms, we were also doing some pretty hardcore data analysis and, looking at best practices from other places that we thought would be applicable to the Howard County landscape. And so later on, as we had completed numerous community input activities, we really, we're at the point where we're heading into the draft plan and releasing that to the public next month, hopefully. So we wanted to fit within that, the input activities that you'll see at the top were really how a general resident was asked to participate, but also these community input activities in the middle around planning analysis, the PAC work sections, the SAG work sessions. That is really where we define our citizen advisory group. So I'll stop sharing. I don't know, Joe, if you just take it back. There we go. Stop showing screen. Thanks. So the citizen advisory, or the planning advisory committee, was really thought of as a sounding board. I recognize that one thing I learned about Howard County when I first started there is there are a lot of really educated, really engaged residents who are used to being involved in a really meaningful way. And so pulling together this group that would serve as a sounding board, but also really localize the national team of consultants that were assisting us with this plan is really important. And also, now that we're kind of heading into somewhat of the home stretch, how do we really leverage those planning advisory committee members who've been really invested and have broad networks to reach out to those networks to, help people understand, to hopefully be champions or those who will help guide this plan through the rest of the process. We also have strategic advisory groups, which are a little different because they were based off of kind of key topics that were included in the plan, especially ones that the planning advisory committee said, hey, we really need to dig into this deeper. We're not going to solve the schools question here. And so then that became a topic for the stakeholder advisory group. And that was a combination of local, national experts, but also there's a little bit of crossover from the PAC and others who were interested or advocates. And so then I also wanted to mention our diversity, equity, and inclusion focus groups, because I think that was a really good attempt at broadening the table to those who maybe don't always get invited to those kind of more exclusive curated groups. And so we had 15 different focus groups with populations that cross-cut everyone, Howard County, and it was around 100 people, but those who could really represent their communities. And I think we learned a lot from those groups that maybe we hadn't heard before.
Thank you. That's a very intricate array of groups that all seem to work together and inform the work of each other. You also have the Citizen Planning Academy there, correct, in Howard?
We do. It's on a COVID hiatus, but it will. And also the idea is that Planning Academy was based off of Plan Howard. And since we were updating the general plan, it made sense to, both because of COVID and the change in content, to then reformulate that for hopefully 2022 relaunch. So I'll be leading that when it happens, so stay tuned.
Thanks, Victoria. We'll talk to you about it. Gary, I know you weren't part of the decision-making process to put together the committee. You're part of the committee, but what did they tell you was the reason and the decision that they decided to create your group?
Well, I think you know, my observation was that our current county executive, you know, when he was on the campaign trail, he went around the county. He talked to a lot of our very active civic associations. We have one group that's countywide called Growth Action Network, and you know, the concern was, in all these groups, was more visibility into the process, more opportunity to provide inputs and to guide land use in the county that the citizens hadn't seen in the past. So he was elected, and you know, he followed up and did what he said he was going to do, and that was to form a citizen advisory committee to work with planning and zoning department. And the CAC that I served on, their role was to advocate for their community. So the citizens that were put onto the committee were all from all different parts of the county, different experience levels, different issues that they were concerned about. So you know, that their job was to make sure that things got done the way their constituents felt they should be, and to do their best to make that happen. The goal of this committee, which was here again directed by the county executive, and he called rather than the general development plan, he called it Plan 2040. And so his idea was that the CAC would come up with a vision that would guide the county for a 20-year period. So that would go over, you know, over another GDP cycle. But he wanted something that would give people a vision or a target to shoot for the next 20 years. And that's a hard thing to do in a short period of time that we had, which was about 2 years. So you do the best you can. But I think he had a nice vision. His goals and ideas were very much in line with a lot of the civic associations and community associations and things like GAN. So it was kind of a win-win situation.
And it's interesting to hear. I mean, it's always, you know, there are so many organized groups out there, from, you know, civic associations, HOAs, that you know, you can build upon when you're developing kinds of citizen groups like this. So that is a common approach, but also one to consider. Okay, to get into the kind of the nitty gritty of how this works for those jurisdictions who might be interested in doing their own, I'm going to have Victoria start on this one, but if anybody else wants to chime in at the end, what criteria were used to select and design the committee in Howard County?
Well, I don't think it's terribly unique. You know, they were looking for people who had a variety of expertise, and, you know, cut across the issues that of most general plan comprehensive plans include, and being able to kind of collaborate on that. And so in Howard County, as I said, I've learned there's a lot of people who've been engaged for a long time. And so we also have a lot of institutional knowledge. There are some people on the Planning Advisory Committee this is their third round of being participants. And so I think that's really helpful to have that institutional knowledge. There was a conscious effort to make sure that the development community was not overly represented, and also that if developers, or that the developers were a variety of types, and so, you know, institutional or residential, and so there would be balance on that. And, you know, I think there's always a number of cooks in the kitchen with something like this. You know, the planning department might start with their initial list. In this case, the planning board looked at that list and added some on and said, you know, do you have someone from the schools? Schools always comes up. And so, you know, we also wanted to make sure that geographically there's a bit of a east-west demarcation in Howard County with the planned service area. And so the rural west, you know, making sure the farming community was also represented. you know, these were long meetings. These were, you know, 3-ish hour meetings. And so everybody who committed to this committee was able to dedicate that time, which we know is unique to, you know, either being professionals in a compatible job or maybe retired or whatever. So we recognize that by the nature of this committee, that in some ways it was kind of shaped by those who could make that commitment.
Thank you. Does anybody else on the panel want to share how the committees were designed or selected?
Oh, oh, sorry, Sarah. I've had experience where there's been like 75 member committees and then 20 members. So the size really is important because you have to decide if there's going to be subcommittees by topic area or subject. So you really want to think about that because, as Victoria said, there's a big time commitment in that. And in one jurisdiction I worked in, they solicited people, they advertised so people could nominate themselves. You didn't have to be selected, but you had to sort of have a statement of justification why you wanted to be involved. So, that was helpful, but the size does vary. And I really think it depends on the scope of the project and whether you have the staff to support, 5 subcommittees meeting with a steering committee. So I don't know. Sarah, do you have anything?
I was just going to make a comment about what Victoria said. Although we're not using formal citizen advisory committees, we sort of take a similar approach as far as trying to reach out to members of the community. And in particular with our focus groups, sometimes they have been had topics or themes for them. And we've reached out to some of the same groups like the local community development corporation, the municipalities, or municipal leaders and local HOAs to reach out to them and get informal nominations for the people that would be good to participate in these types of focus groups that have different areas of expertise and could really contribute to the purpose of the focus group. So I just wanted to add, it's a similar approach. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Gary, did you want to add anything? Yep.
Yeah, I'll just add, I mean, like any other county, I mean, Anne Arundel has some kind of unique area. So we have down in our South County, we lovingly call South County, is farms, large tracts of land. And, the folks down there, they want to keep it a farm agriculture type businesses down there. And that's becoming a challenge as some of the younger kids want to go off to the big city and work and not bale hay in the summer. Can't blame them. I'm baled hay here in Jessup when I was growing up, and it's hard to get volunteers after they've come out once and lifted the bales. But in any case, so we have North County is up around the northern part, Glen Burnie, up into Brooklyn, and there's a lot of unique issues up there. We have West County, which is where I live here, up right, borders right up against Harrod County, and the big thing in Anne Arundel, we have a huge amount of property that borders the waters, and those people, and it's peninsulas, and it's a big issue because typically the peninsulas have one road in, one road out. So there's a lot of issues that each one of those groups have that kind of made it a challenge to discuss those many different unique areas in a full group of 18 to 20 people. So we did the best we could. The citizens that were selected were typically ones that had been involved with their community for long periods of times. Many of the people, when I showed up for the first meeting, I remember you from 20 years ago. So it was interesting that they had the background, the history, and knew what the hot points were in the county. The big challenge though was to bring 18 people into a room and give them 2 years to come up with a 2-volume set. That was a hard challenge, but there was a GDP, or what we call the Plan 2440, was produced and passed on to the Planning Advisory Board for their review. Pretty much on time. It would have been nice to have a little more time, but you know, engineers always like to use more and more time. So that's what we're noted for. So that's about it.
Thank you. I know you all probably haven't been on all the sessions for the MPCA. I wouldn't expect you to. I have. And this is tying in together a lot of the stuff we've discussed. The idea of, you know, the full commitment that this kind of work takes, and letting people know that up front, but also this idea of, you know, having diverse voices both in outreach, but that not being enough, right? That's an essential component. But we've talked a lot about that over the past few days, as that's something you should strive for. But you know, you need to search for equity and outcomes and other things as well. But yes, definitely representation is very important. Okay, Gary, I'm going to turn the next question. You're going to have us start on this one to get more down into the details. How did the meeting logistics work for your Citizen Advisory Committee?
Well, okay. Let me. I made some notes for me to talk to. So all our meetings were at the county Office of Planning and Zoning until the COVID-19 hit, obviously, and then we started, once the county figured out how to use Zoom, we started meeting on Zoom, and that went pretty well. I don't think it has the same feel as being in a room with people and you know, being able to kind of, you know, when you take a coffee break, get up and kind of have those side discussions where you know, you get into a little more detail. And I've read some papers that talk about the benefits of in-person meetings versus Zoom, but you know, times have changed, and we've got to deal with the aftermath, or whatever we're in the middle of now with COVID. So we did the best we could. We had a tight schedule, and so it lasted 2 years, and then it was like, okay, wrap it up, ship it on out. I think a lot of us would have liked to have continued working on it, but you know, it is what it is, and now the regional planning folks will have an opportunity to maybe add some more details to the plan. Our meetings were, I think you already touched about this, the commitment. Our meetings were about every 2 to 3 weeks, and some people would be driving, you know, half hour or more, depending on traffic. If you were coming from the north and northwest county area, trying to get down 97, you were probably over a half hour drive. So it was a challenge for people. You know, it was right after work. All the CAC members were all volunteers. You know, we do this in addition to our daytime job. I'm volunteer now, so at the time I wasn't, but you know, it was a major commitment, and everybody was, you know, it was took that very seriously to do their part. We had one member that was appointed the chair and conducted the meetings in with guidance from the planning staff. Looking back, in my experience at Northrop Grumman and Westinghouse, I think having a professional planner, or not, I'm sorry, a professional meeting a facilitator would go a long way. I mean, it's just like any other skill. You learn how to facilitate meetings, and I was surprised. It really makes a big difference. The facilitator can really engage everybody in the room and kind of helps everybody to get a chance to talk. And one issue that I've been sensitive to was the issue of introverts, and so a facilitator can really help them pull them out of their introvertness. I'm not sure how you say that, but anyway, include them, because there's through history, and if you look at some of the famous people, Steve from Apple. I mean, these guys were all introverts, and look what they've done. And you know, if you don't facilitate them contributing you really lose out on a lot of good information. So that's important. We did not have subcommittees, and I think it's hard when you get 18, 20 people in a room to really get a lot done. And I'll never forget listening to a video from the fellow that developed, I guess his name was Cray. He developed a Cray computer, which is a high-end computer that was years ago. And I remember the quote was that he says, that the maximum number of people on his design teams of engineers was 6 people, and that 6 people also included the janitor for the project. So his idea was small groups, productive groups, high efficiency, and I think that would have helped us, because everybody, what I noticed was some people were, like one of you guys mentioned earlier, schools was a hot topic for some. Environmental issues. We had a couple of people that were very environmental focused, and it would have been nice to have them drill down into those specific topics and then report back to the group as a whole. So I see a lot of work in parallel would have helped us get more done and maybe be a higher quality output. The planning director, in our case, decided that the planning staff would write the plan 2040. We were running a little late, and it was felt that that would be a better way to get the job done. So the committee members were basically given the job of editing, suggesting edits, and commenting on the chapters or paragraphs that the planners had written that prior 2 weeks. So that's how pretty much it went. In general, about 90 to 95% of the meeting time was spent in presentations by the different managements of the county departments. So Parks and Recreation, and the public utilities, the police, the fire. So they all would come in. They were all brought in, and they gave kind of a status report about what they do and how do they do it. But we never really got a chance to talk to them here again, just strictly due to timing, about what assets would they like to see in the future to do a better job. So there was some of us on the CAC felt like it would have been nice to could you use 10 new fire trucks, or could you use an additional 5 parks, or what about community parks? What are we going to do about the Crownsville property that's sitting empty right now? Or so what are you going to do about the Bay Bridge? And so there's other things like that we just didn't get a chance to talk to, which was disappointing. But we got the job done. We got a document out the door and went to the PAB, and they had their 3 weeks, and then went off to the county council. So that's kind of how it went.
You're bringing up some good points here, Gary. Obviously, the amount of time needs to be considered ahead of time, right? These things tend to take longer than any of us ever expect, and you probably should consider that and bake that in to your time. And also, that the side you need to consider, where does the responsibility lie on creating deliverables? Is it with staff? Is it with the Citizen Advisory Committee? Is it with the Planning Commission? There's no wrong answer, but jurisdictions need to prepare for these questions and prepare for it in their work program. Would anybody else on the panel like to discuss, respond to meeting logistics?
I can add a few details. Our group was larger. It was around 34, and I don't know if that was an ideal number, as more of a result of people continuing to add to a list of those who might be helpful in the effort. And but there was no head of the group. There was no voting. They were confirmed by the county executive, but there were, again, a sounding board and tried to kind of shape their role throughout. But you know, one thing I will say about Howard County is this took place throughout the pandemic. So their very first meeting was virtual, and there was a great effort to make sure that, you know, our website with all of these advisory groups was very thorough, that, you know, the live stream was up for the meetings, the recording was up, any materials that went along with the meetings were available. So it was very thorough and very well maintained. And we had a couple meetings that were in person, kind of like post-vaccine, pre-Delta, and we were able to sneak those in. And you could definitely feel a different energy in the room, as Gary was saying. You know, maybe it was just happy to be around other people, no matter who they were. But especially, you know, as I said, we had a consultant that was based out of Charlotte. And so when he was able to attend, we also really saw a difference in how the group would engage with each other, because they just wanted a chance to talk to him and give them all of their knowledge. And so there is that just kind of a different dynamic when you can be in the same room.
I'll just add something. I think hopefully Sarah is going to touch on it, is that the idea of the different tools that we have available to ourselves now, and I heard that that she's doing some stuff down there with those things, and I'm a firm believer. I started looking into decision support tools developed by Dr. Jay Nunemaker at the University of Arizona, Tucson, back in the 90s, and I just wish we had access to those kind of tools during our 2 years on the plan. It would have, I think it would have solved the time crunch that we were into. I've seen that when I was working at Northrop. We had a 3-day meeting, which we were able to crunch down to a 1-day meeting, and actually got more done in the 1 day than what we normally did in 3 days. So I'm really anxious to hear what Sarah has to say.
I know Sarah's going to be talking about that in a couple questions. But before I move to the next question, anything from Prince George's on meeting logistics? I know you said you didn't have a committee for the most recent plan, but maybe some insight?
I'll let Sarah speak to the logistics of the focus groups, but when I've done bigger CACs, you know, it has been helpful in those cases to have a facilitator, because it helps staff be more technical, and the group could decide how they wanted to organize. So one group, we had consultants do policy papers, and they could make recommendations that would feed into the development of the draft. So that was one approach that worked well, because they were advisory, and then the group was given an opportunity to review the first draft of the document based on their input. And so that was, you know, but the facilitator was really helpful for this one. As you said, pulling people out, but the time commitment and trying to now, you know, if there's meetings on Saturday or reaching Latino communities, you really got to think about that now, and it's very time consuming, and Sarah will speak to the different tools that we're looking at to help with that.
Okay. Well, the next question, and then we'll get to the one I know, the one everybody keeps on talking about, Sarah's going to show. I know we're all excited about what Sarah's going to show, but that's 2 questions away. I'm looking forward to it myself. But the next question is, how did the committee interact and collaborate with the Planning Commission and jurisdiction staff? Right, this is the MPCA, and you know, planning focused on the education of planning commissioners, and we all know in Maryland, planning commissions are like the shepherds of the comprehensive plan. So this one I'm going to start off with Victoria, and I'll go around.
Yeah, I guess I have a few points of coordination. There was one planning board member on the planning advisory committee, so he was representing the planning board. Was one of the architects, I guess, of the general guidelines, sort of the plan for the plan, and so they assisted with that. As I mentioned earlier, they also gave input into who was joining the committees. So I think that's kind of I guess that's somewhat limited in terms of how they collaborated.
If you have some examples from other communities as well about this question, or you may or may not, but I know you've shared some in the past.
Right. We had a couple committees where they would do presentations to the planning board, but like Howard County, there was always usually a member from the planning commission or maybe the Board of Appeals and other interest groups on the committee. But we did try to brief them, and that we always wanted the committee to present their findings and their reports. So that was one tool that was effective. But I think it is good to have a planning commissioner on your group because it provides that link and that day-to-day feedback.
Thank you. Gary, I know you've mentioned the Planning Advisory Board in our discussions from Anne Arundel multiple times. How did your committee interact with the Planning the PAB?
Well, we had a great chair. I understand he stepped down here recently, but Jerry would actually come to the meetings and sitting in the back of the room. I didn't know who he was at first, but he was there to listen. And at one point, he was introduced by our chair, and he gave a little, few words of wisdom to us, and I really appreciated that, and cleared the air on a couple issues, which I think also was very helpful. But I believe he was the only one that came from our PAB to the meetings, but it was very useful, which worked out good because when we passed the Plan 2040 document off to the PAB, he'd already seen it. And, because he was really, he only had about, I think it was 3 weeks he had 2 meetings, reviewed it, sent back questions and suggestions to the Planning and Zoning Office. And that all was turned around in a 3-week period, which, was kind of really fast. Where I came from, when you worked on a document like this, you were told to go over to the proposal center, and you were pretty much locked in the room for a month or two while that document was being done. They would bring in food. You were allowed every once in a while to go home and visit your wife. But it was a entirely different experience here, where we go down for our bi-weekly meeting and 2 hours, then okay, you're done. And I'm thinking, well, we just got started. I was used to, I'm ready to spend 6 hours down here. Let's get the job done. But it was a different experience for me because from industry, you were just expected to work until you got it done. But understand it's different. Everybody has different, other family obligations. But it was kind of took a little adjustment for me from what I was used to for preparing multi-volume government proposals. But anyway, that was my take on it.
Well, everybody heard that. Gary is willing to work on stuff for 6 hours if you give him a job. So the MPCA board's going to keep that in mind, Gary.
Well, I enjoy this stuff. I mean, I guess that's why I do it. And I am a former Maryland State jousting champion, and my wife always says, you're always like Don Quixote. You're jousting at the windmills. Well, I keep trying it. Some I win, some I lose, but it's all fun.
All right. Okay. Well, next question. So, how did your jurisdiction conduct the larger community outreach project? And I'm going to turn this over to you, Sarah.
Okay. So just to start, one second.
Take your time.
Make sure I have this up
And
here.
I want to apologize to the audience. I know there's a little choppiness going on right now. I don't want to turn off the webcams because this is a round table, but there's a little choppiness. So, you have any questions, Sarah? Are you seeing the?
Are you seeing? Sorry, one second. Are you? Oh.
We see the town hall, Sarah.
You do see what you're supposed to be seeing. Okay, great. Okay, cool. So just to start off, as I mentioned, we've been using a variety of tools to help us with outreach and engagement. As I mentioned earlier, there we go. As I mentioned earlier, we do outline a public participation program for our sector and master plans for the different comprehensive plans we do. With the project I'm working on right now, for the sector plan, we're working with the consultant, and they were able to help us create, during the pandemic, this virtual town hall that you were seeing kind of moving around on the screen there. It's a virtual environment that allows our community members and other stakeholders to access the information as we develop it. We can put it in this virtual town hall room. It uses sort of a virtual reality type platform, I guess you'll call it. And you can move around the room and interact with the different posters and kiosks and videos, and it just allows you to integrate a lot of different types of media. It can be a report, a PDF, a PowerPoint, link to the YouTube videos of all of our presentations. We found this to be really, really useful during the pandemic, given the limitations on being able to meet in person. So it's not the same, but we thought it was a useful tool because it kind of simulates as close as you can this idea of getting together with people and looking at materials. There was a period of time where we also had a live chat function that when people visited our virtual room, they could click on little chat, and there were times when we were actually live and available to respond, and if we weren't there, it would produce an email that would automatically go to the project team, and we could then respond to any question that came in. I will say that for our virtual room, so we've been talking about sort of traditional, I'm talking about new, more modern digital outreach efforts, but we've also done some things that kind of combine more traditional outreach with these new tools. So during the pandemic, we all saw a lot of QR codes. If you did go to a restaurant or go pick up carryout, there's usually a menu with a QR code. So we were thinking, maybe I personally never knew much about a QR code before the pandemic, didn't even know how it worked with my smartphone. So we thought, why don't we use a QR code and try to advertise the work that we're doing on the sector plan and try to lead people to our website, or in this case, we were doing an online showcase using scenario planning, and we really wanted people to visit and look at the videos and presentations and images that we had prepared to get their feedback. So we produced some posters that had a big QR code, something that was very simple, straightforward, aesthetically pleasing, that we could post around town at laundromats and restaurants and places that we thought people were still going and frequenting despite, the pandemic and everything. And I will say, I have the numbers right here. During the month that we had put up the posters physically with the QR code, we saw 43% of our views of the web page of that virtual room during a 9-month period came from the month after we posted the posters, 43%. And then 49% of new users visited the room during the month after we put the posters up. So we had a total, in the first 9 months that we've had this virtual room up, we had 1,700 views. 43% of those came during the month after we posted the posters. And we had 950 users in the first 9 months, and 49% of those appeared visiting our virtual room in the month after putting up the poster. So I did want to make a plug for sort of some of these more traditional ways of trying to reach out to the community. We did try mailing postcards earlier on in our project, but got very little response or engagement as a result of using postcards. So I did want to make a plug for that, since we saw a lot of success in reaching people that may not be on our email listserv or may not frequent the Prince George's County Planning Department webpage. This was a very effective tool. Another thing we did, our GIS team in the department created this interactive mapping tool. This was open for 2 or 3 weeks, and we got 284 comments. So the community or stakeholders were allowed to go into this map that had our sector plan boundary marked, and they could add comments saying, I like this, or I don't like this, or here's a comment, or here's a suggestion for how this could be improved. So this allowed us to really zoom in on targeted suggestions for in the physical space, right? Whether it was a, hey, there's no sidewalk right here, there's just this gap and it needs to be filled in, it's right next to a bus stop, this is, this needs improvement. This was a really great tool, people loved it, we got a lot of response, a lot of comments, it's been really helpful. And all these things we advertise on social media, we also using, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Beyond that, just, not everybody follows us, so we buy Facebook ads. There's sort of a low-cost alternative as opposed from mailing out the postcards, which we really didn't get a good response on, and that's a little bit more expensive. You can get a lot of bang for your buck with a Facebook ad that you can also, interestingly enough, geographically target them. So we geographically target them to a little bit beyond our sector plan boundary. You can also demographically target them. So we've demographically targeted some of our ads to the Spanish-speaking community. And so that, using the Facebook ads is also very useful. Let's see what else. We also integrated some of these newer tools like Mural. So we did a visioning workshop back in the spring where we used Microsoft Teams to have a visioning workshop virtually, used breakout rooms, and within those breakout rooms where we had both Spanish and English groups, we used this Mural board, which is an online platform done via the web browser, where community members are able to go into this same browser and kind of work on a canvas. They can add sticky notes, hearts and smiley faces. They can take polls and do polling, like a visual preference survey. There's a lot of different activities that can be done within this Mural board space. We also recognize that a lot of these things aren't necessarily easy to use by certain members of the public, or maybe they don't have great internet connection. So we always had a phone number for people to call in. We also have, if someone couldn't use the Mural board, they could verbally provide their comments, and we always had additional facilitators available to take notes or go into the, they would go into the Mural and copy down whatever someone would verbally say, or if someone would put their comment in a chat box because they were having difficulty with this, we had someone dedicated to making sure that we captured that additional input into the platform. And yeah, so these are a few of the examples of tools we've used during the sector plan that I've been working on this past year. Again, we use social media to advertise, Facebook ads. We recently did our first Facebook Live. Facebook Live does not require a person to have a Facebook account, so that is something that is open to a broader audience to watch. There's no login required. And let's see, I have a few notes here. I mentioned the polling that we were able to do in the Mural board here. We also incorporated into some of our public meetings, stakeholder listening sessions, and focus groups, just in doing, a PowerPoint presentation and trying to bump up the type of engagement during those virtual meetings. We also incorporated, we've used Slido, and then there's other platforms out there that allow for polling and try to create more of a interaction with participants. So those are a few of the examples of tools we have used. I have one more tool, but I will wait until another question to add that one in. So I don't know if anyone has any additional comments or tools that they've used on their with their communities, but Joe, you can stop sharing my screen.
Can do. All right, I stopped sharing my camera, so hopefully we can avoid the choppiness. Well, thank you, Sarah. I guess I had a question with your expanded focus on Spanish language outreach. Have you all been tracking you know, how successful that has been in those communities compared to prior to using those, or at least using them in a less intense or less, you know, expansive way?
I'm not sure I have consulted with some of my colleagues that have worked on projects in the vicinity that I'm working in, that also has a large Hispanic or Spanish-speaking population. And I would say that we've had the same level of engagement as the previous projects, like pre-pandemic, because this sector plan started during the pandemic, so we've been entirely virtual. And I had a similar question, you know, when we started doing everything virtually, you know, the concern is, you know, does the immigrant community, or does the Spanish speaking community, or does the renter community, there's all sorts of communities, right? Like, do they have these people that may not have as much, you know, virtual access or online access, or, you know, we tried to bridge that language barrier by putting everything out there in Spanish. All of our materials and deliverables and communication with the community has been done bilingually. Everything's out there in Spanish. But we've had low turnout from the Spanish-speaking community, and I did check with colleagues who worked with the Spanish-speaking community on their projects before, and it's the same. It hasn't gone up, it hasn't gone down. So that's still an area that we need to work on and figure out how we can reach that community better. But we think it goes to something. It may have to do with something else. It may not be that we're not doing our job to communicate in their language. I think it may have to do with a, you know, trust of government. They may have a different, you know, immigration status that makes them nervous to, you know, be involved with anyone that is, you know, remotely related to government. So there's some other issues at play there, I think, that make that aspect of this job a little bit harder, but, you know, we're working on it.
Thank you, Sarah. In the matter of time, I think you did an excellent job covering the outreach. I'm sure a lot citizen advisory committees are often involved in community outreach, and then what you're doing down in Prince George's obviously is very expansive. But I do want to move on to the next question.
Could I just jump in there, Joe?
Sure. Go ahead, Gary.
I'm basically speechless. I think what Sarah has done is just phenomenal. I know down in the planners down in Fairfax, Virginia, won an award for using a tool called Think Tank back in 2015. And what Sarah has put together here, to me, is just goes way beyond what Think Tank would do. It's a great tool, but it's now no longer in the market. But I hope you make a note to sign Sarah up for a full session by herself next year.
We can do that. I know that Prince George's is always doing sector planning, so I'm sure this is going to be a continuous process that we'll always evergreen topic. Okay, I'm gonna move on to the next question, and Kip, I'm gonna start this one with you. We know everyone does not agree on planning goals and objectives. How are what are some methods for handling committee disagreements?
Yeah, I think that really, I think the way the tone is set at the beginning of the process, we, you know, in one group, the chairman and the facilitator sort of set a ground rules, how to interact, how to speak to each other, and using those ground rules. And it is, and I have to say, when you're in person, you sort of meet each other over coffee. You might respect each other, but respectfully disagree. And so I think that helps sort of the group come together, they coalesce, but having these ground rules and sort of understanding that you want to reach consensus, it might not be, everyone might not agree, but at least get some general consensus and recognize the difference of opinions. And so in some of our policy papers that we did with one group, you know, if we reached consensus, that was good, but if there were some disagreements or different opinions, we would note that for the board. And so that way, you know, and having that facilitator really sort of speak to the issue and not make it personal was always really helpful. The facilitator could sort of make things calmer because it can, people are very passionate about these issues and they affect their communities. And so that was always very helpful, because then we could sort of maybe peel the onion and figure out what the real issue was, or if there were multiple ways to address it. So, I've been on groups that they've done really well and have good consensus, and others there's always a little, disagreement. But I think for the most part, they've enjoyed the process of getting to at least their participation. So I don't know if Victoria or Gary have other experiences.
Yeah, I'll just follow up. I will say, and common theme throughout our country and the world right now, like addressing misinformation. Because everybody has different points of view and sometimes different interpretation of some of that data and analysis I was talking about earlier. So we're sensitive to that and making sure that we go above and beyond if there's an area that a particular member is interested in knowing more, or making sure we see things go out on social media and we stay tuned to understand, and using the Planning Advisory Committee as also kind of the heartbeat of the community at large to make sure that we're responding to their concerns. Is another aspect would be, we had a wide variety of virtual engagement tools as well. And so making sure that we put a lot of time and effort into an engagement summary. So documenting what we did, how we did it, what we heard, so there is, sometimes you can just have so much going on. It's hard to point back when people are starting to question you or maybe disagreements come up, but making sure that you just really fully document and appreciate all of these different experiences so you can substantiate maybe some of the responses to the disagreements or help people see the bigger picture.
Gary, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, you have time for me to comment?
Go ahead. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think Victoria touched on some of the things, just made me think of a couple of things. The tool that was used down in Fairfax, Virginia, was called Think Tank, and the new tool that I think is has the same features, made probably a little bit newer and better, is called XLeap. It's developed over in I think it's Germany, and one of the things that both these types of tools have is a anonymous mode. So you can have a group of people in a meeting, and it's kind of like called the dancing of the egos. And you got all the political hidden agendas and politics and people issues, and a tool like that hides all that. So when you put something up to be discussed, you're not dealing with the person, you're dealing with the idea. And that seems to work really well in certain organizations, maybe better than others. But you're just contributing, you're voting, you're coming up with a consensus decision, all based on an idea, not the person who presented the idea. So organizations that have a hierarchical, people might be fear of ridicule, personal biases, organizational biases, these types of tools eliminate that. And so I would have loved to have been able to use something like that in my experiences with the CAC. It didn't happen, but I would. But the tools allow for you to present your ideas, brainstorm, you can rank them, rate the different ideas, you can do deep dive, multi-criteria analysis. And the thing that's really nice is when you're done with your meeting, 5 minutes later, you have a complete documentation of everything that was discussed and all the votes that were taken. So it's really a time saver. And, my guess, if Sarah doesn't already have something like that in place, she probably will by next year. That to me is worth looking into. And if people wanted more information on where to go to find this stuff, I guess Joe will probably put our emails out there, that be more than happy to talk to people and pass on some links. That's it.
I will share contact email information for the audience. Absolutely. I can tell this session is probably going to run till about 4:40. We do have some questions coming in, so I hope that everybody can stick with us a little bit longer. I'm probably going to have to shave off one question. I hope it's not the favorite question of the panelist. Whatever panelist doesn't get to answer it, but we'll go with a couple more here. And I'll ask you all to try to keep your responses punchy. Let's see. As the comprehensive plan draft and interim deliverables start to come into focus, how did the committee contribute to edits and adjustments? This time we'll start with you, Gary.
Okay, well, in our case, at that point, there was a time crunch occurred, and it was like, we got to get this done. We're not going to make the date. So the staff was working as hard as they could to put together the text, try to get other departments to contribute their pieces, and I know that was a challenge. And then the CAC, the role that we took was to, between meetings, we were given draft copies of whatever section they were working on, and it was our job to read them and provide feedback and suggestions. So that's basically how we interacted at that point. It was just a very rush at the end there, but you do the best you can.
And always, just like this session, things take longer than you anticipate. So keep that in mind and make sure you have that extra time in there. For the other panelists, Sarah, Victoria, actually I have an order here, my apologies. Victoria, you're next.
I'll just say quickly that we're at that draft phase, and so we're going to reconvene our planning advisory committee and get some feedbacks and like targeted feedback from them as we move into the adoption phase.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, Kip?
I was just going to share one last quick tool that we have used for the public, the community members, to be able to provide their thoughts and comments, feedback on interim deliverables as they've come out, so that we can take them into an advisement and incorporate those or not into the edits. Let me see. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Looks great. Yep.
This is the mirror other. Okay. Yeah.
So
now
I'm
you're on
using Conveyo now. So we've been using Conveyo in the planning department mostly as a public comment tool. So what I'm showing you here is you can upload a PDF and the public can access this PDF and read through it, click on it, add a comment, a suggestion, a question. You can add little like pins in the document to help it provide extra explanation. So this is like a vision and goal document that was drafted as the result of a visioning workshop, a virtual visioning workshop. So you can add pins with additional information and definitions, and then people can go in and add comments. So here this is me adding a, can you clarify or rewrite this sentence, and you can do it anonymously, or people can provide their name and email address. And so we found Conveyo to be a really helpful tool. And then you can advertise the Conveyo and share the link via email, social media, etc. We also use this as a survey tool. We built a survey in Conveyo that allowed people easy access, and it can be done anonymously or by adding their contact information. So Conveyo has just been a really good tool. It allows you to do a lot of different things, but for most of our projects, we've been using it as a public comment tool. When we have a PowerPoint or a document that we'd like to share with the community and get their feedback on, so that we can incorporate that in the editing process. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And I think these tools are very exciting. I know Gary's interested in them, and I hope that other jurisdictions can either use these or think of something similar. Did anybody else, Kip, did you want to say anything on this about when it comes to, you know, interim deliverables or when the drafts start to come into focus?
No, I think I talked about it before that, you know, some of the CACs have presented to the Planning Commission their sort of vision and draft to help move that along, and that was always helpful. And then many of when the Planning Commission got to work sessions, you know, usually there was a CAC representative there, or they would participate. So from our perspective in those jurisdictions, you know, the advisory committee was advisory, and then once the draft document was released and then went to joint public hearing, then it sort of started that legislative review process with the planning board and elected officials. So there were sort of discrete steps, but that's how we've used them in the past.
Okay. Well, thank you. This is the last question for the panel, and I want to try to wrap up this section by 4:30 so we can spend the last 10 minutes up to 4:40 with questions. So what were some lessons learned about the Citizen Advisory Committee process? In particular, if you could think about it, Howard County, Anne Arundel County, and Prince George's County are all highly populous, highly urban, high capacity counties. You know, we have a lot of smaller jurisdictions that also need to go through a comprehensive planning process. So if you think about lessons learned, and particularly maybe connect those to what a smaller jurisdiction might be able to take home with them today. I'm going to start off with Kip or Sarah, or both.
I'll just briefly, and then I'll let Sarah go, is that, you know, as everyone said, it takes a lot of time. So expectations, you know, community engagement could take 2 to 3 years, but then combined with sort of the political process of getting a plan done in time. So just really understanding that engagement takes a lot of time, but for smaller jurisdictions, you know, there are a lot of existing groups that you can use, whether it's, you know, business industry groups, schools, Sierra Club. Those are a lot of stakeholders that you can sort of reach out to and go to them and do presentations. We've done packed videos and PowerPoints that we just do a road show. Some places use trusted ambassadors to go out into the community. They train them and then they speak to their HOA or communities. So those are sort of low cost ways of sort of reaching out. And some of these tools that we've talked about, there are some free versions, maybe not as robust, but you know, depending what you need, you could, you know, Esri has some free versions for communities. So, you know, I would get creative, and the QR codes is a good example. You know, printing up posters with the QR code, it doesn't take that much, but it does sort of get you out there. So that's all I have. Sarah?
Thank you, Kip. Yeah, Sarah?
Oh, I think Kip hit the nail on the head. I think really just piggybacking off of the existing groups that the community has and doing that stakeholder mapping will really get you in touch with a lot of people in the community that can be advocates for your plan. And that's really what you're going for, is having a group of people that will advocate for the plan when you get to the implementation phase.
Excellent point. Gary, what were some lessons learned that maybe particularly smaller jurisdictions can take home with them? You're muted, Gary. Gary, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a couple of notes here. I think one of the things that I think would have helped us if we had started out the whole meeting process, the CAC, with coming up with an agreed upon agenda, planning the meetings, talk about how we're going to run the meetings, things like that, where the citizens felt a little more included into what's going to happen, what's your role, you know, define all that so you know what you're dealing with. And so I think a little upfront organizational discussion before you get into the meat of the process would have gone a long way. We did have the ability to use GIS tools. So that was phenomenal in terms of reviewing maps and drawings and things like that. Unfortunately, we didn't have anywhere near the tools that Sarah described. I'm so envious of what she's done. You know, what I was told when I suggested some of this to the county executive was that, you know, we don't have the money for it or whatever. So you must have some very supportive people in the legislation that give you all that money. But I think,
I'm creative, Gary. I'm just creative. I'm creative.
I got to come down and visit you, and you too, both of you. Joe needs to sign you up for your own session next year. I mean, I would think there would be a lot of people around the state could learn a lot from what you've done. It was phenomenal. Anyway, I think the tools like XLeap or Think Tank or whatever, I think would have helped us a lot because I saw it worked in industry. I think a meeting facilitator, and I know that might be expensive for smaller towns and whatnot, but and I meant to go out and do a little research to find out, you know, who certifies. I know there's facilitators who can get certification. There's training and organizations. Fortunately, we had a group of guys at Northrop that had gone through all that, and they were available to us. So, you know, developing the agenda and a workable agenda, given the timeline, would have been nice for a facilitator. Managing the time, and then really, to me, the biggest thing that I was disappointed in was that we didn't have more collaboration between members, and then and being more inclusive to those who identified as introverts. If you want a good video on that, look up Susan Cain, and she has a book called Quiet. And if you go to TED Talks and look up Susan Cain, excellent video that explains the challenges for people who are identified themselves as introverts. I'm not an introvert. That's probably an issue. But my wife is, so we get along. I think they complement each other. The big thing that I saw is that things like Think Tank would take care of, and maybe some of the other tools that Sarah has, is the dancing of the egos. I think that's the personal dynamics and people's with their hidden agendas and the drama that they bring to meetings, being able to control that so everybody gets a chance to talk and they don't feel intimidated. I think it's very important. And I found myself trying to pull it out of people. I mean, even when I was a town commissioner and I was a planning and zoning commissioner, trying to pull things out of people who were, they'll talk to you on the sideline, you know, before the meeting or after, but they won't talk to you during the meeting. They won't testify. So that was always frustrating to me.
Hey, Gary, I need to move on to Victoria. Thank you. You're going to have some time to respond to some questions, though. Absolutely.
Okay.
So thank you, Victoria.
Well, I think this has been covered. I guess the last thing I'll say is, to use a 2020, 2021 buzzword, but like pivoting. I mean, this is a long process. You start off with this idea of what it's going to be. You try some tactics. You might not have the people around the table that represent the diversity of your community, or, you know, so build a different table. You know, it's like some things are going to work better than others. And like Kip said, you know, there are low cost alternatives there. You know, we tried postcards too, and they were maybe marginally, you know, they kind of worked, but then you keep trying something. Like, it's okay to fail and just keep moving on and build in lots of extra time so you can do that.
Well, thank you to the panel. We don't have much time for questions, but I will share your contact, release your emails. So they just want to confirm, someone wants to know the name of the tool you keep mentioning, Gary. The big one is Think Tank, right?
Yeah, Think Tank was developed at University of Arizona, Tucson by Dr. Jay Nunemaker. It was sold off and another company bought it. They're not going to sell it commercially, but a lot of the people who supported Jay and worked with him at the University of Arizona and at Group Systems have now supporting and promoting a tool called XLeap. And from my review of it, it looks to be a Think Tank plus a lot more. So now I would go to look at XLeap if you're interested in it, I can put you in contact with the people that'll, I mean, I'm sure they would even allow you to do demo runs of it. So if you send me an email, I'll get you connected to the right people. Those are not, it's not the only tool out there. There's a lot of them out there. It's just that I knew the people that were from my days at Westinghouse and Northrop Grumman, and so I'm confident that they would do a good job of helping you.
Thanks, Gary. This question is specifically for Victoria. How did you identify and engage citizen advisory group participants? How did you involve people to attain a group that best represented Howard's population?
Well, I can't speak personally because I was not there for the formation, but polled my colleagues, and they were, you know, again, this common theme of who are the champions in your community, who are those who are involved in these type of issues, who's going to be involved in implementation later on. So, you know, there are institutions like, you know, the library system or universities or hospitals who are those leading partners. So it's kind of that balance of those who can really, you know, we were looking for people who could bring up the issues, who could think, who were forward thinkers, but also those who would be playing a role in implementing, who would be challenging us as we moved into implementation. So there wasn't like a real magic about it, but it was also thinking, going back to that first question, like, why are you doing this plan? And making sure that you had people around the table that were going to be kind of aiming the same way at your goal.
Thank you. Next question is for Sarah and or Kip. I'm not sure if you can answer this one, but I want to get down to brass tacks here. What's the cost for implementing the tool, the town hall and the mapping and the mural board, everything that you mentioned? You might not be able to answer that, but maybe how you went about securing funding, if the county put aside a certain amount of budget for it, whatever you can answer.
I'll start. There's a couple different ways. Conveo is it's an enterprise license, and so it's really something that a community or organization can buy, and the cost really depends on how many licenses you want, right? And how, you know, so that's just, it's similar to just Adobe. It's an online platform, so you can buy that. And Conveo has a lot more tools that we don't really use, but we're learning how to do those. So for some of our, the virtual room that you saw when we did consultant RFPs, we put that in the contract. But we are also, the state of Maryland did a virtual room for one of their DNR plans. So there are becoming more common, not consultant driven, but generic platforms for those. So hopefully the price will go down and be more available. And many local communities can ride, as we say, piggyback on to state contracts. So if there is already a contract, you know, you can use that to get the same price. And we've done that with other tools. The interactive map, there's a free version, but we have our own license through just the county, through the commission on Esri. So we had staff who could program it, but there are some free options out there too, depending what your local, you know, your departmental GIS section does. Sarah, do you have any other?
I can just add that the mural board, which is sort of that interactive canvas board that you can have, you know, participants in there interacting same time, real time, together with them, facilitating a workshop. That there's a premium account, but there's also a free account. I believe the free account, which is what us and our consultants have been using to use it in different, both internally for our team to brainstorm, and then also in workshops with the community. We've been using the free account. The free account, I believe, limits you to like 5 canvases. But there are premium accounts that would allow you to, you know, really use it more expansively. I'm not sure on the pricing because we've only been using the free.
Sarah, how many people were on your development team?
The project team for the sector plan, there are 3 of us from within community planning, but we have, that's just our core team. We have a consultant team that's rather large. There's at least like 3 main, I guess, core team members from the consultants, and they have about 15 other people. And we have a resource team within the planning department with a member from like our transportation section, environmental section.
I was thinking that your IT people that put together your
Oh,
virtual.
the IT people for the interactive map.
Yeah.
I believe the interactive map was developed by one team member from our GIS department. He worked on it alone.
Esri and a lot of these programs have templates. So like on Conveo, they have templates. You don't have to do a lot of design work. You can just pick a template and sort of maybe put your logo in or your name. So, you know, if you don't have a lot of money, you should use the template and then spend more time on sort of the content part. So there's a lot of ways to use those tools, and we work closely with public affairs and our GIS and publications people to sort of, you know, if your community has a local TV, like Howard County probably has a local government channel, you know, we get videos produced. We do Sarah's done a great 3-minute video, and then we use that. So you can take advantage of other agencies within your organization maybe that have some of these to help you.
And I was just going to add, I'm the one that has set up our Conveo page. I am not an IT person. I did a quick training, and then it's fair. I mean, I know I'm of a different generation maybe who grew up with computers and the internet, but I've done a short training and been able to fairly intuitively set up, you know, survey and public comment on PDFs and things like that. So a lot of these tools are being made to be pretty straightforward and intuitive in how you set them up. But I've also found that the customer support, particularly with Conveo, has been very, very helpful and responsive. But like Kip said, there are templates, and if you generally follow the templates, it's pretty easy.
Well, I want to thank this panel for all the coordination that went into this meeting or into this discussion. For sharing your insights and for offering to continue to share insights for those who may be interested. I was not able to get to nearly all the questions, but that's been helping with all the panels. So I know some of you might need to go. I am going to turn it over to the Danny Winborn, MPCA president, who's going to officially close the conference. Danny, you can go ahead and turn on your. There he is. Did you put on another bow tie? It's the same one. You're muted though, Danny. Oh, it looks like there's something going on. Yeah, you can unmute. Nope.
There we go. Oh, I wanted to thank the panelists. A couple of them dropped off.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, thank you, Gary. Thank you so much. I got to catch some of your presentation, but thank you so much for your time. It really is great. I'm really happy that you could join us. Alrighty, well, this is the end, and I'm so happy that we were able to put this on, and I'm so happy that everyone could join us. I just wanted to spend a little time just thanking everybody. I'm going to go right down the list that I put together. I wanted to thank Secretary McCord for his welcome and his leadership. Of course, all of our presenters, and I'm going to thank them personally later and send them a little thank you note. And all of our Citizen Planner Recognition awardees, I'm so happy that they could join us and that they were recognized for the great work that they're doing in our communities in and around Maryland. And especially wanted to thank Joe Griffith, John Coleman, Chuck Boyd, and Sarah Lipkin-Soulage for all of their hard work. We could not have done this without their help. So I'm really happy that they were able to help us put on our 38th annual MPCA annual conference. I also want to thank my MPCA Executive Board, Vice President Bill Butts, Secretary Roxanne Hemphill, and Treasurer Doug Wright, and especially all of our citizen planners and professional planners who joined us for this conference. If it weren't for you, we couldn't do this. So we're so happy that you could join us. And if you have any feedback, I believe that there will be an opportunity for feedback. And if not, you most certainly can reach Joe, or he can even give you my email address if there's some comments that you have, some feedback to help make things better. Or also if you want to reach out and become a mentor, that'd be great. Or even join the executive board or any of our other volunteer opportunities with Maryland Planning Commissioners Association. We'd love to have you join us. So Joe, I'm not sure what else we have planned for right now, but
we got nothing planned, Danny. I will say that the survey will be coming out. I need to finalize the survey. It will be coming out probably next week. So I have everybody's email, so we'll be looking. It'll be a Google form most likely.
Okay.
We would appreciate any feedback.
Good.
So
Good.
Yeah, Danny, you get to close it down in your style that you choose.
All right. Well, I'm glad that all of this, everything was being recorded. So hopefully you can share with your friends and let them look at some of our sessions that they may have missed if they didn't have the opportunity to join us. This is going to be available on the Maryland Department of Planning's website and the MPCA link. And I hope that you all, can share that with your friends. But the bigger thing is we hope that we can do this in person next year. It was great to do it virtually because we couldn't do it in person, but we're really, really hoping that we can do this in Southern Maryland and Solomon's Island and get together and network in person. So again, thank you so much for joining us. We had a great time. We had lots of good panelists and presenters. So I'm so happy that we could do this. So with that, I want to say have a great year, and we hope to see you in person next year. Thank you so much.